Chapter 590. In the human Dao secret realm, Taishang Dao Juzi and his subordinate walked out of the spirit summoning hall. Taishang Dao Juzi turned his head and stared coldly at the subordinate. "You're not Hong Yu. Who are you?" The subordinate's expression changed, but he calmed down and said, "Juzi, wasn't what you wanted me to do just now? Was I wrong to open the ghost sealing box? Speak, who are you?" Taishang Dao Juzi said coldly. As he spoke, a long sword appeared in his hand. Taishang Dao Juzi had brought along a Dharma treasure, even though he was just a soul. "Juzi," the subordinate said anxiously, "if you don't speak, I'm going to attack." Taishang Dao Juzi squinted his eyes, murderous intent radiating from them. The subordinate's face twitched for a moment, then turned solemn and bowed respectfully to Taishang Dao Juzi. As he bowed, his body began to change. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The subordinate turned into purple bamboo bodhisattva. Taishang Dao Juzi is acting under the orders of the future Buddha. I hope Taishang Dao Juzi can forgive me. Purple bamboo bodhisattva said respectfully. Reincarnation pool? The future Buddha sure knows how to scheme. Where's Hong Yu? Taishang Dao Juzi said coldly. Enlightened Master Hong Yu is well. He's currently residing in my body. Purple bamboo bodhisattva said respectfully. Purple bamboo bodhisattva? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you if you change into enlightened Master Hong Yu? Taishang Dao Juzi said coldly. Taishang Dao Juzi, please forgive me. The Buddha asked me to explain to you. After today, I'll make up for it. However, our 3 sacred lands haven't entered the human Dao secret realm for 2,000 years. I wonder what it's like now. Is the thing we're guarding still there? Did old man Guanxi destroy anything when he entered 1,000 years ago? Purple bamboo bodhisattva asked respectfully. I'll do. Is the future Buddha worried about me? Taishang Dao Juzi said coldly. It's not that I'm worried about you. I'm worried about Gu Hai. Let me drag Gu Hai along so that you can go there. Purple bamboo bodhisattva said respectfully. Oh, is Hong Yu not as good as you? Taishang said coldly. Enlightened Master Hong Yu has never entered this place before. In my previous life, I was fortunate enough to enter this place once with the future Buddha. I know some of the mechanisms inside. I'll hold back Gu Hai so that he won't ruin our plans. Besides, Taishang, do you think Daiqianxing will be so kind as to let you in? Solemnly, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva asked. The giant of the most high path narrowed his eyes. The Buddha said that Long Zhonghua asked you to enter as a guide for Gu Hai. Bring Gu Hai there, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said in a deep voice. Taishang Dao Juzi snorted. Clearly, he had guessed it. So, Taishang, you'll go there while I'll hold back Gu Hai. Please forgive me, Taishang. Solemnly, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said. Fine. The future Buddha? Do you really think that my Wansho Taoism is useless? Taishang Dao Juzi said coldly. Taishang, the Buddha said that he'll apologize to you personally when you get out. Please forgive me. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva bowed again. Taishang Dao Juzi snorted. Although he wanted to be angry, it was useless now. Taishang, you should go there. I'll hold back Gu Hai. See you in 10 days. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said respectfully. Taishang Dao Juzi snorted and looked at Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva coldly. He flung his sleeves and flew away. This time, he did not bring Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva with him. After Taishang Dao Juzi disappeared, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva put his palms together. Buddha, Taishang already knows about me. So what if he knows? Take the thing I gave you. The chess pieces on it will help you find where old man Guanxi went last time. A voice came from Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva's palm. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva reached out, revealing a palm-sized chessboard. On the chessboard, there were some miniature chess pieces that were pointing in a certain direction. Yes, Buddha, don't worry. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said respectfully. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva followed the direction the chess pieces were pointing in. He did not fulfill his promise that Taishang would hold back Gu Hai. Boom! When Gu Hai came out of the soul summoning hall, the black water inside looked like it was about to overflow. Gu Hai closed the door. Your Majesty, that was... Bingheim said worriedly. It's fine. Just pretend you don't know. Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Hai did not know what the emperor of the great Qian dynasty was planning, but he knew that it was definitely not a small matter. He would not get involved in it if he could. Bingheim nodded and turned to look ahead. This is... Bingheim looked at the door behind them, stunned. It was no longer the soul summoning hall, but a mountain. The two appeared at the foot of the mountain, and there was only a stone door. It was like a new world in front of them, a strange world. There was no sun or moon in this world, only endless giant gray clouds. The giant clouds gathered in the sky and seemed to be connected, forming a super giant cloud vortex, a super vortex. A cloud-shaped vortex covered the entire sky. The light in the world came from clouds. There seemed to be strands of blue light. The blue light was very weak, but it seemed endless, turning the world blue. The weak blue light moved slightly in the giant cloud vortex, moving toward the center of the vortex. That was the end of the blue light. There were mountains and rivers below, a boundlessly vast land. The human Tao mystic realm? Gu Hai frowned slightly. That is the aura of the spirit. Bingheim raised her eyebrows and looked at the sky. What? Gu Hai looked at Bingheim in confusion. That's right. I can sense it. Your Majesty, the weak blue light in the sky is the spirit. A person's 3 spiritual souls? That's right. The aura is correct. Bingheim said in shock. Are you saying that the blue light in the sky and the blue light in the center of the cloud vortex are the spirit? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. It should be, but the number seems to be in the hundreds of millions. No, 10 billion, 100 billion, or even more. Gu Hai stared at the vast spirit in the sky. Yes, perhaps. Perhaps what? Perhaps the souls of all living things in the world will come here after they die. This is the human Tao mystic realm. Could it be the legendary? Bingheim looked at Gu Hai. Human Tao reincarnation? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly narrowed. Yes, that's what I thought too. Bingheim said worriedly. After people die, they will reincarnate. The legendary 6 paths of reincarnation? The 6 paths of reincarnation are not one, but separate. This human Tao mystic realm is actually one of the paths to reincarnation. We have entered reincarnation. Gu Hai's face darkened. Bingheim looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face darkened. This was the world of reincarnation. No wonder it could collect ancient when Tao. The sky was full of souls. Which of the 3 souls was that? Earth's soul? It was possible, because Earth's soul was reincarnated. Heaven's soul? It was also possible. Human soul? Perhaps. No matter what. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn. Your Majesty, Taishang Taoist master has disappeared. What should we do? Bingheim asked worriedly. Don't worry, let me take a look. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Gu Hai had 2 hands. One of them was holding a bamboo scroll from the sacred hall of Wendao. Old man Guanxi had seen this bamboo scroll before. The other one was the ghost sealing box. Putting down the ghost sealing box, Gu Hai slowly unfolded the bamboo scroll. Heavenly Yin City. Bai Ming Shou waved his hand, and hundreds of chains shot up into the sky, instantly restraining hundreds of sages. A group of Deqian's soldiers stepped forward, raised their swords, and beheaded all of them as a warning to others. For a moment, Heavenly Yin City fell silent, and all the people opened their mouths wide. Was this the arrogant sage from before? He had been slapped in the face by Mr. Good time and time again, and now he dared to insult His Holiness? He was simply courting death this time. Insulting Mr. Good was just a slap in the face by Mr. Good. Insulting His Holiness was the same as beheading in public. The cultivators from all over the world were also stunned. Dai Qianqing had gone, and Long Zhanghua had gone. He was really daring. Emperor, is Dai Qianqing going? How dare he? One of Emperor Kong's subordinates said in horror. That was a sage, the messenger of heaven. How could he kill him just like that? Even if the emperor of the great Qian dynasty did not do it personally, Bai Ming Shou must have been instructed by the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. It seems that I guessed right. Even without Gu Hai's Tao Te Ching, Daqiansheng could get enough recommendation talismans. Emperor Kong narrowed his eyes. At the Qing Emperor's place. Emperor, you said that Daqiansheng was prepared to use force. If Gu Hai couldn't get the recommendation talismans, he would force the 3 holy lands to hand them over. That was Taishang, Tai Chu, and the future Buddha. How dared Daqiansheng? The king of elixirs' eyelids twitched. He did. But fortunately, Gu Hai won first place and bought a lot of time for Long Zhonghua. The Qing Emperor said in a low voice. What do you mean by a lot of time? The king of elixirs asked curiously. It extended the time he was discovered by heaven. He could do a lot of things during this time. The Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Long Wan, you stared at Long Zhonghua. Old man, you really dared? Not far away, Taishang's disciple's expression changed drastically. The future Buddha put his palms together and his face darkened. Killing the divine servants? Is he trying to rebel? Tai Chu's expression changed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. The 10,000 sages in the sky also felt a chill. Who would have thought that Daqiansheng would kill them just like that? Moreover, after killing them, the heavenly souls of the 100 sages were all destroyed. There was something wrong with the sabers of those soldiers. What are you doing? Long Zhonghua, what are you doing? Why did you kill them? The sages' expressions changed. Daqiansheng ignored the sages. Instead, he looked at the tightly shut doors of the sacred hall of Wendao. Boom! Right at this moment, the door of the sacred hall of Wendao exploded open, and black water surged out from within like a torrent. When the black water came out, it did not fall on the square. Instead, it suddenly dyed the righteous aura in the sky black. Rolling black clouds surrounded Heavenly Ean's city from all directions. It's done. His Holiness. Bai Ming-shou shouted excitedly. Daqiansheng also showed a satisfied smile. The first step is done. Next, there's a fierce battle. Let's start preparing. Yes, the Daqiansheng officials answered. Of course, only a few people understood. Most people did not understand what was going on. You want to rebel? Long Zhonghua, do you want to learn from old man Guanxi and go against the heavens? A sage suddenly shouted. Quick, inform the heavens that there is a rebellion in the world. Quick, the sages of the sky said anxiously. Then, one by one, they began to pray as if they wanted to send their voices to the heavens. You want to inform the heavens now? It's too late. Daqiansheng snorted. You're just a bunch of dogs. I wanted to keep you alive, but you don't know what's good for you. Bai Ming-shou snorted and waved his sleeves. Whoosh! In the void, an overwhelming number of chains suddenly appeared and whizzed toward the sages of the sky. It was as if they were going to capture all the sages of the sky in one fell swoop. The sages of the sky widened their eyes in shock. The people around were also shocked. His Holiness wants to kill all the sages of the sky? How dare you? How dare you? The future Buddha and Tai Chu shouted angrily. Chapter 591. The saints in the sky widened their eyes in shock. The people around were also shocked. His Holiness was going to kill all the saints in the sky. How dare you? How dare you? The future Buddha and Tai Chu yelled angrily. True Lord, help! Buddha, help! One of the leaders of the 2 sacred grounds shouted. The saints instantly found the direction to ask for help and shouted for Tai Chu and the future Buddha. Buzz! Tai Chu stepped forward and waved his hand to take out a scroll. The Tai Chu scripture? In the distance, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. As soon as the Tai Chu scripture appeared, a beam of holy light appeared. Countless angels flew out of the Tai Chu scripture. However, those angels seemed to be just puppets. There was no light in their eyes. The origin of the world starts from Tai Chu. Tai Chu gives birth to all things. One angel after another began to chant the Tai Chu scripture as boundless righteous energy soared into the sky, instantly enveloping all of the saints within it. The chains were all blocked by the puppets in the blink of an eye. The puppets were no match for the chains, but there were too many of them. The saints were unaffected for a while. The disciples of Solar Divine Palace that Tai Chu had brought all flew up with battle intent in their eyes. They grabbed their weapons and flew around Tai Chu, looking at the Emperor of Great Qian coldly. Amateus Buddha, the future Buddha, also stepped forward. His body emitted a dazzling golden light. There was also a scroll in his right hand. There was a huge swastika rune on the scroll. In an instant, shadows of arhats and bodhisattvas flew out of the swastika rune. There were also puppets and stood behind the future Buddha. The Tai Chu scripture? Kongbi narrowed his eyes. The sky is limitless. The time is limitless. Everything is the future. In the vast world, dust is everywhere. All things fall, only the future. Countless puppet bodhisattvas chanted. The surrounding disciples of the Spirit Mountain's holy land also stood behind the future Buddha, their faces filled with fighting spirit. They also protected the saints of the heavens. The absolute beginning and the future Buddha only released their holy light and Buddhist light. However, their subordinates all released their auras. A superpower formed a storm that rushed in all directions of Heavenly Yin City. For a time, under the huge storm, countless people were blown away. Some buildings were even knocked down, and countless children cried. Long Zhanghua, what do you want? Absolute Beginning asked coldly. Amateus Buddha, Daiqianxing, don't you think you've gone too far? The future Buddha said coldly. Daiqianxing glanced at the two of them and sneered. People from the Solar Divine Palace? People from the holy lands of the spiritual mountain? I don't care what you are thinking or why you're doing this. However, this is the celestial heavens, Heavenly Yin City. Countless De Qian citizens live here. If anyone dares to hurt them, they will leave their heads behind as a sacrifice for them, including you, Tai Chu, and your future. What do you want to do? Absolute Beginning and Future's faces darkened. This is my great Qian dynasty. If I want to do something, do I need to report to you? The Emperor of the Great Qian dynasty hollered coldly. But they are servants of the heavens. They are saints. Absolute Beginning shouted. The Emperor of the Great Qian dynasty glanced at Tai Chu coldly. Today, I will break with the heavens. What are you going to do about it? Daiqianxing glared. Absolute Beginning and Future's faces changed. They're just a bunch of puppets. Men shoot. Sima Zongheng shouted. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a large number of arrows rushed into the sky and exploded on the angel and bodhisattva puppets. Whoosh! The puppets exploded, and the chains rushed toward the saints again. True Lord, save us! The saints screamed. Today, I'm going to protect them. Long Zhanghua, what are you going to do about it? Tai Chu glared at Long Zhanghua. His figure flickered and rushed towards the countless chains. Absolute Beginning of Solar Divine Hall. This crown prince is not talented. I hope you can give me some advice. Suddenly, a person behind Long Zhanghua suddenly rushed up to the sky and went straight to Tai Chu. Crown Prince, Dragon Sheniying. Emperor Kong narrowed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Long Shan-ing appeared in front of Tai Chu. Stretching out his hand, he punched towards Tai Chu. Brat, how rude. It is one thing for Long Zhanghua to attack me, but you are not worthy. Absolute Beginning glared and punched at Dragon Sheniying. Dragon Sheniying revealed a ferocious expression as the two fists collided. Boom! The space seemed to tremble under the impact of the punch. However, when Bai Ming-shou waved his hand, the shockwaves did not spread to the people around. The two fists collided, and after a short stalemate, they separated. Absolute Beginning took a step back, and Dragon Sheniying took 5 steps back. It seemed that Dragon Sheniying had lost, but who was Dragon Sheniying? He was Long Zhanghua's son. How could he not lose after one punch? Absolute Beginning's face darkened. Again, Long Sheniying's expression was ferocious as he punched again. Boom! The two fists separated again. Absolute Beginning took a step back, and Dragon Sheniying took 4 steps back. Impossible! Why are you getting stronger? Absolute Beginning's face darkened. Again, Dragon Sheniying shouted. As he spoke, Dragon Sheniying's eyes turned red and a pair of giant, pitch-black wings sprouted from his back. He punched again. The entire Heavenly Yin City shook. Boom! Dragon Shining only took 3 steps back this time. The wings on Dragon Shining's back finally appeared, but they were giant wings made of dragon bones and dragon skin. Dragon Shining spat out 2 giant blood-red fangs from his mouth. A golden energy was being emitted from his body. Roar! Dragon Shining roared and punched at absolute beginning again. Boom! This time, his strength was actually the same as absolute beginnings. The 2 fists were in a deadlock, and neither was willing to back down. Dragon Shining? What kind of secret technique is this? His strength is actually the same as absolute beginnings? Kondi narrowed his eyes. Jiang Qin's body? Dragon Shining cultivated Jiang Qin's body? One of the 4 great zombies, Jiang Qin? Qing Emperor's face changed. Absolute Beginning's expression changed drastically as he looked at Dragon Shining in shock. This wasn't even the strongest Long Zhonghua. At this moment, Long Zhan didn't care about Tai Chu at all. He stared at the black water gushing out of Wen Dao sacred temple. There was more and more of it, covering the sky and covering the earth. It seemed to be wrapping the entire heavenly Yin city. Absolute Beginning? You don't seem to be strong enough. Dragon Shining sneered. A large number of angel puppets flew towards Dragon Shining. Release the arrows. Sima Zongheng shouted. Rumble. A large number of arrows shot into the sky, destroying the puppets. Swoosh! The chains continued, quickly enveloping the sages in the sky. Buddha, save me! The sages in the sky shouted. The future Buddha's face darkened, and he looked like he was about to rush into the sky. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the future Buddha and threw a punch at him. The punch seemed to carry the shadow of a black dragon as it collided with the fist of the future Buddha in a hurry. Boom! There was a loud sound. Heavenly Yin City shook violently again. The figure that threw the punch stopped in his tracks, but the future Buddha took 3 steps back. What? The expressions of countless cultivators changed. That was the future Buddha. How could he be defeated with 1 punch? Even if it was a hurried punch, he shouldn't be defeated like this. Future Buddha, you'd better stay there obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you stay here today, the figure said coldly. Threatening the future Buddha? Countless cultivators looked at the figure in shock. The dragon race's paragon, Ao Tianwang, Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes in the distance. It was indeed Ao Tianwang. He stood in the air, and his powerful aura seemed to be trampling everyone under his feet. A ferocious cry rushed toward the future Buddha. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha was also shocked. He held the Sutra of Future in his hand, but he didn't know how to go forward. Rumble. The chains in the sky tied up all the sages. Boom! With a strong swing, the sages in the sky were thrown down to the square below. Help! True Lord! Buddha, save me! Nearly 10,000 sages shouted anxiously. However, they couldn't withstand a single blow from the countless chains in the sky. They were all tied up and pressed onto the square. Longevity array? Heavenly Yin City is filled with longevity arrays? Kong Di narrowed his eyes in the distance. Rumble. Suddenly, a large number of soldiers appeared in front of the sages in the sky. Long Zhonghua, how dare you? Tai Chu glared at him and roared. Do you think you can call Father's name so casually? Dragon Godding glared at him and roared. Rumble. The powerful force was in a stalemate with Tai Chu. The angels wanted to stop them, but Sima Zongheng and countless powerful archers made them unable to get close. Yihua's expression changed drastically. His father was being suppressed. What should he do? He couldn't go up. In his anxiety, Yihua suddenly saw Gu Hai in the center of the square. Long Wanyu was standing in front of Gu Hai. Long Wanyu? She was the lifeblood of the great Qian dynasty's emperor. If he could restrain Long Wanyu, he would be in an undefeatable position. Come with me. Yihua roared, his eyes widening. Boom! A large number of angels rushed toward Long Wanyu. Yihua was at the front, and he was about to reach Long Wanyu. Behind Long Zhonghua, a sneer suddenly sounded again. You brought this upon yourself. You can't live. Whoosh! Another white figure rushed toward Long Wanyu. It was so fast that Yihua didn't notice it. The white figure was already in front of Long Wanyu and punched at Yihua. Second prince, Long Shunwen? Kongdi's voice came from afar. No. Tai Chu's expression changed. Boom. Long Shunwen's powerful punch landed on Yihua's fist. The powerful force didn't push Yihua back. Instead, Yihua's body exploded into a cloud of blood and disappeared. A peak celestial palace expert exploded with one punch? He didn't even have time to scream. My son. Tai Chu's expression changed drastically. He saw Long Shunwen explode Yihua with one punch and then roared. Roar. Like a super sound wave, it rushed straight at the angel who was rushing down. Ah! The angels immediately screamed, covering their ears as they were sent flying by Long Shunwen's roar. Large amounts of blood seeped out of their ears, as if they had all lost their sense of hearing. Kill the dogs as a sacrifice. Sima Zongheng shouted. Yes. The soldiers on the square shouted. Boom! He raised his hand and swung his saber. The heads of nearly 10,000 saints were sent flying. The saints of the heavens were all killed. From beginning to end, Long Zhongguo's expression did not change even a little. Chapter 592. Kill the dogs as a sacrifice. Sima Zongheng shouted. Yes, sir. The soldiers in the square shouted. Boom! He raised his hand and slashed down. The heads of nearly 10,000 saints were sent flying. The saints of the heavens were all killed. From beginning to end, Long Zhongguo's expression did not change even a little. Ao Tianhuang watched the future Buddha closely. The future Buddha put his hands together and didn't move forward. Since the future Buddha didn't want to go forward, the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas in the sacred ground couldn't. They just glared at Daiqianxing. Taishang entered the sacred hall of One Dao. The disciples of the Taishang sect were anxious. The giant is still inside. What should we do? What is Daiqianxing going to do? Without the giant's command, the disciples of the Taishang sect didn't rush forward. After all, Long Zhongguo had been planning this for a long time. Even a future Buddha and Tai Chu couldn't do anything. What could they do? Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong stood in the crowd. No one said anything. They just looked at Long Zhongguo with a gloomy face. There was anticipation in their eyes. In a restaurant in the distance, Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. Just as the emperor guessed, Long Zhongguo is going to play big this time. My lord, what is Daiqianxing going to do? The subordinates beside him asked worriedly. I don't know. However, he killed 10,000 saints just like that. This shows his determination. I heard that old man Guanxi also killed countless divine servants back then. Lord Tang shook his head. At this moment, the people of Tianyin City were holding their breaths. When the grand competition started half a month ago, the appearance of 10,000 saints made the people breathless. Now, they were all killed by His Holiness? What was he going to do? The surroundings gradually quieted down. Only Tai Chu and the disciples of Solar Divine Palace were furious. The angels covered their ears in pain. Second Crown Prince Long Shunwen's roar had caused them to bleed from their ears, orifices, and even their heads. Clearly, they didn't have much strength left. Long Shunwen, your voice is really loud. You scare me to death. Long Wanyu said with some dissatisfaction. Long Shunwen didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, he looked coldly at Absolute Beginning. Long Shunwen, how dare you kill my son? Absolute Beginning glared at Long Shunwen as if he was about to rush over. Boom! First Crown Prince Long Shun-ing blocked Tai Chu's attack with a punch. Long Zhongguo, do you want to shed all pretense of cordiality with our three holy lands? Tai Chu roared at Long Zhongguo. Long Zhongguo stood on the high platform, coldly looking at Tai Chu. This emperor was the one who invited all of you to the heavenly court for this Thousand Saints conference. So this emperor originally did not want to make a move against any of you. However, this is the heavenly court, and if you don't do as this emperor says, this emperor doesn't mind keeping all of you here. Long Zhongguo said coldly. You! Tai Chu glared at Huang Xiaolong. Shining, move aside. Let him move. If he moves again, this emperor will take his head. Long Zhonghua said indifferently. Yes, sacred father. Long Shunying's figure swayed as he retreated. Tai Chu could finally find Long Shanwan to get his revenge. Tai Chu could now take his revenge. However, Long Zhonghua's killing intent was locked onto Tai Chu. Tai Chu glared at Long Zhonghua, wanted to take a step forward several times, but he stopped himself from doing so. The killing intent in Long Zhonghua's eyes didn't seem to be fake. If Tai Chu dared to make a move, Long Zhonghua would personally kill him. Before coming to Deqian, Tai Chu still thought that Long Zhonghua's strength wasn't much. Even if Long Zhonghua was stronger than him, there was a limit to it. However, just now, Tai Chu's thoughts were shattered. Just a moment ago, that was only Long Zhonghua's son. He couldn't even defeat his son, so how could he talk about Long Zhonghua? After being frozen for a while, Tai Chu didn't move again. Since you don't want to fight, then stand aside. Don't make this emperor angry, Dai Qianxing said coldly. Tai Chu's eyelids twitched. His son was dead, but he couldn't do anything and could only stand aside. Let's go. Tai Chu snorted coldly and turned his head away in humiliation. Boom! Suddenly, a black cloud appeared in front of Tai Chu, blocking his path. What's this? Tai Chu's expression changed. The black cloud was the black water that gushed out of one Dao, sacred temple. At this moment, it had already surrounded Sky Yin City, forming a huge barrier that blocked Tai Chu. Break! Tai Chu punched. Boom! The black cloud trembled slightly, but it didn't break. However, the huge shock wave caused the entire heavenly Yin City to shake violently. This emperor said that no one is allowed to leave. If you don't stay there quietly, this emperor will kill you immediately. Long Zhonghua said coldly. Tai Chu's expression changed, and he looked at Dai Qianxing angrily. Dai Qianxing looked at Tai Chu coldly, murderous intent shooting out of his eyes. Tai Chu's eyelids twitched wildly. He snorted and could only land on the peak of a mountain. Tai Chu calmed down. All the disciples of Solar Divine Palace were confused. At this moment, they didn't dare to say anything. They all flew behind Tai Chu without saying a word. In the restaurant in the distance, Lord Tang looked at Tai Chu in the distance with a cold smile. Evil people will be punished by evil people. You're arrogant in Solar Divine Palace, but you're still like a quail in front of Long Zhonghua. On the other side, Kong Di narrowed his eyes. Black water? This is a longevity path technique, right? This barrier is sealing everything in Sky Yin City to prevent Tai Chu and the future Buddha from going out and informing the heavens? If Dai Qianxing is going to be as heaven-defying as Old Man Guanxi, why won't he let the heavens know? What is he going to do? Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. The future Buddha put his hands together and sighed slightly. Tai Chu was defeated just now because he resisted. Even if he had the reincarnation pool, it was useless. Dai Qianxing was too well prepared this time. While everyone was waiting, His Holiness is almost done, Bai Mingshou said excitedly. Dai Qianxing looked at the one Dao sacred palace in the sky and remained silent. Black water surged out of the gate of the one Dao sacred palace. No one could see what was inside, while everyone was waiting. With a super loud sound, the giant Wen Dao sacred palace suddenly exploded into countless pieces by the black water. The black water covered the sky and spread in all directions. A black chain suddenly flew out of the black water. Whoosh, whoosh. As the chain shook, one end of it suddenly rushed towards the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. His Holiness is coming. Bai Mingshou was excited. Boom! The emperor of the Great Qian dynasty reached his hand out and grabbed the chain tightly. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 17 huge black chains flew out and rushed toward Dai Qianxing. The emperor of the Great Qian dynasty still grabbed him. Walala! The chains rattled. Dai Qianxing's eyes flashed with excitement. Long Zhan shouted loudly, and his hand suddenly pulled. The black water around the chains suddenly exploded and shrouded Tianyin City. Of the 18 chains, one end was grabbed by Long Zhan, and the other end was connected to a black hole, a rotating black hole. Black hole? What is that black hole? The chains are pulling the black hole? His Holiness is pulling the black hole down? Isn't that the one Tao sacred palace? Why is it a black hole? Countless commoners were at a loss. Tai Chu, the future Buddha, the Qing emperor, and Emperor Kong's expressions changed. Long Zhonghua, why you want to pull the human Tao mystic realm down by force? What are you doing? Tai Chu exclaimed. Amateus Buddha, esteemed Daiqianxing, the human Tao mystic realm is the human Tao reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth. Where can you pull it? Unless you have the immortal dome, there's nowhere you can put it. The future Buddha put his palms together and shook his head. No, the immortal dome? Long Zhonghua, did he? Qing Emperor's expression changed. In the distance, Zhan Long waved his hand, and a white bubble appeared in his palm. He put the 18 chains in his hand into the bubble. Suddenly, there seemed to be a monstrous force in the bubble. It pulled the chains, and a great force went straight to the black hole in the sky. Rumble. In an instant, the black hole shook as if it was pulled down by a monstrous force. The human Tao reincarnation cycle is moving, pulled by a monstrous force? That's the immortal dome? Qing Emperor paled. Long Zhonghua's immortal dome? He wants to use it to store the human Tao reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth? Emperor Kong raised an eyebrow. Why you? How can you have the immortal dome? That's only a legend. One is born every million years. The last one came down 800,000 years ago, and it's only been born once, just once. Why you have another one? Tai Chu's expression changed. The immortal dome's appearance will bring chaos to the world. 9 out of 10 rooms will be empty, and less than 1/10 of the heavens will survive. Sweat beaded the future Buddha's forehead. Is it really the immortal dome? Esteemed Daiqianxing hit it well. Qing Emperor's eyelids twitched. When he looked at the Long Zhonghua, he suddenly felt a trace of fear. In the dragon warring states, there was a newly born immortal dome. If he incorporates the human Tao reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth, won't heaven be able to do anything to him? Emperor Kong's eyelids twitched. Immortal dome? Immortal dome? How could he have the dragon warring state? No. Absolute Beginning's expression changed drastically as he became extremely anxious. At this moment, Tai Chu no longer had any desire to compete with the Long Zhonghua. Only people like them who had reincarnated for countless years understood how terrifying the immortal dome was. It was a fear that shook the depths of their souls. Ao Tianwang, Dragon Shenying, Long Shunwan, Takashi Ryushin, Sima Zongheng, Baiming Shou, and the others all looked excited. Rumble. Long Zhonghua's immortal dome pulled again. The 18 chains exerted more force, and the black hole in the sky was pulled down a little more. The human Tao reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth was forcibly pulled into the Long Zhonghua's immortal dome. For a moment, it seemed to affect all directions. Even with the life Tao Blackwater barrier around heavenly Yin City, the tremors still spread from the city to all directions. There were no dark clouds. It was like a thunderstorm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Starting from the sky palaces, it exploded in all directions in the Qiansheng celestial empire. And this kind of thunder continued to explode in the divine continent even further away. Before long, the entire world was in the midst of fierce explosions. Tsunamis surged in the 4 seas, like the signs of doomsday. Chapter 593. The Human Tao Secret Realm. The Taishang Dao Juzi and the Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva had disappeared from the human Tao secret realm. Guhai and Bingheim were at a loss. However, Guhai took out a bamboo scroll that Old Man Guanxi had seen from the One Tao Sacred Hall and the Spirit Summoning Hall, and a ghost sealing box that sealed countless evil spirits. Guhai took out the bamboo scroll and read it carefully. The Merciful and Compassionate Rokudo Shin Kuan. Guhai raised an eyebrow when he saw the title. The Merciful and Compassionate Rokudo Shin Kuan? Who was Rokudo Shin Kuan? Although the words were simple, they were full of praises. Your Majesty, this is Rokudo Shin Kuan? Who is he? It says that wherever Rokudo Shin Kuan goes, he saves people and is merciful and compassionate. As long as Rokudo Shin Kuan comes, the world can be easily solved. Wherever Rokudo Shin Kuan goes, there is no trace of disaster, and the world is peaceful. The people live and work in peace? Bingheim said in confusion. Guhai frowned and nodded. He was also confused. This should be 800,000 years old. Look at the age. It should be 800,000 years ago. This Rokudo Shinkuin is amazing. Wherever he goes, all the sacred grounds and heavenly dynasties welcome him. All the suffering people want Rokudo Shinkuin to come. In the end, all the people in the world praise Rokudo Shinkuin and are grateful to Rokudo Shinkuin. Every day, they pray for Rokudo Shinkuin. Bingheim said curiously. Yes, Rokudo Shinkuin. Guhai narrowed his eyes and nodded. Bingheim didn't know, but Guhai knew because Daiqianxing had personally explained this world to him. The master of this world was the immortal of the six paths. He was the heavens. The immortal of the six paths? Perhaps it was this so-called Rokudo Shinkuin. Long Zhonghui said that the immortal of the six paths was the heavens, and this world was his. He could be anyone or anything. Perhaps it was the immortal of the six paths who played with the world. 800,000 years ago, speaking of which, I read in the ancient records of Solar Palace. That year, the three sacred grounds officially became the three most prosperous sacred grounds in the world. It seems that there was a great calamity 800,000 years ago. I can't remember clearly, but it seems that after the calamity, blood flowed like rivers and 90% of the people in the world died. Bingheim recalled. Oh, what did you say? There was a great calamity 800,000 years ago, and after the calamity, 90% of the people in the world died? Guhai was puzzled. Yes, it might be more than that. It seems that many races were completely wiped out. But I've looked through a lot of records, but there is no record of that great calamity. This is only one of the records I read at that time. Perhaps it was a mistake, but it is indeed 800,000 years ago. Bingheim frowned. Great calamity? 90% of the people died? What did that mean? Guhai naturally understood. Even an entire world war would not be so tragic. Countless races were wiped out. Wasn't the immortal of the six paths at that time? The immortal of the six paths traveled the world, saving people from trouble and showing great compassion. Could it be that because of him, the people saw hope and calmed the chaos in the world? Guhai looked at the scroll in front of him with a trace of doubt. Great compassion Rokudo Shinkuin. Maybe it was true. In that case, this bamboo scroll was of no use to him. Useless? No. Guhai's pupils suddenly shrank. There were so many ancient scrolls in the temple of Wendao. Why did the old man Guanxi choose this scroll, which was full of flattery? The article was indeed beautifully written, catchy, and contained a great sense of happiness. However, in the end, it was just an article to flatter. Old man Guanxi wouldn't be so bored as to read this, right? Guhai was silent for a while and carefully read the article again. There was nothing else except for praising the immortal of the six paths. Was there anything else? Your Majesty, this Rokudo Shinkuin might be an expert from Holy Land. Unfortunately, no one knows about his holy land. Although there is such a beautiful article praising him, everything has become history. It has been 800,000 years. Unfortunately, it has become a lump of yellow soil. Bingheim said with a wry smile. Wait, what did you say? Guhai raised his eyebrows and looked at Bingheim. I said, it has become a lump of yellow soil. Bingheim was puzzled. No, the first sentence. Guhai seemed to have caught something. I said, this Rokudo Shinkuin might be an expert from a holy land. Bingheim did not finish her sentence. An expert from a holy land? Rokudo Shinkuin? Guhai's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Your Majesty? What did I say wrong? Bingheim was puzzled. However, Guhai's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. This article was called The Merciful Rokudo Shinkuin. Why was it not called The Merciful Immortal of the Six Paths? Was it not the immortal of the six paths who turned into a mortal and wandered the world, saving people from suffering? What a joke. If the heavens were so merciful, why didn't the heavens show mercy when so many people were dying and suffering every day? Instead, the heavens were heartless and treated the common people as dogs. Why did the heavens show mercy 800,000 years ago? The heavens showed mercy once, and the whole world praised it? What was he doing? Bribing the whole world? Guhai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Bingham had said that the three holy lands had completely risen 800,000 years ago. Had they existed since ancient times? During the Thousand Saints Assembly, the 10,000 saints were basically from the three holy lands. Clearly, the heavens were biased towards the three holy lands. In other words, the heavens were looking out for the three holy lands. Since the heavens were looking out for them, why did the three holy lands only rise 800,000 years ago? Could it be that something had happened 800,000 years ago that caused the heavens to look out for the three holy lands? The other holy lands had already reached their limit of tens of thousands of years and disappeared completely. But the three holy lands are still alive and kicking. 800,000 years ago, the world was empty and there was a great calamity? Could it be? Guhai had a scary thought in his mind. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Is there anything different about this article? Bingham looked at Guhai's expression and looked at the bamboo scroll in confusion. He couldn't see anything terrifying on the bamboo slips. Guhai's eyelids twitched. Maybe that Rokudo Shinkuin was really Rokudo Shinkuin in the past. But was it just a great battle 800,000 years ago? Guhai firmly believed that there was no such thing as love or hate for no reason. Why did Rokudo Shinkuin preach to the world so that everyone would love him and be grateful to him? Could it be that Rokudo Shinkuin wasn't Sien back then? Could it be that Sien was someone else? Could it be that Rokudo Shinkuin succeeded in defying the heavens? Kill the heavens and replace them? Have I become the heavens, the master of the immortal firmament, the immortal of the six Daos? Guhai couldn't help but have such a thought. Guhai sucked in a cold breath. If that was the case, then everything made sense. Since Rokudo Shinkuin had become an immortal, he had destroyed all evidence of the calamity 800,000 years ago. All that was left were things from before or after. This article titled Great Compassion and Great Compassion Rokudo Shinkuin was something that someone had praised him for in the past. He did not destroy it. Through this article, Old Man Guanxi could guess the answer as well. Why were the three holy grounds flourishing? Perhaps the immortal of the six Daos had helped them in his heaven-defying battle 800,000 years ago. Was that the merit of the immortal of the six Daos? 9 out of 10 houses in the world were empty and 90% of the living beings were dead. Countless races were wiped out. It should be because the battle back then was so intense that it affected the entire world. It was because all the living beings were caught up in the battle that led to such a calamity. Why was the immortal of the six Daos saving lives and being so compassionate? He was bribing all the living beings in the world so that they could help him defy the heavens. At the very least, the entire world would give him boundless sentiments, and one strand of sentiments would be one merit. 129,600 merit points would be one origin fate number, boundless fate number, and boundless destiny. As long as he opened his mouth, he could mobilize the power of all living beings in the world. At the very least, he could mobilize the power of all living beings who were grateful to him. Define the heavens? Perhaps it was not impossible. At the very least, it seemed to indicate that back then, Rokudo Shinkuin succeeded in killing the heavens, seized the position of the heavens, and became the immortal of the six Daos. The immortal of the six Daos. Your Majesty, why can't I see anything different about this article? What did you see? Bingham asked curiously. Guhai took a deep breath and calmed down. He shook his head and said, No, nothing. I might be thinking too much. Huh? Bingham was confused. Boom. Guhai flipped his hand and punched the bamboo slip. In an instant, the bamboo slip turned into dust. Your Majesty, why did you destroy the bamboo slip? The bamboo slip is useless now. It can't appear again. Bingham, remember this. You didn't see anything just now. We didn't see anything on the bamboo slip. Guhai said solemnly. Although she didn't know what Guhai meant, Bingham didn't think the contents of the bamboo slip were dangerous at all. There was no big secret. It was just a bunch of flattery. Did she have to pay attention to that? However, since Guhai had spoken, Bingheim chose to listen to Guhai. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I didn't see anything just now. Bingheim nodded. Guhai smiled faintly and nodded. In his hand was a ghost sealing box. Although the ghost inside had been sucked dry by Long Zhong's black ball, Guhai was still curious. The second palace of the human Dao secret realm? It was called the Soul Summoning Palace. Why were there thousands of coffins in the Soul Summoning Hall? He didn't have time to see what kind of corpses were inside. Why did the heavens put them there? He definitely didn't have time to check the coffins in the hall. Only the ghost sealing box was there. In the eyes of Taishang and the others, it was just a box to seal ghosts. However, Guhai guessed that there must be a purpose for it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be placed there. Moreover, since Taishang and the others wanted to harm him, it meant that they knew what the ghost sealing box was. They had opened it before, so evil ghosts must have escaped. Why was there another evil ghost in it when it was opened again? Could it be that the ghost sealing box was the evil ghost that the Soul Summoning Hall wanted to summon? Guhai looked at the box carefully for a while, but looked ordinary. He couldn't see what material it was made of, but it was extremely hard. There was no ghost in it now. It was just an empty box. Guhai took a deep breath and carefully held it in his hand. He would study it later. Your Majesty, are we still going to chase after Taishang and the others? Bingheim frowned. Yes, Guhai said with a smile. But where did they go? We don't know. Bingheim was confused. They must have split up. One is in this direction, and the other is in that direction. Guhai pointed in two directions. Ah, Your Majesty, why? Bingheim was stunned. Look at the grass on the ground. Is it wrinkled? Guhai said with a smile. Chapter 594. The Human Path Mystic Realm. Because of the divine light ball, the spirit was like a physical body. When it stepped on the grass, there were some wrinkles. Guhai and Bingheim followed one of the wrinkles and chased after it. Your Majesty, why did Taishang and the rest split up? Bingheim asked with a frown. I don't know. However, we have to be careful later. The divine soul body is only the condensation of 3 souls. Although it still has a connection with the 7 physical souls in the physical body, the power it can use is pitifully small. I have not cultivated to the point where I can open a heavenly palace, much less temper my 3 souls. You and I are much weaker than the Grand Supreme and the others, unless we use magic treasures, Guhai said while shaking his head. If we fight, will we? Bingheim asked worriedly. Normally, although we are weak, we will not die, Guhai said solemnly. Why? Bingheim was puzzled. In the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty, the Divine Blood Army did not die. Logically speaking, as long as the physical body is unharmed, the spirit body will not die in the Human Path Mystic Realm. Guhai said solemnly. Huh? Bingheim was slightly taken aback. Let's go, Guhai said solemnly. The two of them quickly chased after the purple bamboo bodhisattva. It was none other than the purple bamboo bodhisattva. The two of them ran for a while. Suddenly, Guhai and Bingheim paused. Guhai saw a figure in front of them. No, it should be a ghost. It was a blue, transparent ghost. It was a ghost that looked like a scholar. When Guhai and Bingheim saw the scholar also saw Guhai and Bingheim. Sage, I am Su Chenwen. Greetings to the 2 sages. The scholar was excited and bowed respectfully. Oh, you called us saints? Guhai asked in confusion. The scholar glanced at the 2 of them again. Both of you are shrouded in holy light. You should be participating in the 1,000 Sage Assembly, right? This little one has heard of it. Guhai and Bingheim were indeed emitting a different blue light. You've heard of it? Guhai asked curiously. 1,000 years ago, a saint entered this place and even went to Reincarnation City. There, he left behind a super chess record. Legend has it that the saint's body also had a holy light like yours. The scholar said excitedly. Old man Guanxi. Bingheim's expression changed. That sage seems to be called Guanxi, the scholar said excitedly. Can I trouble you to bring me to Reincarnation City? Guhai smiled. Your Majesty, we can't, Bingheim said worriedly. The grass in front of them was still there. They couldn't continue to follow them. Guhai shook his head. They couldn't follow them anymore. From the appearance of the first ghost, it meant that there would be more and more ghosts. At that time, there would be too many ghosts, and it would be easy to lose them. However, if they knew where Old Man Guanxi had been, they might be able to gain a lot. Of course. 2 sages, please, the scholar said excitedly. Thank you. But I don't know why you are here. Shouldn't you be in the netherworld? Gu Hai asked in confusion. The scholar smiled bitterly. Those who enter the netherworld are earthly souls. We are human souls. Human souls? Don't human souls stay in the graveyard to protect their descendants? Bingheim asked curiously. The scholar nodded. That's right. I have been guarding the entrance of the graveyard for 300 years before I entered this place. Oh, sage, you should know that we are guarding the entrance of the graveyard to absorb the energy of the path and turn it to benefit our descendants. However, the existence of our descendants is the reason why we can stay in the world of the living. Otherwise, the scorching sun, wind, rain, and all kinds of heaven and earth phenomena are melting us. We can survive because of the power of our descendants. However, when our bloodline is gone, we won't be in the world of the living for long. The scholar smiled bitterly. Oh, the entrance of the graveyard in the world of the living? You will come here when you dissipate? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Yes, when the bloodline of our descendants is gone, we will enter this world. Either our corpses are gone, or we will die without a burial place, without a grave, a corpse, and so on. We will dissipate and come here, the scholar explained. Bingheim was puzzled, but Gu Hai's eyes lit up. After Chen Xian died, Gu Hai wanted to revive her the most. However, he was worried that it would be too late if the 3 souls dissipated. Now, even if the human souls dissipated, they could still come here. This was great news. Then what are you doing here? Bingheim asked curiously. When we come here, the heavens seem to have replenished our human souls with a force. We can see our physical bodies. We are in this world, digging 3 feet into the ground to look for anything unusual. We can live up to 300 years. The scholar explained. Oh, after 300 years, we will completely dissipate into fragments, just like those in the sky. The scholar looked at the sky. Gu Hai and Bingheim looked at the sky again, but they saw countless blue lights in the rolling clouds. The sky was full of divine souls. Those are divine soul fragments? Bingheim was surprised. Yes, the souls of ordinary people like us have a lifespan of 300 years. However, if we perform well, the judge will reward us with things that can increase our lifespan. However, when we come here, we will slowly weaken. When we reach the end, we will turn into fragments and return to the heavens. Of course, if we kill each other and shatter our own bodies, we could die earlier. The scholar explained. What are the divine soul fragments in the sky for? Gu Hai was puzzled. I don't know. The scholar shook his head. In the sky, rolling dark clouds swirled the countless divine soul fragments into the black hole in the center. The scholar bit his lips and said, That black hole is like a big mouth. I have a feeling that once we die, we will be completely gone. Then, we will be devoured by the black hole in the sky. Don't worry, that might not be the case. Gu Hai comforted him. I have embarrassed myself in front of the sage. The scholar smiled bitterly. The group continued walking. After crossing 3 mountains, Gu Hai suddenly saw a huge city in the distance. The city was blue in color. On the city gate, the words Reincarnation City were engraved. Groups of ghosts were queuing up to enter the city. What are those ghosts doing? Bingheim asked curiously. They are here to submit a mission. If they find anything unusual or special in this world, no matter what they find, as long as there is something, there will be a reward. Look, there are countless judges over there. They are in charge of recording. The scholar explained. Oh, looking for anything unusual in this world? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, the judges will analyze whether the records are useful or not. Today, I can bring 2 sages here. It is my fortune. I can also receive a 1-year longevity pill. The scholar said happily. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai and Bingheim followed the scholar into the group of ghosts. When the ghosts saw Gu Hai, they were shocked. Sage? Another sage? Quickly inform the judges. Inform, the Reincarnation King. The ghosts looked at the scholar with excitement and jealousy. Guhai's 3 souls walked to where the judges were. "Judge, I found 2 sages and brought them here. Can you give me a reward?" The scholar asked expectantly. The judge held a scroll in his hand and shot a white light at the scholar. Immediately, the judge looked at the scroll and said, "Su Chengwen, 36 years ago, you entered the human Dao secret realm. You did well. You can receive a 10-year longevity pill." "Thank you, Judge," the scholar said excitedly. He thought that it would only increase his lifespan by 1 year. He didn't expect the judge to be so generous and give him a 10-year one. "He knows you?" Bingheim was surprised. "The judge sees countless ghosts every day." "How could he know me?" "It is because the judge has the Mortal Soul Book. It records all the souls that entered this world," the scholar explained excitedly. The judge handed over a black pill to Chinyi. Amidst the envious gazes of countless ghosts, the scholar swallowed it in one gulp. "Mortal Soul Book?" Guhai squinted his eyes. At this time, the judge turned to look at Guhai and Bingheim and smiled. The judges who were in charge of recording the information of the other ghosts surrounded them. Moreover, they summoned a large number of weapon-wielding ghosts from the city. "Are the 2 sages who participated in the 1,000-Sage Conference?" The judge looked at Guhai with a smile. Guhai squinted his eyes. At the side, Bingji also frowned as she watched more and more ghost soldiers surround them. "That's right," Guhai said in a low voice. "Ha ha ha ha. I have to make a great contribution. The 2 of you, please take them down." The judge stared and laughed sinisterly. "What?" the scholar exclaimed. "Su Chengwen, you did well. Do you know why I gave you the 10-year longevity pill? You have helped me. Ha ha ha. The Reincarnation King has just issued a bounty, and you are now in my hands. Let's see how you can escape this time," the judge said excitedly. "Huh." Suddenly, a large number of ghost soldiers pointed their spears at Guhai and Bingheim. In the Reincarnation City, a man in a black dragon robe was accompanying the purple bamboo Bodhisattva. "Bodhisattva, look, this is the chessboard left behind by old man Guanxi. I don't know what to do with it, but I can't get close to it." The man in the dragon robe pointed at a huge square in front of him. There was a huge chessboard on the square. Layers of white fog were floating on the chessboard. The purple bamboo Bodhisattva squinted his eyes at the chessboard. As he looked at it, he felt dizzy. "Reincarnation King, you have worked hard this time. Did old man Guanxi say anything back then?" the purple bamboo Bodhisattva asked in confusion. The Reincarnation King shook his head. "No. Oh, right, I think he said, 'Unfortunately, it's too late.' Then he left. I have found so many human souls to solve this chessboard, but none of them could." Just as the purple bamboo Bodhisattva and the Reincarnation King were studying the chessboard. Report. Suddenly, a judge rushed in from afar. The Reincarnation King raised his eyebrows and looked at him coldly. "Didn't I say not to disturb me?" Reporting to the Reincarnation King, "We've captured the 2 sages that were just put up a bounty. Both of them have been captured," the judge said excitedly. "You caught them? So fast." The Reincarnation King was stunned. "Guhai, Bingheim, you found me so fast?" "Umph, it's good that you found me. Let's see how you can escape this time," the purple bamboo Bodhisattva said with a ferocious expression. Chapter 595. A group of ghost soldiers escorted Guhai and Bingheim to Reincarnation City. Previously, when the group of ghost soldiers came, Bingheim was ready to make a move, but she was stopped by Guhai. Bingheim immediately understood Guhai's meaning. She pretended to be defeated by the ghost soldiers and was escorted here. "Ha ha! The sage of the 1,000-Sage Assembly? That's nothing." The judge who ordered the capture of Guhai laughed happily. "Judge Liu, this time, the king will definitely reward you heavily. Maybe he will give you 1,000-year yuan dan?" a judge said excitedly. "Ha ha ha!" Judge Liu was happy. "Judge Liu, the king wants you to bring the 2 thieves to the chess pool." The judge who went to report earlier immediately came to report. "Let's go." Judge Liu responded excitedly. Guhai and Bingheim looked at each other and smiled. Reincarnation City was very big. Guhai walked for an hour before arriving at the so-called chess pool. The chess pool was like the football field Gu Hai saw in the past. There were a lot of high platforms around, and in the center was a huge field with a huge board of Go. The surrounding high platforms were filled with ghosts who heard the news and came here. Each of them was wearing official robes, as if they were very noble among the ghosts. On the north platform, a group of ghost officials were standing respectfully. They were bowing to a man wearing a dragon robe sitting on the dragon throne. Greetings to the king, greetings to the lords. These two thieves, this subordinate has brought them here. I found them outside the city and immediately caught them. Judge Liu immediately bowed to the man wearing the dragon robe excitedly. On the surrounding high platforms, countless ghost officials were talking about the two of them. Who is in the chess pool? The king coldly shouted. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Reincarnation King, you sent people to put a bounty on me. How could you not know who I am? How dare you? The surrounding ghost officials shouted angrily. Gu Hai smiled coldly, not afraid. Humph, you are that Gu Hai? The one who obtained first place in the Thousand Sage Assembly and defeated all the sages of the chess Dao. Gu Hai. The Reincarnation King said coldly. Oh, I wonder, how did the Reincarnation Sovereign know of me? Gu Hai asked with a frown. How would this king know about you? Do I still need to report to you? The Reincarnation King coldly said. Gu Hai sneered. Since you are unparalleled in the art of chess, why don't you show me what this game of chess is about? The Reincarnation King said solemnly. The chessboard left by Old Man Guanxi? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. You don't need to know who left them behind. All you need to know is that you only have 3 souls left. Your strength is so weak that you can't even stand up to a gust of wind. Just a few of my ghost soldiers here can make you beg for death. The Reincarnation King coldly said. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the chessboard carefully. Your Majesty, can this brat solve Old Man Guanxi's chessboard? Someone at the side whispered to the Reincarnation King. After so many years, no ghost has been able to solve it. We can only count on him. Besides, she said, I heard that Gu Hai defeated all the sages of the chess Dao this time. The Reincarnation King said. Gu Hai did not continue arguing with the Reincarnation King. This was because Gu Hai also wanted to see how the chessboard was. Without a doubt, it was definitely left behind by Old Man Guanxi in the past. Gu Hai carefully looked at the chessboard. This chessboard was not very complicated. It was far inferior to the 29-line pair world chess game. After looking at it for a while, Gu Hai frowned. Your Majesty, is this a message left behind by Old Man Guanxi on the chessboard? Bingheim asked softly. The chessboard is very scattered. It looks like a map. Gu Hai said with a frown. A map? Bingheim revealed some shock. That's right. Furthermore, it seems to be pointing to a certain direction, Gu Hai said, feeling curious. However, why can't this subordinate see it? He shifted the chessboard, Gu Hai said. What is shifting the chessboard? It is when the entire chessboard moves a few squares in a certain direction. Although this chessboard has 19 lines, Old Man Guanxi played a Go game with 29 lines. He shifted the entire chessboard by 10 positions, Gu Hai said with a smile. Shifted by 10 positions? Where did he shift it to? How do we find him? It's very simple. When Old Man Guanxi played Go, the first stone was Tianyuan. As long as we reverse the chessboard and find the position of the first stone, we will know where the chessboard moved, Gu Hai said. That's simple? Simple? It's not simple. Old Man Guanxi used this chessboard to point to a certain location. I don't know what it is, but seeing how careful Old Man Guanxi is, it must be something extremely precious. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Quickly speak. Where is it? Where is it? The Reincarnation Sovereign immediately stood up excitedly from his throne. Bring the map over. Gu Hai called out. Quick, quick, quick. Immediately, a ghost official brought over a huge map. With Reincarnation City as the center, it covered a huge area. Gu Hai quickly speak. Where is it? What is it? The Reincarnation Sovereign said excitedly. Gu Hai compared the map and revealed a satisfied smile. Many thanks for the Reincarnation Sovereign's guidance, Gu Hai said with a smile. Quickly speak. Where is it? The Reincarnation Sovereign called out. The surrounding ghost officials also looked at Gu Hai excitedly. Gu Guhai faintly smiled and shook his head. How dare you? The king is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? Judge Liu, who was escorting Guhai, said with a glare. Old man Guanxi used the chessboard to set up the map. This means that it is for those who understand chess to see and not for everyone to see. Everyone, please don't think about it. Reincarnation sovereign, let's talk about who leaked my information. Or should I say, you should let her come out. Guhai said with a smile. Impudent. Guhai, do you believe that I won't whip you to death? Judge Liu glared. While speaking, a long whip appeared in Judge Liu's hand. With a swing of the whip, he lashed at Guhai. Judge Liu's soul-seizing whip. One whip is enough to take away half of his life. A ghost soldier whispered in the distance. Ha! The whip lashed at Guhai, but it was caught by Bingheim in midair. And, smelly girl, you dare block me? Originally, I wanted to ask the king for you to be his concubine. Now, see if I don't kill you. Judge Liu glared and roared. Humph, reckless thing. Bingheim coldly snorted. She gently flicked her hand. A burst of cold air instantly gushed out from her fingers. Ka, 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 ka. Along the whip, it quickly froze. Judge Liu was shocked. In the blink of an eye, Judge Liu was frozen into an ice sculpture. What? The surrounding judge's complexion changed. Ka, 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 ka. Judge Liu's body suddenly froze and cracked. The next moment, it exploded in all directions, turning into fragments and dissipating into thin air. Wisps of blue ghost fragments soared into the sky. Impudent! The surrounding judges and ghost soldiers shouted. Suddenly, a large number of ghost soldiers rushed toward the two. Do you really think that the Emperor and I were escorted here by you? Bingheim coldly said. While speaking, Bingheim stretched out her hand. A burst of white cold air instantly rushed in all directions. Boom! The void suddenly turned cold, as if it was snowing like goose feathers. Wherever the white cold air passed, the ghost soldiers were instantly frozen into ice like Judge Liu. The next moment, they instantly burst into pieces, exploding in all directions. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of ghost soldiers were destroyed by Bingheim, just like that. On the other side, the Reincarnation King's expression changed. He seemed to want to quietly escape. Guhai looked up at the Reincarnation King. Reincarnation King, you better not move. However, the Reincarnation King's expression froze, and his figure stopped. Come, take them down, take them down. The Reincarnation King roared. The three souls didn't store much power. We didn't store much power, and your power shouldn't be much either, right? Huh. Guhai coldly laughed as he walked toward the Reincarnation King step by step. Rumble. A large number of ghost soldiers rushed toward Guhai and Bingheim. Guhai stepped forward, ignoring them. Bingheim waved her hand, and the snow in the void became heavier and heavier. Any ghost that came into contact with the snow was frozen to death. Go, 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 quickly! The group of ghost officials shouted. However, Bingheim was in a domain of ice and snow. No ghost could get close. Your Majesty, they are indeed weak. They're just ordinary ghosts. This subject was bestowed with ice essence by your Majesty in the past, and I can bring it with me this time. I can help your Majesty open a path. Bingheim said excitedly. Guhai ignored her and walked toward the Reincarnation King step by step. Come quickly, capture these two thieves for me. The Reincarnation King shouted with a trace of fear. World of ice and snow. Explode whoever comes. Bingheim said coldly. Rumble. A large number of ghosts still rushed over, but the moment they entered the chessboard, they were frozen and exploded. In the blink of an eye, they turned into broken souls. Wherever Bingheim went, there was no invincible. Guhai walked in front, but he slowly walked toward the Reincarnation King. The Reincarnation King revealed a terrified expression. What are you guys doing? I was arranged by the heavens to be the Reincarnation King. Arranged by the heavens? That's good. After you die, the heavens will definitely arrange a new Reincarnation King, right? Guhai slowly walked closer. The ghost officials in the surroundings had already fled, covering their heads. In the blink of an eye, only the Reincarnation King was left facing Guhai. Saint, please spare me. please spare me. I'm also possessed. Someone sent me a letter saying that you can solve Old Man Guanchi's chessboard. I am the one who is possessed. Spare me, spare me. The reincarnation king immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Guhai frowned slightly. Was this the reincarnation king who commanded millions of ghosts? He knelt down just like that? Someone like you? The heavens let you become the leader of the ghosts? Guhai frowned. Disbelief flashed in his eyes. No. In the past, there were 10,000 reincarnation kings. But later on, the rest died mysteriously. Hence, I am the only reincarnation king. The reincarnation king said in horror. Died mysteriously? Someone helped you kill them, right? Someone from the 3 Holy Lands? Guhai sneered. The reincarnation king's expression changed. Guhai seemed to have guessed it. All right, I won't speak nonsense with you. Earlier, on the way here, I heard from the judges that their mortal soul books are only copies. The original copies are in your hands. Give me the mortal soul books, and I'll find a ghost. After I'm done, I'll return it to you, Guhai said indifferently. Mortal soul book? No, the heavens don't allow outsiders to touch it. Otherwise, I will. The reincarnation king immediately exclaimed. Before he finished speaking, Guhai's expression turned gloomy. Do you want me to make a move? Bingheim coldly asked. Bingheim stretched out her hand. Cold chi gushed out as she grabbed the reincarnation king. Don't. I will give it to you. I will give it to you. The reincarnation king said bitterly. Chapter 596. Don't. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. The reincarnation king said bitterly in horror. Guhai stared at the reincarnation king. The reincarnation king extended his hand, and a mirror appeared in his palm. The words human soul thin were written on the mirror. Guhai received it. The reincarnation king wanted to say something, but Bingheim's cold gaze made him swallow his words. Unfortunately, the moment the human soul thin reached Guhai's hand, the words on it disappeared. How do I activate this? Guhai asked. Only I can use this. Because I am the reincarnation king chosen by the heavens. The human soul thin only recognizes me. The reincarnation king said softly. Guhai stared at the reincarnation king for a while. Then he handed the human soul thin to the reincarnation king. Find me a human soul, Guhai said. Sage, please speak. The reincarnation king said respectfully. Her name is Chun Sien She should have died in the past 20 years. Help me investigate. Guhai's eyes flashed with a trace of the Tao of chess. Chun Sien The reincarnation king was slightly stunned. Then he nodded. Closing his eyes, the reincarnation king activated the human soul thin in his hand. Buzz! The thin layer of human soul trembled slightly, and then a colorful halo suddenly rippled out from within the thin layer of human soul. Then, thousands of small dots appeared. You found her. Guhai's eyes flashed with anticipation. I found her. The reincarnation king was slightly stunned. Really? Guhai suddenly showed joy on his face. Yes. However, there are 3,642 Chun Sien in the past 20 years who entered this world. Moreover, they're all over this world. The reincarnation king showed a bitter expression. 3,642? Their names and personalities? No matter what, go and find them immediately. Also, don't hurt her. If she is wronged, I will hold you responsible. Guhai glared. Yes. I will immediately send the ghost soldiers over. The reincarnation king immediately replied. Guhai nodded. The reincarnation king quickly summoned the ghost soldiers from all directions. Very soon, a large number of ghost soldiers and judges entered the square. The reincarnation king immediately found the 3,642 judges and used the copies of their souls to mark the location of a ghost. He then ordered them to bring the ghost soldiers over. Guhai was watching from the very beginning. This continued until all of the infernal judges and ghostly soldiers had been dispatched. Sage, you see, this will still require some time. Why don't you rest in my reincarnation city? The reincarnation king tried to curry favor with Qin Wentian. Your Majesty, Bingheim looked at Gu Hai. No need. I happen to have something to do. I'll be back in a few days. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh, good, good, as you wish. The reincarnation king lowered his head and bowed. Gu Hai found 2 ghost capes in the reincarnation city and put them on. No holy light could be seen from them. Under the respectful escort of the reincarnation king and a large number of judges, the 2 stepped out of the reincarnation city and disappeared from the sight of the ghosts. Looking at Gu Hai's disappearing back, the reincarnation king's previously bowed expression instantly turned cold. Oomph. With a cold snort, the reincarnation king looked at Gu Hai in the distance with resentment. My king, didn't Gu Hai say that he is looking for someone? Why did he leave at this crucial moment? An infernal judge asked curiously. Why did he leave? He can only stay in this world for 10 days. He can't do anything else while waiting for a soul? The reincarnation king said coldly. But didn't they just arrive? Why did he leave? That infernal judge asked curiously. The reincarnation king narrowed his eyes. Before he could say anything, a voice suddenly appeared beside him. Gu Hai should have discovered the secret of Old Man Guanxi's chess game. He went to look for treasures. Purple bamboo bodhisattva? The reincarnation king's face immediately lit up with joy. Reincarnation king, you did well. You didn't betray me at such a critical moment. The purple bamboo bodhisattva said indifferently. Me? How would I dare? The reincarnation king immediately tried to curry favor with the purple bamboo bodhisattva. Gu Hai left. That's good. No matter what treasure he found, he will come back later. At that time, use the treasure to exchange for the person. The purple bamboo bodhisattva said coldly. But that stinky girl's cold chi is really powerful. The reincarnation king said worriedly. That's Bingheim. She has a cold chi treasure. Do you think I don't have a treasure? Just right. Arrange for the ghost soldiers to follow me and set up a fire array. Oomph. The purple bamboo bodhisattva said coldly. Good, good. The reincarnation king immediately said excitedly. Gu Hai and Bingheim left the reincarnation city. Emperor, are we going to the place Old Man Guanxi pointed out? Bingheim asked curiously. Gu Hai shook his head. No matter how precious the treasure Old Man Guanxi pointed out is, it can't be compared to the person I'm looking for. Come, let's go back secretly, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Go back secretly? But we just... Bingheim said worriedly. We are wanted. This means that Taishang, or the person Taishang brought into the human Dao secret realm, has already come into contact with the reincarnation king. Just now, he might be standing beside the reincarnation king. Even if the reincarnation king is so afraid of death, he is still unwilling to expose that person. This shows how much he is afraid of that person. If that's the case, how much truth can he tell us? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Bingheim frowned and nodded. The 2 of them slowly sneaked back to the reincarnation city. From another direction, they arrived at the remote city gate tower of the reincarnation city. Who's there? The ghost soldier on the city gate tower was about to shout something. Chi! Suddenly, Bingheim froze it and it exploded. Be careful, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, I didn't notice it just now. Bingheim smiled bitterly. The 2 of them stepped onto the city gate tower and quickly entered the buildings in the city. The 2 of them walked silently in the city and encountered some ghost soldiers. Bingheim didn't harm the ghost soldiers who cooperated with her. Instead, she used some of the ghost soldiers' ropes to tie them up in some of the main halls. Only those stubborn ghost soldiers would be frozen by Bingheim. Along the way, they interrogated and finally found the reincarnation king again. This time, it was the main hall of the reincarnation city, outside the reincarnation hall. At this moment, a large number of ghost soldiers and judges were stationed there, surrounding the square tightly. The purple bamboo bodhisattva was with the reincarnation king. She saw the reincarnation king holding the human soul sheet with both hands and mumbling something. Then, one ghost shadow after another emerged from the thin layer of human souls. At a corner far away, Bingheim's eyes narrowed. The reincarnation king lied to us. He can teleport the souls of the people in this world here just by using the human soul sheet. But he lied to us and said that he would take a few days to find them. Bingheim's face turned gloomy. Guhai held Bingheim back and told her not to interrupt. He stared at Qin Xian, in the center of the square. Is that the purple bamboo bodhisattva? How did she come in? Bingheim looked at the purple bamboo bodhisattva beside the reincarnation king in surprise. However, Guhai didn't care at all. At this moment, he only had eyes for the group of ghosts that appeared from the human soul sheet. More than 3,000 Qin Xian were teleported here from all directions. At this moment, they looked around in confusion. Where am I? Where am I? Little ghost Qin Xian greets the reincarnation king. Qin Xian, you're also called Qin Xian? I am Qin Xian. There were old women, children, women, and young girls. There were women of all ages. At this moment, all of them were at a loss and in fear. No one is allowed to move. Stand where you are. The ghost soldiers held their weapons and looked at the Qin Xian coldly. The Qin Xian looked around in fear. No, it's not this one. No, it's not all of them. Guhai's eyes flashed with anxiety. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. In the distance, Guhai was anxious. If he couldn't find Qin Xian it would be bad. Your Majesty, is there anyone? Bingheim looked at Guhai and asked worriedly. Just as Bingheim looked at Guhai, Guhai's body suddenly stiffened. His eyes suddenly became blurry and his hands trembled. Guhai's sudden change made Bingheim realize something. She also turned her head to look. She saw a woman wearing a fox fur coat emerging from the ghost soldiers in the distance. The woman was extremely beautiful. The moment she landed, she became the focus of everyone. The other Qin Xian instantly lost their composure in front of her. Many of the ghost soldiers also stared blankly at her. Among the women that Bingheim had seen before, whether it was Long Wan Qin, Fairy Wan Long Wan Yu, or other women, they were all slightly inferior to the ghost in front of her. The only one who could compare to this woman was the giant of the Taishang sect. There was sadness in the woman's eyes, but it was this sadness that made people feel pity for her. Qin Xian, she was the Qin Xian, that the emperor was looking for. Guhai's tear-filled eyes explained everything. Looking at the beautiful Qin Xian, Bingheim suddenly felt ashamed of her inferiority. Looking at Qin Xian, she couldn't even feel a trace of jealousy. But when she looked at Guhai, there was a trace of bitterness. She was the emperor's former wife. The emperor had always kept the position of empress for her. Only such a peerless beauty could be worthy of the emperor, right? Bingheim showed a trace of sadness and bitterness. Bingheim, go over there and attract their attention. Guhai pointed in a direction. Yes, Bingheim replied. Bingheim quietly went into the distance while Guhai quietly moved toward the center of the plaza. In the plaza, when the reincarnation king saw the beautiful Qin Xian, his eyes suddenly widened. Is that her? Purple bamboo bodhisattva narrowed his eyes. No, I don't know. There are still 20 of them. The reincarnation king looked at Qin Xian with some fascination. Hurry up, purple bamboo bodhisattva said in a low voice. Oh, okay. The reincarnation king urged again, and one by one, Qin Xian flew out of the human soul sheet. However, everyone's eyes were fixed on the beautiful Qin Xian in front of them. She stood out too much. At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from afar. Boom! A palace in the distance exploded into pieces. Who is it? Purple bamboo bodhisattva and the reincarnation king's faces darkened as they turned to look. Just as all the ghosts turned their heads to look, Guhai's eyes narrowed as he leaped forward. Whoosh! Like a sharp arrow, Guhai instantly rushed toward his wife, Qin Xian. Just at this moment, Qin Xian seemed to sense something. She turned her head with a trace of melancholy. When she looked over, she suddenly saw Guhai's face, the face that she yearned for day and night, filled with boundless sorrow. Master, Qin Xian's soul froze on the spot. Her eyes were instantly filled with tears. Chapter 597. Master, Qin Xian was rooted to the spot. Her eyes were filled with tears. Whoosh! Guhai was very fast. He reached the center of the square in a short while. Some of the ghost soldiers noticed Gu Hai, but most of them were attracted by the loud noise in the distance. Following the collapse of the palace, white crows flew out one after another from the palace. Wah, 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 wah. A large number of white crows soared into the sky, attracting the attention of Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva and the Reincarnation King. How dare you? Until the ghost soldiers in the square roared. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva and the Reincarnation King turned around. Bam! However, it was too late. Gu Hai arrived in front of Chen Xian in an instant and hugged her. Gu Hai's robes flew off, and he gave off a blue light again. The ghost soldiers immediately recognized him. It's him. It's the two malefactors? The sage is back? How could it be him? The ghost soldiers were in an uproar. Some of them even retreated with fear in their eyes. The Reincarnation King and Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva were stunned. They did not expect Gu Hai to come back so quickly. Gu Hai rushed to the square and pulled Chen Xian into his embrace. At this moment, his hug was filled with boundless fear and excitement. It was as if he was afraid that Chen Xian would be gone. Chen Xian's eyes were filled with tears. The moment she saw Gu Hai, she could not help but cry. Being hugged by Gu Hai, she felt like she was in a dream. And Master, is it really you? Xian, it can see you again? Is this a dream? Isn't this a dream? Chen Xian couldn't stop the tears from flowing out of her eyes. Am I dreaming? I really don't want to wake up. Xian, ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed as tears streamed down his face, his entire body trembling. Perhaps all these years of hard work was for this moment. At this moment, Gu Hai's entire body was trembling. He was unwilling to let go of his arm. Off in the distance, Bingheim blew up a palace and waved her sleeve, causing a large number of jackdaws to appear. They howled as they flew into the air. Bingheim stepped onto one of them and flew into the air. Standing high in the sky, Gu Hai happened to see the scene in the square in the distance. He hugged Chen Xian. Even though they were far away, they could feel Gu Hai's endless love for Chen Xian. He had never seen Gu Hai lose his composure like this before. Seeing Gu Hai hugging Chen Xian so affectionately, Bingheim's eyes flashed with intense envy. A bitter smile appeared on her face. Biting her lips, Bingheim's eyes flashed with sorrow. She muttered to herself, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Gu Hai hugged Chen Xian as if he was hugging the whole world. He was unwilling to let go of Chen Xian. However, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva's expression turned cold. Gu Hai, ha ha ha, Bingheim, you're indeed very cunning. So you didn't leave? Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva said coldly. Since they were exposed, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva no longer had the intention to hide. Only the Reincarnation King looked terrified. He kept retreating until he was behind Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. After all, he had lied to Gu Hai and Bingheim. What if they pursued the matter? Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva's expression turned cold. He waved his hand. Array, rise. Boom! Above the entire square, boundless flames suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the flames appeared, they sealed off all directions of the square. The flames were scarlet in color and suddenly floated up into the air as if they were burning into a super huge flame lotus. Don't! The ghost soldiers at the edge, as well as the other Chen Xianers who had been summoned, immediately screamed in agony as they were incinerated into nothingness by the fire. The flames moved toward the center, toward where Gu Hai was. However, Gu Hai was hugging Chen Xian tightly. He didn't seem to want to let go at all. Red Lotus Hellfire? Bingheim's expression changed. She controlled the jackdaw to fly over quickly. Go! Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva snorted. Shriek! A fiery red eagle flew out of the flames and swooped down toward Gu Hai. Wherever it passed, the ghost soldiers were instantly vaporized. They didn't even have time to scream before the ground burned. The fiery red eagle was like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, it was in front of Gu Hai. It looked like it was going to crash into Gu Hai. Whoa! Suddenly, a white crow blocked Gu Hai's path and charged at the fiery red eagle. Boom! With a loud bang, the jackdaw and the fire eagle exploded, creating a huge shockwave. The surrounding buildings collapsed. Master, Master! Chun Xianer cried out worriedly. It's okay, it's okay. Master found you. Everything is okay now. Gu Hai said gently. He hugged her even tighter. Shriek! Shriek! Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of fiery red eagles rushed out of the fire formation and toward Gu Hai. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Jackdaw after jackdaw arrived, circling Gu Hai and charging towards the group of eagles. Purple bamboo, Bodhisattva? How shameless! Bing Ji glared at him and roared. Oh, Bingheim, I'm shameless? So what if I'm shameless? Today's formation is the Red Lotus Hellfire Formation of Spiritual Mountain. Let's see which one of you can escape from the humiliation of Heavenly Mouse City. Jackdaw. So what if you have a lot of them? There's a limit. My formation has endless fire eagles. Purple bamboo, Bodhisattva glared. Boom! The fire eagles exploded again. A huge fire soared into the sky. In an instant, the sky above Reincarnation City was scorched red. A large number of buildings collapsed. Break! Bingheim roared. A large amount of cold air came out of her palm and rushed toward purple bamboo Bodhisattva in the distance. It seemed like she was going to freeze the source of the flames. Cold air? You're still far from it. Purple bamboo Bodhisattva said coldly. With a flip of her hand, a black rope appeared in her palm. Endless red flames came out of the rope. Boom! In an instant, Bingheim's cold air was burned away. The fire on the rope was still rising. It was so red that it was turning purple. With a flick of the rope, the Red Lotus Hellfire around it also turned purple. In the square, except for the Reincarnation King, all the ghosts were vaporized. In front of the purple flames, the jackdaw was no match for them. The jackdaw at the periphery screamed in pain as if their wings were on fire. Bingheim was sent flying by the flames. Her expression changed. This is the Red Lotus Wick of the Buddha? Why is it in your hands? Without the Red Lotus Wick, how would I dare to set up the Red Lotus Hellfire Formation? The Buddha gave it to me personally to destroy evil spirits like you. Purple bamboo, Bodhisattva glared. She activated the Red Lotus Wick again. The fire eagles at the periphery suddenly turned purplish red. They became even more ferocious. Boom, boom, boom. The blazing eagle charged forward, incinerating large swathes of jackdaws. Bingheim was also surrounded by the fire eagles. She couldn't take care of herself. Even so, she still used the remaining jackdaw to protect Gu Hai and Chun Xian at the center. Your Majesty, leave now. Your Majesty. Bingheim shouted anxiously. Peak of the lower celestial palace? Huh. Too bad you don't have a physical body now. You only have 3 souls. You've only cultivated the human soul, but I've cultivated both the human and earthly souls in the middle celestial palace. You're not as good as me. Your cold air can't stop my Red Lotus Hellfire. I'll burn you. Purple bamboo, Bodhisattva sneered. The Reincarnation King stood behind purple bamboo, Bodhisattva. He let out a long sigh and grinned. Your Majesty, I can't hold on any longer. Your Majesty, leave now. I'll open a path for you. Bingheim anxiously burned jackdaw after jackdaw, but she still protected Gu Hai. She seemed to want to open a path for Gu Hai. Run? None of you can. And Gu Hai, how dare he come to the secret realm of human Tao when he hasn't even cultivated 3 souls? He must be tired of living. Purple bamboo, Bodhisattva sneered. Old master. Chun Xianer showed a trace of worry. Gu Hai finally let go of Chun Xian. He studied her closely. You really are my Chun Xianer? Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed. In the distance, purple bamboo Bodhisattva's eyes flashed coldly. He activated the lantern wick again. A firehawk 10 times the size of a normal firehawk broke free from the wick and flew toward Bingheim. The firehawk was pitch black. Some of the redness was purple, while others were black. Even the purple firehawks in its path were roasted by the black firehawk. The black hawk reached Bingheim in the blink of an eye. Bing Ji's expression changed. She immediately summoned a large number of jackdaw. However, the large number of jackdaw was instantly melted into water by the black eagle. Like a hot knife through butter, the jackdaw arrived in front of Bing Ji in an instant, wanting to melt her as well. Even though Bingheim had tried her best, she still looked hopeless. She couldn't stop the Blackhawk's flames. That was it. Your Majesty, run. Bingheim suddenly roared with tears in her eyes. She rushed forward. Just as Bingheim was about to die with the Black Hawk, Guhai pulled Bingheim. He pulled Bingheim's divine soul behind him. Ah! Bingheim screamed. However, they saw Guhai reach out with his right hand and grab the Black Eagle's head. No, Your Majesty. That's the hellfire of the Red Lotus. Don't, Bingheim said in despair. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva sneered. Haha, you gonna block it with your hand? That's the condensation of the hellfire of the Red Lotus. Only Samadhi, true fire, can block the hellfire of the Red Lotus. You'll die even if you have a body, let alone a weak divine soul. Just as Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva was laughing, a flame appeared in Guhai's right palm. It wasn't the hellfire of the Red Lotus. It seemed to be a flame from Guhai's divine soul that covered his palm. Boom! The Black Hawk crashed into Guhai's right palm. Guhai didn't burn. Instead, Guhai gripped the Black Hawk's neck tightly. Screech! The Black Hawk struggled and flapped its wings. However, Guhai's right hand gripped its neck so tightly that it couldn't move at all. A beast will always be a beast. You don't learn. Guhai looked up with a dark expression. He shifted his gaze from the Black Hawk to Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. Chapter 598. A loud explosion came from the reincarnation hall. Countless jackdaws soared into the sky, followed by flames and cries of agony. In an instant, the ghosts around were shocked. Many of them either rushed toward the reincarnation hall or went to higher ground to look in its direction. Countless infernal judges and ghostly soldiers who were rushing towards the reincarnation hall were stunned by the sight of the blazing inferno. Looks of horror appeared on their faces. Is it those two devils? Did they attack again? No, it's the king. And the Bodhisattva with the king. No, Brother Zhang. They're burned to death. No. Fear filled the air. No ghost dared to approach. They watched as the Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva burned all the ghosts to death and attacked the jackdaws, forcing Bingheim into a corner. Bingheim did not run away. She protected Guhai with her life. However, Guhai pulled the Black Eagle behind him and grabbed the charging Black Eagle. A beast will always be a beast. You never learn. Guhai looked up with a dark expression. He shifted his gaze from the Black Eagle to the Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva. Bang! The Black Eagle suddenly exploded in Guhai's palm, turning into boundless flames that scattered in all directions. Who are you calling a beast? The Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva glared. The Reincarnation King's face turned ashen. He thought that Bingheim was terrifying enough. Why was Guhai even stronger? Bodhisattva, what should we do? The Reincarnation King asked anxiously. No one can escape from my Red Lotus Hellfire formation. Besides, he's from a Yuanying state. The Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva's expression darkened. He waved his hand. Suddenly, surging black flames came out of the Red Lotus lantern wick in Guhai's hand, instantly encasing the entire plaza. As the black flames refined the black flames, many black eagles charged at Guhai. The Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva's eyelids twitched when Guhai crushed a black eagle. However, he was confident in the Red Lotus wick, so he didn't care. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Screech! Screech! Tens of thousands of black eagles flew toward Guhai, Bingheim, and Qinxian. In an instant, the air around them seemed to distort from the heat. They wanted to destroy all three of them. The eagle screeched. The ghost army in the distance were horrified. Insignificant little firebird, how dare you be so impudent in front of me? Guhai's eyes coldly. He waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, a bright red flame burst out from the three of them. It was like a wave that instantly rushed towards the flock of black eagles. Screech! The charging black eagle screamed miserably. Before it could reach Guhai, it instantly melted away. The red flames expanded outwards and rushed towards the black flames in all directions. Wherever the red flames went, the black flames were instantly pushed aside. Calm. With a loud bang, the huge black lotus exploded and the red lotus hellfire array also collapsed in an instant. What? How? What kind of flame is that? Purple bamboo bodhisattva's expression changed. Guhai did not give up. He stepped toward purple bamboo bodhisattva and waved his hand. Another huge fireball flew toward purple bamboo bodhisattva. Purple bamboo bodhisattva looked anxious. He held the red lotus wick in his hand. The black flames in the wick collided with Guhai's fireball. However, the black flames could not withstand the fireball at all. Even the red lotus wick was destroyed. Samadhi true fire? Purple bamboo bodhisattva's expression changed. Boom! The wick of the red lotus lantern exploded, and purple bamboo bodhisattva was blown away. Purple bamboo bodhisattva and the reincarnation king were both blown away. They looked terrified. The reincarnation king was fine. He was only hit by the blast. Purple bamboo bodhisattva, on the other hand, was dim as if his spirit was hurt. Samadhi true fire? How is that possible? How do you have the Taishang path's Samadhi true fire? Purple bamboo bodhisattva shouted. Purple bamboo bodhisattva? I spared your life in the past, but you still don't know what's good for you? Looks like I was wrong. When dealing with people like you, I have to remove the roots. Guhai said coldly. As he spoke, he slowly walked toward purple bamboo bodhisattva. As he got closer and closer to purple bamboo bodhisattva waved his hand. Your Majesty, watch out. Bingheim shouted. Purple bamboo bodhisattva seemed to have swung out a Dharma treasure. However, Guhai was prepared. Samadhi true fire spewed out in front of him. Boom! Before the Dharma treasure could be seen clearly, it was completely burned by the Samadhi true fire. What? Purple bamboo bodhisattva's expression changed. A large amount of Samadhi true fire surrounded Guhai. It followed Guhai closer and closer to purple bamboo bodhisattva. No, it shouldn't be like this. Purple bamboo bodhisattva's eyes widened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large number of Dharma treasures flew toward Guhai. Purple bamboo bodhisattva was well prepared. He had brought a lot of treasures with him to the human path mystic realm. However, so what if he had a lot of treasures? The Samadhi true fire could destroy everything. Instantly, the treasures flying toward Guhai were all burned to ashes by the Samadhi true fire. The reincarnation king was dumbfounded. Purple bamboo bodhisattva also showed a look of fear. Guhai's eyes were murderous as he slowly walked toward purple bamboo bodhisattva. Guhai did not want to tolerate purple bamboo bodhisattva anymore. He was almost in front of purple bamboo bodhisattva. Purple bamboo bodhisattva was at her wit's end. Amateus, Mr. Good. Suddenly, a voice came from purple bamboo bodhisattva's arms. Purple bamboo bodhisattva had taken out another golden lotus. The voice came from the golden lotus. Oh, future Buddha? Guhai said in a low voice. Mr. Good, purple bamboo bodhisattva is severely injured. For my sake, can you let her go? I will restrain her from targeting Mr. Good in the future. Consider this as me owing Mr. Good a favor. How about that? The golden lotus said. Greetings, Buddha. The reincarnation king bowed respectfully to the golden lotus. Guhai glanced at purple bamboo bodhisattva, then shook his head. No need, future Buddha. Don't owe me a favor. Purple bamboo bodhisattva wants my life. I won't let her live. Mr. Good, don't you want to know why purple bamboo bodhisattva entered this human Tao mystic realm? The future Buddha sounded anxious. Not interested. Guhai stepped forward coldly. The true Samadhi fire slowly approached. You can't kill her, Mr. Good. Purple bamboo bodhisattva is doing this for the sake of the world. You can't kill her. I will restrain her in the future. How about that? The future Buddha said anxiously. Restrain her? If we die today, what's the use of restraining her? Besides, with her personality, if she doesn't die today, she will definitely take revenge on me 100 times over. Guhai said coldly. No, Guhai, aren't you afraid of becoming enemies with the sacred ground of Soul Mountain? Guhai, the future Buddha said anxiously. Bam! The true samadhi fire burned the golden lotus to nothingness. The future Buddha's voice stopped abruptly. Purple bamboo bodhisattva's expression changed. Looking at Gu Hai's fierce expression, she finally felt that death was so close to her. Reincarnation King, quick, quick, do it now. Purple bamboo bodhisattva said anxiously. Me? The Reincarnation King's expression changed. Gu Hai glanced at the Reincarnation King coldly. The Reincarnation King shuddered. He did not dare to move. Gu Hai was already in front of her. With a wave of his hand, the true samadhi fire around him turned into a fire dragon and surged toward purple bamboo bodhisattva. Reincarnation King, you can control human souls. Human souls are thin. You can hold Chinxian or hostage. Purple bamboo bodhisattva shouted. How dare you? Gu Hai glared. The Reincarnation King looked terrified. Quick, Reincarnation King. Otherwise, you can forget about living. The Buddha will not let you go. Purple bamboo bodhisattva shouted. The Reincarnation King shuddered and activated the true samadhi fire. Chun Xian, who was not far away, suddenly screamed. Xian, Gu Hai's expression changed. However, he did not stop there. The fire dragon rushed toward purple bamboo bodhisattva. Purple bamboo bodhisattva screamed and was drowned by the fire dragon. Bodhisattva. The Reincarnation King's expression changed. The fire dragon flew away, but purple bamboo bodhisattva turned into a blue ball. Gu Hai ignored purple bamboo bodhisattva. Instead, he turned to Chun Xian. At this moment, Chun Xian also turned into a blue ball. Reincarnation King. Gu Hai stared at the Reincarnation King. Sage, please spare my life. I was forced by purple bamboo bodhisattva. She forced me. The Reincarnation King immediately knelt. Where's Xian? What happened to my Xian? Gu Hai kicked the Reincarnation King over with a ferocious expression. Mr. Good, she's not dead yet. I only wanted to hold her hostage. I didn't want to destroy her. I only drained her energy. She's still alive, still alive. The Reincarnation King said in horror. Still alive? Let her come back to life? Gu Hai said coldly. Aight. The Reincarnation King paused. Quick, Gu Hai said coldly. Because the human soul sheet moved Chun Xian, there's a record of her. The human soul sheet can disperse her energy, but it can't replenish it. I can't do anything. The Reincarnation King said anxiously. Gu Hai stared at the Reincarnation King. It's true, Sage. Her soul is not destroyed. It's just that her energy is dispersed. Not dead? What about purple bamboo bodhisattva? She's not dead either? She also turned into a blue ball? She's not dead either. You sages enter the human Tao mystic realm and are enveloped by divine light. You can't kill them. Look at the purple bamboo bodhisattva. She only turned into a primitive form. As for Chin Xian, I only dispersed her energy. I didn't kill her. She's just a primitive form like the purple bamboo bodhisattva. The Reincarnation King said anxiously. Then how could she recover? Gu Hai asked coldly. In the past, I used the human soul sheet to punish disobedient souls. Although they've dispersed their energy, they can still hear the outside world. I don't know how to replenish their energy, but after 10 years, they'll be able to recover and come back to life. It's true, it's true. Sage, please spare me. The Reincarnation King said anxiously. Sage, please spare me. I was forced to do this. The people from the 3 holy lands killed the other Reincarnation Kings and made me the next Reincarnation King. If I didn't listen, they would have killed me 1,000 years later and made me the next Reincarnation King. So, the Reincarnation King said anxiously. Humph. Gu Hai snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand, and the Samadhi true fire gushed out. No. Arg. The Reincarnation King screamed in agony. In the fire, he was instantly burned into pieces and dissipated, flying into the clouds in the sky. Chapter 599. As the Reincarnation King screamed, he shattered into pieces and disappeared into the sea of clouds. Your Majesty, the Reincarnation King is very familiar with the human Tao secret realm. Why didn't you keep him for questioning? Perhaps there are other ways to save Chun Xian? Bingheim asked in confusion. Guhai shook his head. Other ways? I don't need it. The Reincarnation King can destroy Cien through the human soul sheet at any time. Although he doesn't seem to have the guts to do so, I don't want to take the risk. Yes. Bingheim nodded. Guhai walked to the blue ball that Chen Cien had transformed into. Anger flashed in his eyes. Cien had already seen it, but it ended up like this? He should have killed the Reincarnation King first. Very carefully, he picked up Chen Cien's original human soul. He carefully touched it for a while, but he didn't dare to awaken it. He could only keep it carefully. He turned to look at the blue ball that the purple bamboo bodhisattva had transformed into. Guhai reached out his hand and squeezed. Buzz! The blue ball seemed to be very tough and didn't shatter. Even a true samadhi fire couldn't destroy it. Guhai naturally wouldn't waste his effort. Oomph! With a cold snort, Guhai threw the soul ball of the purple bamboo bodhisattva. He carefully grabbed the human soul sheet in his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The human soul sheet trembled slightly. Unfortunately, Guhai couldn't use it. However, he couldn't leave it here. He kept it carefully. Let's go, Guhai said with a depressed mood. Yes. Bingheim nodded and followed behind Guhai. She stole a glance at Guhai and bit her lips. In the end, she didn't say anything and followed behind quietly. The two slowly left the reincarnation city. Along the way, they saw some ghost soldiers and judges. Quick, let's go. He killed the reincarnation king. Run. The group of ghosts scattered in all directions, only daring to look at Guhai and Bingheim from afar. The news of the reincarnation king's death instantly spread everywhere. However, no one had the intention to take revenge for the reincarnation king. In the reincarnation city, chaos ensued. Countless ghosts rushed into the city, fighting for the treasures in the city. Treasure? Maybe some of them were precious, but Guhai didn't care about them at all. After all, the reincarnation king didn't have any other treasures other than his thin soul. What was there talk about? Furthermore, Old Man Guanxi had left behind a message. That was what he was most concerned about. Along the way, not a single ghost dared to obstruct them. In the human Tao mystic realm, there was a stretch of snowy mountains. After all, the divine light was too eye-catching. Taishang found a cloak for Juzi and put it on as he walked towards the snow mountain. As soon as they entered the snowy mountain area, immediately, a group of ghost soldiers charged out. This is a forbidden area. The Reincarnation King has ordered that no one is allowed to come close. The ghost soldiers shouted. Taishang and Juzi slowly lifted their hood. Divine light was revealed. The ghost soldiers were slightly stunned. Then, they respectfully said, "Greetings, sage. May I ask where you are from?" "Wanshou Taoism," Taishang and Juzi said indifferently. "Sage of Wanshou Taoism, please forgive us for our lack of manners." The ghost soldiers immediately knelt down. Did any ghosts come here 1,000 years ago?" Taishang and Juzi asked. "Yes, it was Old Man Guanxi. We saw him 2 times before. He walked to the entrance of the snow mountain. When the guard stopped him, he left." The ghost soldiers said respectfully. "Oh, he left? It seems like he went in," Taishang and Juzi said. The ghost soldiers were slightly stunned. "All right, continue blocking the other ghosts," Juzi of the Taishang path said in a low voice. "Yes," the ghost soldiers replied. Taishang and Juzi entered the snow mountain alone. Stepping on the snow, Taishang and Juzi walked very quickly. Each step covered a distance of 5 kilometers. Just as Taishang and Juzi were walking into the snow mountain, meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry came from the snow mountain. "Not good, the seal is loosening. That beast is coming out." Taishang and Juzi's expression changed. Taishang and Juzi suddenly increased their speed and hurried into the snow mountain. Meow. The cat's cry became louder. Rumble. As the cat cried, the snow mountain trembled. Meow, meow, meow. As the cat cried, the snow mountain trembled. In the vast snow mountain range, avalanches occurred in many places. Taishang and Juzi were extremely anxious. They continued to walk into the snow mountain. On the snow mountain, they seemed to be able to see the huge reincarnation city in the distance. Suddenly, In the direction of the reincarnation city, flames rushed into the sky. A loud sound came from afar. Taishang and Juzi paused and turned their heads. They frowned and said, "Something happened in the reincarnation city? Is it Guhai? The purple bamboo bodhisattva is indeed useless." However, the cat's cry in the snow mountain made Taishang and Juzi even more worried. They ignored the reincarnation city and continued to walk into the snow mountain. Guhai and Bingheim left the reincarnation city. They followed the map left behind by Old Man Guanxi and headed in a certain direction. With a cloak, the two of them did not look very conspicuous. As the two of them continued to walk, the temperature suddenly became hot. This human Tao mystic realm seemed to have all kinds of weather in the human world. Every direction had a different environment. Guhai and Juzi entered a hot area. It was getting hotter and hotter. Many ghosts were unwilling to go near them. It was as if they were afraid that the heat would harm them. "Your Majesty, there seem to be many volcanoes nearby," Bingheim said with a frown as she looked at the volcanoes around them. Billowing smoke could still be seen rising into the sky from some of the craters. "We're almost there. It's right in front," Guhai said in a low voice. The two of them walked toward the volcanoes. Suddenly, a group of ghost soldiers blocked in front of Guhai. "Stop right there. This is the chess villa. This is a private place. You are not allowed to go near it." The leader of the group, a thin ghost, said coldly. "A private place?" Guhai said in a low voice. "That's right. The Reincarnation King has already designated this place as my clan's chess villa. My clan only welcomes chess experts. No one else is allowed to come near." The thin ghost said coldly. "Chess experts?" Bingheim raised her eyebrows. "It seems like not everyone can understand Old Man Guanxi's chess game." Guhai narrowed his eyes. What did you say?" The thin ghost's expression flickered. "This one knows a thing or two about chess. I saw Old Man Guanxi's chess game in Reincarnation City and rushed over," Guhai said with a smile. You're also a Go cultivator? My apologies for my earlier neglect. This way, please." The thin ghost's expression immediately changed. Guhai stared at the thin ghost for a while. "My chess villa has already gathered countless chess experts. Since you're my chess villa, you can naturally exchange pointers with each other. At the same time, you can study Old Man Guanxi's chess game together," the thin ghost said with a smile. Bingheim looked at Guhai, and Guhai nodded. The two of them followed the group of ghost soldiers into the depths of the chess villa. There were no spirit stones here, so it was impossible to lay down any array. However, they could use some natural objects to hide the interior. Strange trees grew in the surroundings, growing according to a specific pattern. They formed a miasma that made it seem like a maze array. The thin ghost led Guhai and Yi deeper into the villa. Slowly, they arrived at the mouth of a volcano. "Oh, this is your chess villa?" Guhai looked at the mouth of the volcano before him and then coldly glared at the thin ghost. "Push those two into the mouth of the volcano," the thin ghost said with a savage expression. "Yes." The ghost soldiers immediately charged forward. "You want to dominate this place and kill the ghost who understands Old Man Guanxi's chess game to monopolize the secret? The chess villa is a murderous villa." Guhai sneered. "Humph, you found out too late. Hurry up," the thin ghost called out. The ghost soldiers immediately charged. However, before they could reach Guhai, Bingheim waved her hand. Boom! The ghost soldiers immediately froze. Then they exploded, turning into soul shards that soared into the sky. "What?" The thin ghost's expression changed. "Are you coming over yourself? Or do I have to invite you over?" Bingheim asked coldly. The thin ghost's expression changed. Then he stretched out his hand and took out something. Bang! That thing shot into the sky like a firework. Ha! To think that you dare to resist. I've already notified the Villa Lord. None of you can leave. Unless the Reincarnation Sovereign makes a move, no one can save you. The thin ghost laughed sinisterly as he retreated. The Reincarnation Sovereign? You mean the Reincarnation Sovereign who has a thin soul? Guhai said indifferently. As he spoke, he took out the thin soul. A thin soul? Why? Why is it in your hands? The thin ghost's expression changed. You said that I killed that reincarnation sovereign 2 days ago, Guhai said indifferently. The thin ghost did not immediately react. The reincarnation sovereign was the strongest existence in the world. With a thin soul, he could kill anyone he wanted. How could the reincarnation sovereign die? Impossible. Impossible. How could the reincarnation sovereign die? He is the monarch of destiny. Who could kill him? The thin ghost cried out in alarm. At this moment, a large number of ghosts rushed over from afar. Who sent out the distress signal? Who dares to invade Argo Manor? You must be tired of living. A large number of ghosts immediately rushed over noisily. The ghosts all grabbed their weapons and charged over with ferocious looks on their faces. However, when they charged over, they saw the thin ghost retreating in horror. Ninth Young Master, what happened? Is it them? To think that they dare to act so impudently in my Go Manor. Ninth Young Master, don't be afraid. I will kill them. The ghost shouted angrily. No, don't attack. Stop. The Ninth Young Master cried out in alarm as his expression changed. Ninth Young Master, why are you stopping us? The ghosts asked coldly. The Ninth Young Master had stopped everyone, but now he was flustered. My lord, sorry. This insignificant one was blinded by greed earlier. Sorry, my lord. Please show mercy. The Ninth Young Master anxiously pleaded with Guhai. Ninth Young Master, what are you doing? The ghosts asked, confused. They just killed the reincarnation sovereign. Don't move. Don't clash with them. The Ninth Young Master said anxiously. The ghosts showed disbelief at first. However, when they saw the thin soul in Guhai's hand, their expressions changed drastically. From start to finish, Guhai said nothing. Only when the ghost before him showed fear and cowardice did Guhai say, Call out your Go Manor Master. Chapter 600. At the Chess Mountain Manor in the human Dao secret realm, surrounded by the disciples of the Chess Mountain Manor, the soul of a blue-haired old man appeared before Guhai. At this moment, Guhai also took off his hood. The Chess Dao Mountain Manor disciples showed fear on their faces. As they looked at the humanoid soul shard in Guhai's hand, they also showed horror. This old man, Yin Qing Shan, greets the sage. Solemnly, the blue-haired old man's soul said, You are the Manor Lord of the Chess Mountain Manor. Guhai asked gravely. The Mountain Manor's disciples were immature and offended the sage. This one apologizes to the sage on their behalf. Solemnly, Yin Qing Shan said, Oh, Guhai frowned slightly. Yin Qing Shan turned his head and looked coldly at the Ninth Young Master. Little Gio, you took my words for granted, didn't you? Yin Qing Shan said coldly as he narrowed his eyes. Thud! The Ninth Young Master immediately fell to his knees. Manor Lord has been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years. We felt that those chess cultivators could no longer help Manor Lord and would only cause trouble. So, the Ninth Young Master said anxiously. So, you killed all the chess cultivators who came here, so that they could not spread the news? Yin Qing Shan glared. Aye. The Ninth Young Master said anxiously. Manor Lord, this was decided by all of us. A group of ghosts at the side immediately called out. Decided by all of you? Wouldn't it have been enough if all of you were in charge of the Chess Mountain Manor? Yin Qing Shan glared. Manor Lord, please forgive us. The ghosts all knelt. I'll deal with all of you later. Yin Qing Shan glared. The ghost did not dare to say anything. Sage, I am very sorry. Solemnly, Yin Qing Shan bowed. Guhai remained silent for a while before nodding. He could tell that Yin Qing Shan was not faking it. How was the sage's chess Dao? Solemnly, Yin Qing Shan asked. This humble one is Guhai. I have come here after seeing the 29 Heavens and Earth chess game left behind by Old Man Guanxi in Reincarnation City. Mr. Good is indeed an extraordinary Go player. You came here today because of the Go game left by Old Man Guanxi, didn't you? I've been here for 800 years and invited a large number of Go cultivators to study it. I've already solved more than half of it. If Mr. Good doesn't mind, why don't you join us in solving the game? Yin Qing Shan invited. Oh, Did Old Man Guanxi leave a Go game here? Gu Hai frowned. These volcanoes are Old Man Guanxi's chess piece. Solemnly, Yin Qingshan said. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Go, please. Yin Qingshan said with a smile. Villa Master, you've solved so much of the Go game and are about to be solved. All the benefits will belong to our Go Villa. Why are you giving it to others? The ninth young master said anxiously. Shut up. Yin Qingshan glared at him. The disciples of the Go Villa were anxious, but Yin Qingshan's will was not to be changed. They could do nothing about it. Gu Hai and Bingheim looked at each other and followed Yin Qingshan into the depths of the Go Villa. There was a deep cave in the depths of the villa. Gu Hai and Bingheim followed Yin Qingshan into the cave. Meow, meow. Cat meows were heard from the depths of the cave. The entire cave shook as the cats meowed. What's that? Cat meows? Bingheim was puzzled. Gu Hai was also puzzled. The interior of the cave grew brighter and brighter. There was a huge space in the depths of the cave. The light in the space came from a huge pool of lava. The lava in the pool boiled and boiled, as if it would erupt at any moment. However, there was a strange gush of lava at the edge of the pool, forming a chessboard. It was a chessboard made of lava with 19 lines. The pieces on the chessboard were all made of lava, one black and one white. The arrangement was extremely complicated. There were 50 ghosts of the Go Villa sitting around the chessboard. Each of them had a small chessboard, as if they were analyzing the chessboard in front of them. What's that? Bingheim asked curiously. These 50 Go Villa masters are doing the same thing as me. They are arranging their chessboards and analyzing the chessboard on the lava. Mr. Good, what do you think of this chessboard? Yin Qingshan asked with a smile. A chessboard made of lava? Is this the work of Old Man Guanxi? Gu Hai was puzzled. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's meow came from the chessboard. As it came out, the space above the lava chessboard trembled. Vaguely, a black cat seemed to be glaring, baring its fangs and claws. However, the cat's meow ended, and the cat's figure disappeared. Was this cat sealed? Bingheim asked curiously. That's right. We cracked the chessboard to a certain extent 30 years ago and loosened the seal. The cat appeared frequently. That seal should be a small space. As long as we crack the chessboard, we can open the seal and enter this small space. Yin Qingshan's eyes flashed with confidence. Was it Old Man Guanxi who sealed it? Bingheim asked with a frown. It shouldn't be. My guess is that the cat was sealed in this world before Old Man Guanxi discovered it. Then, he used the Go Villa to break the seal. He left it for us ghosts to crack the seal continuously until the seal was broken. Yin Qingshan said with certainty. Then why didn't Old Man Guanxi break the seal back then? Gu Hai asked with a frown. I don't know. Yin Qingshan shook his head. Mr. Good, what do you think of this chessboard? Yin Qingshan invited. Gu Hai looked at the chessboard for a while and frowned. Yin Qingshan was not in a hurry. He waited patiently. After a while, Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, 32 heaven and earth chessboard. What? Yin Qingshan raised an eyebrow. You're boasting shamelessly. How can it be 32? A Go cultivator at the side said with a raised eyebrow. That's right. It's 31. How can it be 32? Don't play to the gallery. We've been studying this for 100 years and have been deducing 31. You're telling me that it's 32? Have you really seen 31? The Go cultivators came to their senses and rebuked Gu Hai angrily. Mr. Good, all of us here have more or less seen 31. Although this chessboard has 19 lines, it's an incomplete one. We need to imagine the positions of the remaining pieces ourselves. However, this is indeed 31. Because of that, we've cracked the chessboard a little and loosened the seal. Yin Qingshan said with a frown. The seal has loosened a little, but haven't all of you noticed that the seal has tightened again in the past 2 years? Gu Hai said with a smile. I think so. The cat's meowing has become less frequent in the past 2 years. I thought the cat was tired of meowing. Some of the Go cultivators who believed in Gu Hai were stunned. However, a large number of Go cultivators did not believe him at all. What makes you say that we've cracked it wrong? Why isn't it 31? A few Go cultivators said angrily. Give me the chessboard, Gu Hai said with a shake of his head. Yen Qingshan immediately fetched the chessboard and passed it to Gu Hai. Gu Hai reached out and grabbed a piece, placing it gently on the chessboard. Whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, the 31 heavens and earth's chessboard was laid out. This is? The Go cultivators were slightly stunned. 31 lines of the original foundation board. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. The Go cultivators immediately stepped forward and took a closer look. After a while, their faces turned ashen. That's right. This is it. The 31 lines that I saw back then were transformed from this original foundation board. This is the embryonic form. That's right. As long as it lands on these few lines, it will look like what I saw back then. My head is spinning. What a complicated chessboard. The Go cultivators watched for a while and no longer dared to look at the chessboard. However, they were now certain of what Gu Hai had said. After confirming this, everyone looked at Gu Hai with different gazes. Have you been deciphering it all these years been wrong? Yen Qingshan said bitterly. Not entirely wrong. At least we've cracked it a little, Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, why don't you try deciphering it? Yen Qingshan advised. That's right, Mr. Good. Now that this is the human Tao mystic realm, the reincarnation king has arranged for all the spirits to search for the difference in this world. I'm guessing that it's this seal. That's right. The reincarnation king obeys the will of the heavens. The heavens asked him to search for it. Perhaps there's something in this seal that the heavens want. Mr. Good, we just want to see what's inside. Why don't you try deciphering it? The Go cultivators immediately became polite to Gu Hai. Looking at the Go cultivators' gazes, Gu Hai nodded. I'll give a try. Gu Hai slowly sat in front of the magma chessboard and looked at the chessboard carefully again. 19 lines? In Gu Hai's mind, he immediately imagined a chessboard with 32 lines. After looking at it for an entire day, Gu Hai slowly placed a piece. He reached out and tapped a spot on the chessboard. Suddenly, a black piece seemed to be formed from magma and landed on the chessboard. Clack! As the black piece landed, a white piece suddenly appeared from the magma. Clack! Gu Hai used the chessboard to decipher the seal. Gu Hai and the others could not see the black cat clearly. The black cat was standing in a dark space, but its eyes could see Gu Hai. To the left of the black cat, the image in the void showed Gu Hai starting to play his piece in the magma. To the right was a snowy mountain. In the distance, Taishang saw the giant walking over. Meow, a bunch of idiots. They've been deciphering it for so long, but they still can't decipher it? Idiots, idiots, idiots. The black cat cried out gloomily. It turned its head to look at the image on the right, where Taishang saw the giant appear. Want show Taoism? Meow, that old bastard Samsara's lackey? Lackey, here again? You're here again. If I get out, I'll eat you, you bunch of lackeys. Meow. The black cat looked at Taishang on the other side with a gloomy expression. Unfortunately, other than the cat's meows, no sound could be heard. 1,000 years ago, that old man used Go and integrated the seal. You could have deciphered it. You could have deciphered it, but you stop halfway. Meow. When I get out, I'll eat you. Eat you. Meow. How annoying. How annoying. The black cat was so gloomy that it seemed to be going crazy. Chapter 601. In the snowy mountains of the human Tao mystic realm, it was a huge snowy valley. Taishang said to Juzi. He was standing outside a pool in the snowy valley. Even though it was bitterly cold, the pool did not seem to have frozen. There seemed to be 6 different colors of water in the pool. As it spun slowly, it emitted a strange light. Meow. Above the pool, the void trembled slightly. A black cat could be vaguely seen. It was the black cat that Gu Hai saw in the lava pool. Seeing Taishang approach, the black cat's eyes flashed with anger. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Taishang. Taishang lowered his head and looked at the pool. The seal of the immortal of the 6 paths and the 6-colored water have become so distinct. Is someone breaking the seal of the 6-colored water? Taishang said. Juzi narrowed his eyes. Taishang raised his head and looked at the black cat in front of him. His expression darkened. You're coming out? Humph. Luckily I came in time. Otherwise, the world would be in chaos if you came out. Taishang narrowed his eyes. Taishang reached out and took out a small bottle. The small bottle opened. Immediately, traces of white liquid flowed out of the bottle. The white liquid was slowly poured into the pool. In the pool, the 6 different colored waters suddenly began to spin rapidly. As they bubbled, the 6 colors of the water seemed to be slowly fusing together. The different colors were neutralizing each other, and the neutralizing colors became one color. Meow, the power of faith? Bitch, you dare to pour the power of faith into the seal? Reinforce the seal? The black cat's black fur immediately stood on end. It glared at Taishang and roared. However, through the small space, only a meow could be heard. At the same time, in a lava cave, the pool of lava suddenly churned. As it churned, the chess pieces on the chessboard were placed faster. Guai placed a black chess piece. Suddenly, a white chess piece appeared. Oh! Guhai raised his eyebrows. Mr. Good, what's wrong? Yin Qingshan asked, puzzled. I seem to have grasped the flaw of this chess game just now. However, this move is like a stroke of genius. It seems that the chessboard has become even more complicated, Guhai said with a gloomy expression. Even more complicated? What's going on? The group of Go cultivators asked blankly. It's even more complicated. This means that the seal is even firmer. Something must have happened, Yin Qingshan said, his expression changing. Meow. The black cat was also very anxious. Mr. Good, what should we do now? Yin Qingshan asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. I like complicated Go games. Guhai's eyes narrowed as he pondered quietly. After thinking for a while, Guhai stretched out his hand and placed a piece. Pa! The Go game continued. The Go game was connected and sealed. The seals were getting stronger and stronger. Guhai pondered more and more. His placement of the pieces became slower and slower. Slow? Slow meant that there would not be any mistakes. Guhai placed a piece. Immediately, the seal was slightly undone. Taishang added a drop of the power of faith and strengthened the seal slightly. In a snow valley, what's going on? The power of faith can strengthen the seal. Didn't it strengthen the seal just now? Didn't the 6 colored water merge? Why did it separate again? Taishang's expression darkened. He added some more power of faith. The seal was strengthened again, and the 6 colored water merged again. However, it did not take long for the 6 colored water to separate again. What's going on? The seal can't hold anymore? Taishang's expression changed. He continued to add more power of faith. On the other side, Guhai placed one piece after another. At that moment, he had also entered a state of selflessness. Meow. Good boy, good Go skills. Ha 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 ha. I thought it was over. I didn't expect your Go skills to be so powerful. Good, continue, continue. The black cat suddenly looked at Guhai excitedly. Bastard, you're still pouring in the power of faith? Humph. Wait for me to come out. See if I don't kill you. The black cat looked at the table angrily. At that moment, one side of the black cat was filled with hope while the other side was filled with despair. It looked very conflicted. Clack, 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 clack. Guhai and Taishang were in a deadlock with the 6 colored water seal. Inside the cave, the Go cultivators watched as the Go stones on the Go board continuously landed. The black cat's figure kept appearing. They understood that Guhai really did it. Joy flashed in Yin Qingshan's eyes. The Go cultivators waited patiently. Guhai's soul had 3 souls, after all. The Go souls in his physical body's glabella did not follow him. Guhai only used the connection between the souls to get the Go souls to analyze the Go game. As a result, it was somewhat draining. Meow. Brat, well done. Continue. You must unlock the seal for me. If you unlock it, I will give you great benefits. The black cat cried out anxiously. However, Guhai only heard meow, meow, and meow. Guhai did not have time to respond. However, Bingheim watched curiously. That darn cat is actually coming out? The Go game left by Old Man Guanxi loosened the 6 colored water seal? Why did he not release it back then? Was Old Man Guanxi worried that this darn cat would ruin his plans? Yet, he wanted to release it, so he deliberately left half of the Go game. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Bingheim's ears. SSS. Bingheim's expression suddenly changed. She looked around. Tai Chu. Was that Tai Chu's voice? Little girl, don't look around. You can't see me. I'm still in Heavenly Yin City. I only sense the situation inside because of the spirit-fusing soup that you brought. Tai Chu's voice rang out again. Bingheim's eyes flickered. Taishang must be strengthening the seal over there. Guhai wants to break the seal here? Haha, it's good to fight. Tai Chu said coldly. What do you want? Bingheim whispered. She controlled her voice so that it would not travel out. In the cave, no one could hear Bingheim's voice. However, Tai Chu could sense it. What do I want? Bingheim, remember what I told you in the square? This Guhai cannot be left alive, Tai Chu said in a low voice. Why? Bingheim asked anxiously. Why? First, this darn cat cannot be released. If it is released, Tai will have a headache. This is a demon sealed by the heavens. For the sake of the common people, it must be sealed inside. Second, Guhai and Taiwa have some karma. Tai wants to control him. If Tai wants him dead, he must die. Do you understand? Tai Chu said coldly. Bingheim shook her head, a pained expression on her face. Of course, he might not die. After drinking 2 bowls of spirit-fusing soup, he could be loyal to Tai, right? He might not die. You just need to beg Tai, right? If Tai doesn't want to kill Guhai, Guhai won't die. Tai Chu said solemnly. No, I can't. Bingheim said anxiously. You can't. Today, you have to do it whether you want to or not. Have you forgotten your mother? Your mother is dead, but Tai has a way to revive her. Don't you want her to be revived? Tai Chu said coldly. What? My mother can be revived? Bingheim's expression changed. Your mother is the princess of the Great Yellow Celestial Dynasty and has a feud with the Solar Divine Palace. No one in the Solar Divine Palace is willing to let her revive, not even Tai. If you want to save her, it will depend on whether you're worth it. Besides, have you forgotten why Tai sent you to Guhai's side? You've already drunk a bowl of spirit-fusing soup, right? Give me another bowl. Hurry, Tai Chu said coldly. No, don't force me. Bingheim was terrified. Force you? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to that pretty boy Guhai. Even if you do, you can't. Hurry up. Long Zhanhua has already gone mad. He wants to go against the heavens. This damn cat can't come out again. Hurry, Tai Chu said coldly. No. Bingheim was terrified. Think about it. I'll give you 1 incense stick of time. If you don't give Guhai a drink by the end of this game, I'll go back and destroy your mother's corpse. Do you believe me? Tai Chu said coldly. Bingheim suddenly showed a pained expression. However, the Go cultivators and Guhai did not notice anything strange with Bingheim, as everyone was focused on the Go board. Guhai's Go stones became slower and slower, but they became more accurate. At the same time, the connection between the souls was draining more and more. Guhai rubbed his head. It seemed that he was mentally exhausted. Brat, play properly. You have to solve it. Once you solve it, I'll help you call out Dry Spring to any woman in the world and make her like you immediately. The Black Cat said anxiously. While the Black Cat was anxious, Snow Valley's Taishang was also very anxious. How much faith energy is there already? Why is it still not working? Taishang looked at the small bottle anxiously. The Go board became increasingly complicated, and Guhai found it increasingly difficult to play. Guhai rubbed his head. The Go cultivators could only worry about Guhai. Bingheim, who was at the side, closed her eyes as if she was enduring the pain of being cut by 1,000 knives. Her eyes were misty, but she had no choice but to dry up. After a while, she seemed to be mentally and physically exhausted. Under Tai Chu's repeated pressure, Bingheim finally showed a sour expression and said, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Her voice was also suppressed, so Guhai did not hear it. Bingheim flipped her hand, and a gust of cold air condensed into an ice bowl. The bowl was filled with some soup that she had brought. That's right. Bingheim, let Guhai drink the spirit-fusing soup and lay an ambush between Guhai's souls. In the future, it will be easier for Tai to control Guhai. Let him drink it. Let him drink it. Tai Chu laughed coldly. Bingheim slowly took a step forward with great difficulty. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, Tai Chu's threat echoed in her ears, and Bingheim felt very sad. Separating the soul from the spirit is indeed harmful to the brain. Guhai rubbed his head. Why, Your Majesty? Bingheim said timidly. Guhai looked at Bingheim in confusion. Your Majesty, this is the spirit-fusing soup. It can nourish the soul. You'll feel better after drinking the spirit-fusing soup. Bingheim said, pretending to be calm. Spirit-fusing soup? Guhai frowned as he looked at the bowl of soup that Bingheim had brought over. It can nourish the soul? Then, Mr. Good, hurry up and drink it. We still need you to undo the seal. The Go cultivators immediately said happily. Bingheim was someone that Guhai had brought over. Naturally, the Go cultivators did not expect Bingheim to harm Guhai. There was an uproar. However, the black cat in the small space suddenly narrowed its eyes. Spirit-fusing soup? Meow. Another B asterisk TCH. Don't drink it. Brat, don't drink it. Meow. The black cat bared its fangs and brandished its claws. However, other than the meow, no other sound could be heard. Guhai looked at Bingheim and carefully took the bowl of spirit-fusing soup. This can nourish the soul. Guhai stared at Bingheim and asked carefully. Yes, it can, it can. Bingheim felt her entire body trembling, but she suppressed it and nodded. Since it can nourish the soul, why didn't you take it out earlier? Guhai smiled. Looking at Bingheim, Guhai slowly brought the bowl of spirit-fusing soup to his mouth. Chapter 602. In the human Tao mystic realm, Guhai and Taishang continued to influence the six-colored water seal. Although they did not seem to be doing much, a huge storm was brewing in the outside world. The ghosts in Reincarnation City had just accepted the news of the Reincarnation King's death when volcanoes suddenly erupted in the northeast of Reincarnation City. Every time Guhai placed a ghost stone, a volcano would erupt. For a time, flames soared into the sky. Waves of fire surged in all directions. Countless ghosts hurried to avoid the calamity from the volcanoes. But in the next moment, a monstrous snowstorm suddenly swept up in the snowy mountains. The snowstorm expanded with a loud bang, forming a huge stream of cold air that rushed in all directions. Wherever the cold air passed, the ground was frozen. The ghosts in the human Tao mystic realm immediately felt uneasy. In the chest down manner, the group of disciples who were angry at Guhai earlier were scared silly when they saw the volcanoes erupting one after another. Did that sage place a ghost stone? So, that game of Go has just started? Ninth young master was shocked. In the cave, Guhai rested for a while. Bingheim handed a bowl of spirit-fusing soup to Guhai for Guhai to drink. Guhai glanced at Bingheim. Then he brought the bowl of spirit-fusing soup to his mouth. It seemed like he was going to drink it. Idiot! Meow! Don't drink it! Don't drink it! The black cat roared anxiously. However, Guhai could not hear it all. The spirit-fusing soup was about to be drunk by Guhai. Absolute Beginning sensed it and immediately became excited. Good, good, drink it. Bingheim, you did well. Bitch, 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 meow. The black cat jumped around anxiously. However, Guhai could not hear it at all. Guhai looked at Bingheim and smiled warmly. Then, he opened his mouth and was about to drink it. Bingheim's eyes widened. She watched as Guhai unhesitatingly took the spirit-fusing soup and brought it to his mouth. Bingheim felt as if her entire world had suddenly darkened. The way Guhai looked at her made Bingheim's heart fill with boundless guilt. Don't! Bingheim suddenly cried out and exerted force in her hands. Pala! The bowl of spirit-fusing soup was knocked over by Bingheim. What's the matter? The group of chess cultivators was at a loss. Guhai, on the other hand, had a look of relief in his eyes as he gently exhaled. Your Majesty, you can't drink it. That's poison. Don't drink it, woo-woo. Bingheim knocked over the Fuxian soup and suddenly kneeled in front of Guhai, crying very sadly. Poison? The group of chess cultivators exclaimed. What? Bingheim, how dare you? Don't you want to save your mother? You're courting death. Tai Chu's voice suddenly rang out. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, woo. Bingheim knelt in front of Guhai, crying very sadly and uncontrollably. Poison? Guhai smiled slightly. He didn't blame Bingheim. Instead, he gently stroked Bingheim's hair. This wasn't the first time. Bingheim had given Gu Hai a drink previously, and Gu Hai could see through it that time. How did he do it this time? Gu Hai didn't expose Bingheim because he was holding on to a sliver of hope. Fortunately, he succeeded. Bingheim didn't let him drink it. Bingheim, what are you doing? You bastard. Tai Chu's voice rang out angrily. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, it's Tai Chu. Tai Chu, no, it's me, it's my fault. Bingheim took out a small bottle as she sobbed. Oh. Gu Hai looked at the small bottle. Bingheim reached out and squeezed the small bottle, as if she was squeezing open some kind of restriction. Bingheim, what are you doing? What are you doing? Tai Chu's voice rang out in the cave. Who? Whose voice is that? The group of chess cultivators looked at the small bottle in shock. Tai Chu. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. A murderous look flashed across his eyes. He saw Bingheim reach out and throw the small bottle into the lava. Bang! Immediately, the small bottle was burned to nothing by the lava. Bingheim, wait until you come out. See how I'll deal with you. Tai Chu's voice rang out in the lava and soon disappeared. Bingheim sobbed as she knelt in front of Gu Hai. She didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Gu Hai. Bingheim, tell me what happened. Gu Hai asked gently. Bingheim shook her head, unwilling to explain. She sobbed as she said, Your Majesty, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. When I left the capital, I gave Your Majesty a bowl of Fushin soup. Tai, he wanted to control you with the soup. I was sent to your side by Tai Yi so that Your Majesty could drink the soup. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Bingheim sobbed bitterly. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, Capital City, didn't you save my life before? It's just a bowl of poison. I'm fine, so why would I blame you? No, it's my fault, my fault. Bingheim cried with red eyes. From beginning to end, she didn't dare to look at Gu Hai. All right, it's fine. If you don't want to say it, you can say it when you want to. Gu Hai smiled. Although Bingheim wanted to poison him, Gu Hai was in a good mood. At least Bingheim realized her mistake in the end, didn't she? Meow, this bitch wants to harm you. And you're forgiving her? And she harmed you once. If it were me, I would tear her into pieces, meow. Black Cat stared at Bingheim and roared. Unfortunately, Gu Hai couldn't hear what Black Cat said. Gu Hai continued to play. The game couldn't stop here. Pack, pack, pack. This game was also the initial stage of the 32 Heavens and Earth game. After Gu Hai broke through at the Thousand Sage Conference, he could still bear it. But the separation of the soul and spirit caused a huge consumption. Gu Hai had a headache. However, Taishan's power of faith was almost finished. The seal of the six-colored water is about to be broken. The power of faith is not enough. Not enough. What should I do? Taishan was anxious. Ha 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 ha, bitch, it's almost finished? You can't do it now? Black Cat looked at Taishan and said excitedly. As expected, Taishan's bottle of power of faith was completely empty. Taishan's eyes flickered as he looked at the six-colored water that was continuously splitting apart. The more it separated, the clearer it became. The array was breaking bit by bit. Taishan's eyelids twitched wildly, waiting for the final result, his eyes full of anxiety. In the cave, Bingheim knelt in front of Gu Hai, sobbing with her head lowered. She didn't even dare to look at Gu Hai. The chess cultivators at the side looked at Bingheim with a frown, but didn't say anything. After all, Gu Hai didn't say anything, and he couldn't say anything. Gu Hai felt extremely tired, but he continued to play. Oh, have you finally reached a dead end? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Pack, pack, pack. The chess pieces were played faster and faster. The small space where Black Cat was also became clearer. Meow. Kid, break it, and I'll give you a big gift, ha ha ha. Black Cat said excitedly. Because Black Cat could feel that the seal was getting looser, it could see the outside world more clearly. It seemed like it would break soon. At that moment, Yin Qingshan secretly gathered a group of chess cultivators. The chess cultivators looked at Yin Qingshan in confusion. However, Yin Qingshan slowly called them out of the cave. Before leaving, Yin Qingshan glanced at Gu Hai again with a solemn expression. Then, he bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. The group of chess cultivators slowly retreated. Outside the cave, the earth was shaking. Manor Lord, what should we do? The volcano here keeps erupting. It seems like the lava is about to reach us. Ninth young master, Yin said anxiously. Manor Lord Yin, why did you call us out? The chess cultivators asked in confusion. Yin Qingshan looked at the cave and then at the crowd. Then he smiled faintly and said, I've already completed my teacher's mission. Many thanks to everyone for your hard work over the past few years. This humble one will give everyone a final opportunity. The chess cultivators said in confusion. Teacher? Who is your teacher? What mission? The chess cultivators asked in confusion. My teacher, Old Man Guanxi. Yin Qingshan said solemnly. Old Man Guanxi? Everyone's expressions changed. Old Man Guanxi? Yin Qingshan, you are one of Guanxi's 9 sons? What are you doing here? Also, what mission? What do you mean? The chess cultivators asked in shock. My teacher wants to release this black cat, but he doesn't want to be tainted by this karma. Therefore, he has been waiting. It's a pity that no one has been able to undo this seal for 1,000 years. Originally, if no one could undo it after another 10 years, I would be the one to take over this karma. Now, there's no need. Mr. Good is here. We can return to the divine continent now, Yin Qingshan said with a smile. The crowd was slightly taken aback. However, they saw Yin Qingshan suddenly turn to the direction of the cave and bow solemnly again. Mr. Good, I, Yin Qingshan, owe you a favor. If we meet again in the divine continent, I will repay you, Yin Qingshan said solemnly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge fog rushed out of the Chess Dao Villa's array. The fog engulfed all the ghosts outside the cave. As the fog blew past, all the ghosts disappeared. Yin Qingshan and the others disappeared. Guhai didn't notice. Guhai felt mentally and physically exhausted. His mind was completely focused on the chessboard. Bingheim knelt before Guhai, sobbing. She couldn't care less about the outside world. Taishang was in the snow valley, his face full of anxiety. This was because the 6-colored water had been completely separated. Moreover, the water had been separated from each other. It was as though there was a hollow in the middle. Guhai placed his final piece. Boom! The entire magma pool rumbled. It suddenly shot up into the sky, towards where the black cat was. Pop! The black cat was like a bubble. When it was hit by the magma, it burst. At the same time, the 6-color water in front of Taishang also shot up into the sky. When it reached where the black cat was, it suddenly burst with a popping sound. From where the bubble burst, black gas billowed out. Whether it was the snowy mountain or the volcanic area, all of them were completely broken. Black gas billowed out. It's broken? The seal is broken? Taishang's expression changed. He couldn't care less about anything else. He turned around and fled into the distance. It's broken? Guhai's eyes lit up. His entire body went limp from exhaustion. The black cat was also stunned. It seemed to be in disbelief. However, in the next moment, it was replaced by ecstasy. Meow. The black cat's black fur stood on end. It let out an excited howl. With a howl, the cat's voice suddenly rushed out in all directions. Guhai, Bingheim, and Taishang were the first to bear the brunt of the cat's voice. They were instantly knocked unconscious by the cat's voice. Under the loud cat's howl, all the volcanoes erupted. The snowy mountain also exploded into the sky. The entire human spirit world shook violently. In an instant, countless ghosts covered their ears in pain. The entire human Dao mystic realm was filled with screams. Even the rolling clouds in the sky shook violently. Even the void was shaking. The entire human Dao mystic realm was shaking. Samsara, I'm out. Meow. Chapter 603. Dominator of the 6 Paths, I'm out. Meow. The black cat let out a long howl, causing the entire human Dao mystic realm to tremble violently. The sound wave was so loud that it spread in all directions. Above the rolling clouds in the sky, countless shattered souls also trembled. Roar! The black cat let out a long howl. The countless shattered souls in the sky seemed to have stopped moving toward the black hole at the center of the rotating clouds. Instead, They were forcefully pulled down by a powerful suction force into the black cat's mouth. Boom! The countless shattered souls were sucked into the black cat's mouth like a whale sucking in water. The black cat's body also rapidly expanded. It grew from an ordinary black cat to a giant tiger in the blink of an eye, and it was still growing. 1 zhang tall, 10 zhang tall, 100 zhang tall. The shattered souls in the sky were all sucked into the black cat's mouth. The terrifying speed set off a storm in the human Tao mystic realm. In just 2 hours, more than 70% of the billions and trillions of shattered souls had been devoured. The entire human Tao mystic realm darkened instantly. Meow! The black cat let out a cry and stopped sucking. Shattered souls? Dominator of the 6 paths, you really are draining the pond to catch the fish. You devoured all the souls in the human Tao mystic realm yourself? No wonder the human Tao mystic realm is so weak. Such a weak human Tao mystic realm. I'll eat them all today. Meow. The black cat let out a ferocious roar. Twisting its head, the black cat took a step forward. With each step, the ground shook violently. Volcano? Snow mountain? Under the black cat's might, all of them quieted down. Countless human spirits who had not fainted yet all knelt down at this moment. This was because the black cat seemed to carry an aura that could shake one's soul. Suddenly, the black cat narrowed its eyes and looked down at Gu Hai. Kid, I said I'd come out and give you a big gift. I meant what I said. What should I give you? Oh, right. The dominator of the 6 paths has trapped me for so many years, wanting to know the secret of the human Tao mystic realm from me. The black cat narrowed its eyes at Gu Hai. Unfortunately, Gu Hai was already unconscious and couldn't hear the black cat's voice at all. That treasure needs to be... The ghost-dividing box is in your hands? Was this the will of heaven? Tui, how can that despicable samsara be called heaven's will? The black cat stared blankly at the thing Gu Hai was hugging when he fainted. Human Tao divine light? Oh, did you enter the human Tao mystic realm by participating in the Myriad Sage Assembly? That's fine too. When the time comes, you can go back by yourself. Thousand Saints Assembly? He, the dominator of samsara, has already messed with you, hasn't he? The black cat said coldly. It stretched out its claws and swiped at the air. Buzz! The ghost sealing box in Gu Hai's arms suddenly flew out. The black cat opened its mouth and spat out gently. Ooh! The ghost sealing box suddenly turned emerald green, as if it had been refined by the black cat. Then, it instantly entered Gu Hai's mind. He disappeared. The ghost box can divide the souls into 200 portions and send them to various places in the world to train. 1 year is equivalent to 200 years. The samsara had always wanted to find the great art of dreaming of heavenly secrets. Unfortunately, it was right under his nose. How did he not know? Ha ha ha. The black cat laughed. Bitch, you almost made me unable to come out. The black cat suddenly narrowed its eyes and looked at Bingheim and Taishang. Bingheim, Taishang, and Gu Hai had all fainted. They did not know that the black cat was looking at them with murderous intent. But they are rare beauties. Water cauldron soul, earth cauldron soul. What a good cauldron. Ha, just nice. Kid, you're lucky. I'll help you call out Dry Spring and punish them for me. Ha 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 meow. The black cat's eyes lit up. It opened its mouth and spat out. Bingheim, Taishang, and Gu Hai were instantly sucked into a huge air bubble. Meow. The black cat roared. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky churned again. The rolling fragments of the human souls instantly rushed into the air bubble and entered the bodies of the 3 people's souls. Rumble. The power of the human souls entered. Suddenly, the 3 people's souls lit up, and in Gu Hai's arms, a small blue ball suddenly appeared and also absorbed the power of the human souls. Wong. But, strangely, the small blue ball slowly changed into the appearance of Chun Xian and fell into Gu Hai's arms. Kid, you have good luck with women? Another one? And it's a water cauldron soul? Meow, good. Now, I don't know you anything, ha 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 ha. The black cat laughed loudly. I called out Dry Spring for you, meow, meow, meow. The black cat suddenly cried out with a fanatical voice. In the midst of the fanaticism, Gu Hai, Bingheim, Taishang, and Qin Xian, who were unconscious, suddenly became restless. In the restlessness, they intertwined with each other. Master, Sienna missed you so much. In a daze, Chun Xian hugged Gu Hai and kissed him. Your Majesty, Bingheim is sorry, but Bingheim likes your Majesty very much. No one has ever been so good to me, your Majesty. Bingheim also hugged Gu Hai in a daze. Taishang is emotionless and unemotional, but why, how can I? Taishang said. Juzi also hugged Gu Hai impatiently. Rumble. The fragments of the human souls in the air rushed into the air bubble where Gu Hai and the other 3 people were. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people were wrapped up in the air like a huge blue sun. Meow, kid, you can enjoy it slowly. Meow, ha ha ha. The black cat laughed and stomped its foot. Boom. The black cat instantly jumped into the distance. The heaven-suppressing divine seal was in the body. Without it, Gu Hai's soul could not be suppressed. Gu Hai also did not wake up. It was as if he had a long dream. In the dream, he hugged Qin Xian. In the dream, he hugged Bingheim. In the dream, he hugged Taishang and Juzi. It was a sentimental dream, a dream that he could not wake up from. Their souls seemed to be deeply understanding each other. It was as if their souls were merging. Unknowingly, Gu Hai suddenly used his own cultivation technique, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. An enormous force of dual cultivation was formed all of a sudden. It was the body that instinctively activated the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Heavenly Yin City. Long Zhonghua used the longevity array to seal the entrance of Heavenly Yin City and the human Tao mystic realm. He forcefully pulled the entire human Tao mystic realm into his immortal dome. Under the deterrence of Deqian, no one dared to act rashly. Including the future Buddha and Tai Chu, they were extremely anxious at this moment. Rumble. The human Tao mystic realm was getting closer and closer to the immortal dome. Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, and the others waited patiently. The longevity array outside was extremely strong. Even Tai Chu could not break it, let alone others. They could only wait patiently. Long Zhongguo's eyes flashed with excitement, as if he was about to succeed. Old man, Long Wanyu suddenly screamed. Long Zhongguo looked at Long Wanyu with a dark expression. Bai Ming Shou, Sima Zongheng, Dragon Shining, Long Shunwen, Takeshi Ryushin, and the others' expressions all changed. What happened? Did the heavens notice? Old man, my brother-in-law's body is red and hot. What's going on? Old man, quick, save my brother-in-law. Did something happen to him? Long Wanyu said anxiously. At this moment, Gu Hai was sitting in the center of the square. His body was red. Bingheim and Taishang's faces were also red, as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. However, the 3 of them were unconscious, and no one knew what was going on. Phew! Bai Ming Shou and the others let out a sigh of relief. It was only Gu Hai's body that was affected, and the heavens did not notice. Old man, quick! What happened to my brother-in-law, quick? Long Wanyu was extremely anxious. At this moment, Bingheim's mouth suddenly spat out a ball of light, a ball of blue light. Buzz! The blue ball of light seemed to be sucked into Gu Hai's mouth and entered Gu Hai's body instantly. Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. Nascent soul? Is that Bingheim's nascent soul? Kong Di squinted his eyes and revealed a trace of shock. Why did Bingheim's nascent soul come out of her mouth and enter Gu Hai's? Were they dual cultivating? However, it was not over yet. At this moment, Taishang's Juzi spat out a brown ball of light, which flew into Gu Hai's mouth immediately. Juzi? Why is Juzi's nascent soul in Gu Hai's mouth? The group of Taishang's disciples were anxious and were about to rush forward. Who dares to move? Dragon Shining stared at them. The group of Taishang's disciples were extremely anxious, but no one dared to step into the center of the square. Gu Hai dual cultivating with Bingheim and Taishang? It did not seem like it, and it was impossible. Their bodies were still sitting there. How could they dual cultivate? But why did their nascent souls run into Gu Hai's body? Just as everyone was puzzled, They saw a golden light gathering in the void, and a golden ball of light entered Gu Hai's mouth. This is not someone else's nascent soul. What is it? Countless people were curious. Only Long Zhanghua understood. The soul of the golden cauldron, forming a nascent soul in the void. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Buzz! A suction force formed on the surface of Gu Hai's body, and streams of spirit qi quickly entered Gu Hai's body. At this moment, brown and golden light bloomed on the surface of Gu Hai's body. Old man, what's wrong with my brother-in-law? Long Wan Yu asked anxiously. Is he in urgent need of earth and metal energy? Bai Mingshou narrowed his eyes. Under the strong desire, Gu Hai's body was slowly becoming thinner. Old man, hurry up and save my brother-in-law. Long Wan Yu yelled anxiously. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Buzz! An earth-brown treasure and a metal-type treasure instantly shot towards Gu Hai. Living soil, an earth-divine treasure? Is it the vine of the deity killing gourd? Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. The living soil and the vine of the deity killing gourd immediately went into Gu Hai's body and disappeared into Gu Hai's mouth. With the living soil and the vine of the deity killing gourd, Gu Hai no longer needed to absorb energy from the outside world. Raging earth power and boundless metal power surged into his spleen and lungs acupoints. Buzz! A nascent soul was formed in the spleen and lungs. Taishang's nascent souls and Chun Xian, Er's nascent souls were next to them, and they started to dual cultivate. Done, done, Long Wan Yu said excitedly. Gu Hai cultivated 3 nascent souls in his physical body at the same time. Energy surged out of his body as his cultivation rose continuously. Meow. At this moment, a cat's meow came from the entrance of the human Tao secret realm and attracted everyone's attention. A cat's meow? That damn cat is out. Tai Chu's expression changed. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha's expression also changed. Chapter 604. Meow. Right at this moment, a cat's meow came from the entrance of the human Tao secret realm, attracting everyone's attention. A cat's meow? That darn cat is out? Tai Chu's expression changed. Amateus Buddha. Future Buddha's expression changed too. Boom! The black water at the entrance of the human Tao secret realm was blasted away. A huge cat's head was revealed. Walala! The movement of the cat's head made Long Zhanghua's 18 chains clanged against each other. Meow, Immortal Dome? The black cat's eyes widened as a strong, murderous aura surged out. Long Zhanghua's expression turned cold as killing intent surged out of him. Xing, Sima Zongheng, Takeshi Ryushin, and the others drew their weapons and looked at the black cat coldly. The black cat leaped out of the entrance of the human Tao secret realm. Bam! The black cat landed on the square and grew to a height of more than 10 feet. It looked around coldly. Seeing the 10,000 sages' corpses on the ground, the black cat's eyes lit up. Meow, good job killing them. These despicable people are really useless. Tui, I wanted to eat them, but they were killed just like that. Oomph. The black cat snorted coldly. Turning its head, the black cat looked coldly at Long Zhanghua again. Another immortal dome? You want to steal the human Tao secret realm? You want to conquer the samsara? Ha 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 ha. Retribution, retribution. Samsara, the heavens and earth have not acknowledged you yet. Ha ha. The black cat shouted excitedly. The black cat's laughter made Long Zhanghua squint his eyes. From the black cat's tone, it seemed to have a grudge with the samsara. The black cat looked around and saw Gu Hai. However, its eyes flashed and it didn't say anything. Meow, the day you steal the human Tao secret realm is the day the samsara appears. You better watch out. I won't accompany you in your madness. Meow. The black cat was about to leave. However, just as the black cat was about to leave, it suddenly narrowed its eyes and looked at the crowd. It suddenly saw Ziwei and Chong Sheng. Oh, you two foodies? You won't die after all. Meow. The black cat looked at the two of them and revealed a hint of joy. Ziwei and Chong Sheng looked at each other blankly. Ziwei, you know it? Chong Sheng asked curiously. I don't know him. I thought you knew him. Ziwei shook her head. Meow. Ha, I'm not the only one. You're all back, ha ha. The black cat laughed loudly and did not say anything to Ziwei and Changsheng. Instead, its figure flashed as it fled into the distance. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the black cat arrived at Bimingshou's black cloud barrier. Previously, even absolute primordium couldn't break through the barrier, but now the black cat stretched out its paw and clawed at the barrier. Bang! A huge hole was torn open in the impenetrable longevity array barrier. What? Bimingshou's expression changed. Halt! Dragon Shunning glared at him, as if he was about to charge forward. Stop chasing, Long Zhanghua said coldly. Bang! The black cat's figure flashed and jumped out. Those who compete with the Dominator are all lunatics. I'm not going to play along with you. Meow. The black cat's figure disappeared into the distance. The barrier was torn open. Absolute Primordium's face was filled with joy, and he was about to dash out. Wong! In the blink of an eye, the barrier was restored again. Boom! Absolute Primordium crashed into the barrier, but he didn't break it open. It closed again. Absolute Primordium's expression changed. Absolute Primordium, are you testing my patience? Long Zhanghua said coldly. Absolute Primordium's expression froze. The black cat rushed out of the longevity array barrier and quickly flew into the distance. Meow, those who can get the Immortal Dome are all lunatics. How can the Dominator not guard against you? You only got a beginner Immortal Dome, and you want to compete with the Dominator? Meow, I'd better leave quickly or I'll be in trouble. I just came out, and I'm going to be trapped again. The black cat looked at the barrier of Heavenly Een City and quickly flew into the distance. Heavenly Een City. Absolute Primordium was quiet again. He returned to his original position and didn't dare to interrupt again. His Holiness, that black cat, just now. Bei Mingshou said worriedly. Don't worry, it won't tell the Dominator. I'm prepared for that. Long Zhanghua said coldly. Yes. Bei Mingshou nodded. Whoosh. The entire human Dao mystic realm continued to move toward the Immortal Dome. Long Zhanghua's eyes were filled with anticipation. At this moment, many people turned to look at Ziwei and Changsheng. In particular, Qing Emperor slowly walked toward Ziwei and Changsheng. Do the two of you remember me? The Cyan Emperor suddenly asked. Ziwei and Changsheng raised their eyebrows and looked at Qing Emperor together. You two were in the Dian dynasty in the past. Don't you remember me? Qing Emperor said with a smile. Ah, it's you. Ziwei's expression changed. Qing Emperor. Changsheng's expression darkened. It seems that you two still remember me. Qing Emperor said with a smile. What do you want? Ziwei frowned. Nothing, but you two don't want to go back and see the Black Emperor? Qing Emperor said with a smile. Black Emperor? Old man? Isn't he dead? Changsheng's expression darkened. He is dead, but his grave is still here. His coffin is still here. I was the one who personally buried his corpse. The two of you should also understand why the Black Emperor died, right? Don't you want to see him? The Cyan Emperor took a deep breath and said. Ziwei and Changsheng frowned. It's been 3,000 years. I know that you've been trapped for 3,000 years and blame the Black Emperor. But you should also know that you've survived until now because you've been trapped in the underground palace, right? How did the Black Emperor treat you? Now, Qing Emperor said with a sigh. Ziwei and Changsheng lowered their heads and fell into deep thought. Ziwei, Changsheng, didn't you agree to go to the Han Dynasty with us? Gaochen said coldly as he glared at Qing Emperor. Although Gaochen didn't get along well with Ziwei and Changsheng, Gaochen understood how important they were to Guhai. Naturally, he didn't want them to be abducted by Qing Emperor. However, Ziwei and Changsheng seemed to be in a difficult position. After a long silence, Ziwei said, When this matter is over, I want to go and pay respects to the old man. I'm going too, Changsheng said with a frown. Both of you don't mind, just follow me. Qing Emperor said with a smile. Ziwei and Changsheng nodded. Gaochen wanted to persuade them again, but Ziwei and Changsheng seemed to have made up their minds and refused to listen. Qing Emperor smiled faintly. Looking at Ziwei and Changsheng, A trace of surprise flashed in Qing Emperor's eyes. In the past, when the Black Emperor valued Ziwei and Chang Sheng, the Cyan Emperor found it strange and did not take them seriously. After 3,000 years, the Cyan Emperor had almost forgotten about the two of them, especially when the two of them had undergone a huge change in size. The Cyan Emperor had completely forgotten about them. However, Guhai valued them so much that Qing Emperor also valued them. In addition, they performed well in the Thousand Saints Assembly. Naturally, they valued them more. Just now, that black cat was surprised by them. What reason did Qing Emperor have to underestimate them? Naturally, he wanted to take them away immediately. Fortunately, the two cooperated well. On the other side, Kong Di looked at Gu Hai with narrowed eyes. Oh, Gu Hai's cultivation is still rising? The aura around Gu Hai was constantly surging. Under the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, Gu Hai, Chen Xian Bingheim, and Taishang cultivated at the same time. Bingheim's nascent soul was in Gu Hai's water god palace, hugging Gu Hai's water god. As the two exchanged power, the two formed a black hole, absorbing the water energy of the rolling iceberg. In the water god palace, the huge iceberg was slowly shrinking. The two's cultivation seemed to be skyrocketing. Boom! Gu Hai's water god suddenly reached the 4th level. In the earth god palace, Gu Hai condensed his nascent soul, accompanied by Taishang's nascent soul. When the two's power merged, the rolling earth energy of the living earth rushed into their bodies. Both of them were rapidly becoming stronger. Gu Hai's earth nascent soul was also rapidly growing. With the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, the living earth, Taishang's nascent soul, and even Gu Hai's state of mind, Gu Hai's earth nascent soul grew quickly. The first level of the earth nascent soul, the second level of the earth nascent soul, the third level of the earth nascent soul, the fourth level of the earth nascent soul. The earth nascent soul quickly grew stronger. In the Golden God Palace, it was the same. The metal elemental nascent soul was formed because of Chun Xian dual cultivation. The vines of the immortal slaying flying dagger emitted a fierce metal elemental energy, quickly promoting the growth of the golden soul. The first level of the golden soul, the second level of the golden soul, the third level of the golden soul, the fourth level of the golden soul. The golden soul was also rapidly becoming stronger. However, Gu Hai's divine soul was separated from his soul. His divine soul was unconscious, and his nascent souls were also blurry. Under the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, the fire nascent soul was the fire god, the water nascent soul was the water god, the golden soul was the metal god, and the earth nascent soul was the earth god. Correspondingly, Bingheim's nascent soul was the water god queen, Chun Xian nascent soul was the metal god queen, and Taishang's nascent soul was the earth god queen. Gu Hai's cultivation base rapidly grew again and again. While everyone waited patiently, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the entrance of the Six Paths secret realm had already come into contact with Long Zhonghua's immortal dome, as if it would be completely absorbed in the next moment. In the human path secret realm, Gu Hai, Chun Xian, Bingheim, Taishang, and Dao Juggernaut had been dual cultivating in the Black Cat's bubble for 6 days and 6 nights. Because of this dual cultivation, 2/3 of the human soul fragments in the human path secret realm had been absorbed by the 4 of them. The souls of the 4 people instantly turned blue and translucent. Vaguely, the 4 of them seemed to know what they were doing. However, the Black Cat's dry spring effect was too strong. The 4 of them were immersed in it and did not want to wake up. However, 10 days had passed since they entered the human path secret realm. When the 10 days were up, the divine light ball that had entered their bodies seemed to emit a white light. A loud sound was heard. 10 days are up. Return. A loud sound was heard. Bam! The Black Cat's bubble exploded. Gu Hai, Bingheim, and Taishang's divine souls turned into 3 streaks of light and shot towards the entrance of the human path secret realm. Gu Hai's hands were tightly wrapped around Chun Xian, refusing to let go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, The four divine souls rushed through the entrance of the human past secret realm and rushed towards the bodies of Gu Hai, Bingheim, and Taishan. Wong. The three of them returned to their original positions. At this moment, boom, a loud sound was heard. The human past secret realm was sucked into the Warring States' Immortal Dome. Chapter 605. The moment Gu Hai's divine soul returned to his body, the heaven-suppressing divine seal between his eyebrows suddenly pressed down. Boom! Gu Hai quivered and woke up from the black cat spell. The moment he woke up, Gu Hai's consciousness spread throughout his body and immediately discovered the abnormality. The fire god returned to the fire god palace. In the water god palace, Bingheim's nascent soul surrounded the fire god. In the gold god palace, Chun Xian, Er's nascent soul surrounded the gold god. In the earth god palace, Taishang's nascent soul surrounded the earth god. Gu Hai was completely awake, and the three girls woke up from their daze. Sienna. Gu Hai was overjoyed. The next moment, his expression changed. He remembered that Chun Xian did not have a physical body. Without a physical body, what would happen to her divine soul? Pervert, I'll kill you. Taishang's nascent soul roared with a ferocious expression the moment it woke up. Taishang's nascent soul seemed to throw out an extremely strong yellowish-brown energy. Suddenly, it exploded from Gu Hai's Earth God Palace. Boom! Gu Hai felt like his body was about to explode. In an instant, Chun Xian, Bingheim, and Taishang's nascent souls all flew out of Gu Hai's mouth in the explosion. Sienna. Gu Hai roared and glared. He saw the three nascent souls suddenly fly out. Bingheim's nascent soul flew back to Bingheim's body. Boom! Bingheim's body suddenly surged with a super airflow that swept through the entire square. Middle Heaven Palace? Bingheim's cultivation has reached the Middle Heaven Palace? Dual cultivation technique? My G family's dual cultivation technique is used by someone who is not from my family? Kongbi narrowed his eyes. Taishang's nascent soul also flew back. Buzz. After the nascent soul entered his body, Taishang did not get angry out of humiliation. Instead, he began to mutter to himself. Taishang is in my heart. I am heartless and forgetful. I am pure and clear. The dust does not stick to my heart. Taishang anxiously activated his cultivation method. The Taishang Daoist cultivation method. Once one lost their virginity, their cultivation base would definitely plummet. Losing one's virginity didn't just affect one's physical body, it also affected one's soul. Losing one's soul was even more terrifying. Taishang anxiously stabilized his mind and cultivation base. Gu Hai reached out and grabbed a small blue ball. Chun Xian, nascent soul flew out and entered the blue ball. Human soul, primitive form? It changed back again? Gu Hai's expression changed, revealing a look of anger. In his fury, Gu Hai could only sigh slightly. Perhaps it's a good thing to change back. It's better than dissipating. Gu Hai sighed. Gu Hai took out a jade box and carefully placed Chun Xian's human soul primitive body into it. Then, he carefully stored it away. Bingheim woke up with a sense of guilt and surprise. She raised her head and happened to see Tai Chu's murderous gaze. On the other side, Kong Di also looked at Bingheim with a cold expression, causing Bingheim's expression to darken. Your Majesty, I'm sorry for before. Bingheim said bitterly. I said I don't blame you. Gu Hai said gently. However, the more Gu Hai was like this, the more Bingheim felt. Gu Hai turned his head to look at Grand Supreme in the distance. Seeing Grand Supreme so anxious that he was sweating profusely as he stabilized his cultivation, Gu Hai frowned slightly and didn't know what to say. Juzzy, my soul was swapped. A subordinate next to Taishang jolted awake and anxiously cried out. This was the disciple of Taishang's Dao who'd been selected to enter the human Dao secret realm. Unfortunately, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva had swapped his soul. Gu Hai turned to Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva and found that the Bodhisattva was slowly opening his eyes despite his weakened state. Even from far away, Xiao Chun saw Gu Hai. The instant he saw Gu Hai, his expression changed, and he shivered. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva, are you all right? The bodhisattva asked worriedly. The purple bamboo bodhisattva was trembling as if he could not speak. He could only look at Gu Hai and tremble. Humph, what a troublemaker. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. You're awake, brother-in-law? That's great. The old man also succeeded. Long Wanyu looked excitedly at Gu Hai. At this moment, most people in the square weren't paying attention to Gu Hai. Instead, they were looking at Long Zhonghua, who had a patch of auspicious cloud above his head. Long Zhonghua closed his eyes and held a bubble in his hand. There seemed to be a blue vortex channel inside the bubble. It spun slowly, as if it was absorbing endless strange power from the world. Rumble. The life formation boundary around Tianyin City disappeared, sucked in by the bubble in Long Zhonghua's hand like a whale sucking in water. Not only that, there seemed to be endless blue light in the void being sucked in by force. All the officials of the Qian were guarding Long Zhonghua. Bai Mingshou, Dragon Shinying, Long Shunwan, Takashi Ryushin, Sima Zongheng, Ao Tianwang, and all the other experts were guarding the surroundings. He was waiting for Long Zhanzhang to open his eyes. That's the old man's Immortal Dome. I heard that it's called the Immortal Dome. Brother-in-law, do you know the Immortal Dome? I heard that it's called the Warring States Immortal Dome. Long Wanyu asked curiously. Immortal Dome? Gu Hai's expression changed. This world was the Immortal Dome of the Six Paths. Long Zhanghua had an Immortal Dome in his hand. Warring States Immortal Dome? Wouldn't that mean that Long Zhanghua had a world in his hand? Laozi had once told him that he had to find the Immortal Dome first. Was it this Immortal Dome? The human Tao's secret realm was dragged into the Warring States Immortal Dome by the old man. Look! Long Wanyu's expression changed. She pointed to the sky. A spatial crack suddenly appeared where the human Tao mystic realm had disappeared. Boom, 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 boom. The crack suddenly split into two into four into 8, and then thousands of them, extending in all directions. Wong! Billowing black gas suddenly emerged from the cracks in the void. In an instant, it covered the sky and the earth, stretching endlessly. It expanded from Heavenly Een City to the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, and it was still expanding. It was as if heaven and earth were injured. The cracks in the void suddenly spread in all directions, covering the entire divine land in an instant. Ah, so painful! Suddenly, a tearing roar came from the void fissure. The voice was very loud and had a strange majesty, as if it could penetrate one's soul. Plop, plop, plop. Suddenly, everyone in Heavenly Een City fell to their knees. Bingheim, Long Wanyu, Taishang, the future Buddha, Tai Chu, and even Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, Long Shunwan, the Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, all the citizens, and all the Qian soldiers all fell to their knees with a plop. In a short time, they were all on their knees. From Heavenly Een City to the outside world, the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, the entire Qian Celestial Empire, and even the entire Divine Continent. Almost everyone suddenly fell to their knees. There was no reason for them to kneel, just because of this voice, a roar from the heavens. All living beings were forced to their knees by this majestic aura. Countless living beings were trembling in fear. Heavenly Een City Square. There was only one person who could stand, the emperor of the great Qian dynasty, Long Zhanghua. Even Gu Hai instantly felt an overwhelming pressure pressing down on his heart. It was as if the depths of his soul instinctively wanted to kneel. The kind of boundless pressure made it impossible for Gu Hai to resist. Kneel? No. Gu Hai's strong will supported his knees, but he couldn't hold on. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal between his brows shook violently, as though it was resisting this heavenly might. But it wasn't enough. More than half of it was canceled out. There was still a portion that made Gu Hai's knees bend slowly. Wong! Gu Hai's body suddenly emitted waves of blue light. Gu Hai could vaguely feel that the thin mortal soul was somewhere in his body, as though it was resisting this heavenly might, but still couldn't do it. Boom! At the last moment when Gu Hai was about to kneel, he twisted his body and sat diagonally on the ground. However, the heavenly might continued to suppress Gu Hai's soul, as though it wanted Gu Hai to continue kneeling. The thin mortal soul and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal kept resisting, giving Gu Hai a chance to not kneel. But he couldn't move. Heavenly might, Gu Hai's eyes were filled with shock. Just a voice could force all living beings to kneel? Brother-in-law, I'm scared. Woo-woo. Long Wanyu knelt in fear. Gu Hai himself couldn't hold on. How could he comfort Long Wanyu? The human Tao mystic realm was forcefully taken by Long Zhonghua, and the heavens woke up. The heavens were angry and were about to vent their anger. Gu Hai looked at Long Zhonghua, who was not far away, in horror. Everyone had knelt down, and he was the only one who remained standing. He stood proudly in the wind, bearing the wrath of the heavens alone. The common people knelt, but the dragon warring states did not kneel. Long Zhonghua seemed to be enduring the most powerful heavenly might. Gusts of heavenly might and angry wind seemed to come from all directions, blowing fiercely at Long Zhonghua. However, apart from his dragon robe flapping in the wind, Long Zhonghua didn't show any signs of being oppressed. He didn't even open his eyes. Rumble! The dark clouds in the sky above the heavenly court grew thicker and more violet. There was even a hint of red in the center of the dark clouds. Long Zhonghua's dragon robe flapped more and more violently in the wind. It seemed that the heavens' anger had locked onto Long Zhonghua. Gusts of angry wind came, as if there were endless wind blades in the void. But at this moment, Long Zhonghua opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a nine-colored light burst out. Boom! The raging wind that was blowing towards the dragon warring state suddenly exploded and completely dissipated. It seemed that the heavenly might could no longer affect Long Zhonghua. In fact, the auspicious cloud above Long Zhonghua's head grew even larger. Long Zhonghua stood unmoved in the midst of the heaven's anger. He looked coldly at the scarlet clouds in the sky. Traces of savage killing intent appeared in his eyes. My human Tao mystic realm. Another roar came from the sky. Boom, boom. There were two loud sounds in the sky, and the scarlet clouds suddenly separated to two sides. Within the dark clouds, a pair of cold blue eyes suddenly appeared. The two eyes seemed to occupy the entire sky. Each eye was hundreds or thousands of times larger than the entire 36 cities of the heavenly court. A pair of eyes that covered the entire sky. A pair of eyes so cold that they pierced the bone. It was a pair of eyes that could freeze a person's body with just one look. The eyes of the heavens. They looked coldly at the entire world, and their eyes were filled with ferocity as they charged at Long Zhonghua. Chapter 606. The Eyes of Heaven. It looked at the entire world coldly and charged at Long Zhonghua with ferocious anger in its eyes. The heavens were enraged, and all living beings knelt down. The heavens had already locked onto the culprit, and the pressure of the heavens was naturally directed at Heavenly Een City. Rumble! The entire Heavenly Een City was instantly suppressed by the heavens, and countless cracks appeared. A destructive aura rushed into everyone's heart. It was a kind of endless despair. At this moment, even though Tai Chu and the future Buddha had been on heaven's side before, they were suppressed to the point that fear appeared on their faces. Only Long Zhonghua stood alone on the high platform. He looked up at the heavens with murderous intent in his eyes. He stomped his feet slightly. Boom! The shattered Heavenly Een City instantly recovered and merged back together. With a flip of his hand, the immortal dome in his palm merged with his body. Boom! Behind Long Zhan, a blue whirlwind instantly rolled up. As soon as the whirlwind appeared, the sky suddenly darkened, like a tornado rushing up to the sky. The blue tornado even tore through the rolling dark clouds and rushed up to the nine heavens. It seemed to connect to the earth in an instant. The rolling blue air column slowly rotated and emitted a soul-stirring aura that made people's souls tremble. Gu Hai looked at the inside of the blue tornado as if he could see ghosts spinning inside. My human Tao mystic realm? You refined it back to the human Tao reincarnation cycle? You really have the immortal dome? It's been 800,000 years, and you want to learn from me? Ha 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 ha! Firmament's ferocious eyes were suffused with a trace of piercing cold, murderous intent radiating in all directions. Long Zhonghua looked at the heavens coldly. Immortal of the six paths? I showed you the human Tao reincarnation cycle to tell you that even if you become an immortal, it doesn't mean that you are an ant. The order of the six paths of reincarnation cycle is in chaos, and the souls of all living beings are nourished by your cultivation. If you do things too ruthlessly, there will be a time of chaos. Long Zhonghua said coldly. Umph, ha ha ha. There will be a time of chaos? The entire immortal dome belongs to me. You all belong to me as well. Rebellion? How can an ant know the will of the heavens? Heaven's Eye emitted a cold aura. All around, under the suppression of the heavens, the commoners couldn't even lift their heads. Even Gu Hai couldn't move. Shock flashed through his eyes. As expected, in front of the heavens, mortals couldn't even withstand a single blow. Just a wave of pressure, and they couldn't resist? Tion Xin? The heavenly heart is kind. Not your six Tao heart is evil. I worship the heavens, the heaven and earth that created all life. Not you, the source of all evils. Today, I have obtained the reincarnation of the heavens and earth, but I want to sever ties with you and declare war on the evils of all evils. Long Zhonghua shouted. Boom! It seemed to emit a ferocious aura that caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. The root of all evils? Humph! You want to imitate me? Do you think that I will let you do as you please? Even if you have a country, what can you do when the common people are kneeling? Can the people of a country borrow your strength again? Right now, they only worship me, not you. Heavens, I stared at Long Zhonghua. Do you think that my heavenly empire only exists in this world? Long Zhonghua sneered. Immortal Dome? Heavens, I flashed coldly. People of the Deqian, I, Long Zhonghua, want to destroy the evil heavens. I want to borrow your strength to establish peace for all eternity. Long Zhonghua shouted. Rumble. Behind him, the reincarnation of the human Tao reincarnation cycle spun. As it spun, countless light figures could be seen crying out as they knelt down. His Holiness, please use my strength. Heavens, please use my strength. I offer all my strength to the heavens. Within the reincarnation of the human Tao reincarnation cycle, waves of golden energy rushed towards Long Zhonghua. Long Zhonghua's body suddenly expanded. Roar! The boundless providence in the sky above the heavenly court quickly condensed into a huge golden dragon that surged into Long Zhonghua's body. In the War Kingdom and Immortal Dome, almost all the people borrowed Long Zhonghua's power. Long Zhonghua's body was surrounded by waves of golden energy. His originally thin and old appearance instantly became strong, as if his entire body was filled with muscles. His body also expanded rapidly to 10 zhong tall and even 100 zhong tall. Finally, he stabilized himself at 10,000 zhong tall, a gigantic dragon battle kingdom that gave off an invincible aura charged at the Heaven's Eye. Humph! Heaven's Eye snorted. In an instant, hundreds of coffins appeared in the void. Boom! The hundreds of coffins opened on their own, and hundreds of men and women in gray walked out slowly with different expressions. There were people in imperial dragon robes, people in Taoist robes, monks and demons. Each of them exuded a monstrous aura. Each of them seemed to have a destructive power. However, their skin was gray. Gu Hai felt that each of the gray-skinned people could destroy Heavenly Yin's city in an instant. Is that the Heavenly King's sect leader? His Holiness Sky-Splitting Sword, domineering Immortal Tao Master? Tai Chu and the future Buddha both looked terrified. The two of them seemed to know each other. The person you killed in the battle 800,000 years ago? Long Zhonghua narrowed his eyes. The hundreds of gray-skinned people all bowed respectfully to Heaven's Eye. Puppets destroy him for me, Heaven's Eye said coldly. Yes, Master. The hundreds of puppets said respectfully. Then they turned their heads and looked at Long Zhonghua fiercely. They all rushed towards Long Zhonghua, exuding a destructive power. Each of them was one of the most powerful people in the world in the past. 100 puppets appeared in front of Long Zhonghua in an instant. Puppet? Even when they were at their peak, I was not afraid of them, let alone now. They were just a bunch of corpses. Long Zhongguo's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. As he laughed viciously, the light of an axe suddenly shone from Long Zhongguo's body. As soon as the light appeared, it illuminated the entire area. Vaguely, Gu Hai saw the shadow of an axe suddenly being grabbed by Long Zhongguo. It cut open the void, and it seemed as though a crack had appeared in the void. Sky-splitting axe? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Boom! 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 Following a series of extremely dense explosions, 100 black holes instantly appeared in the void. A thin line of void cracks connected the 100 black holes into a string. The 100 puppets all exploded in an instant, turning into dust and disappearing into the black holes. The huge vibration caused the entire world to shake. Countless commoners fainted from the shaking. How dare you? The heaven's eyes suddenly became colder. The peerless monsters from 800,000 years ago were all killed by Long Zhongguo's sky-splitting axe. The future Buddha's body trembled slightly. It should be known that 800,000 years ago, even the future Buddha himself might not have been a match for any of them. These were all killed by the Immortal of 6 paths. After killing them, they were refined into corpses. Who would have thought that they would be so weak in front of Long Zhongguo? Sky-splitting axe? No wonder it was the #1 magic treasure in the world. Tai Chu's eyelids twitched wildly. Earlier, he had been boasting in front of Long Zhongguo and causing trouble in front of Long Zhongguo. He had thought that even if he was weak, he was not much weaker than Long Zhongguo. However, the scene in front of him completely destroyed all of his delusions. That axe could have annihilated him in an instant. How strong was Long Zhongguo? In the past, he had lent the sky-splitting axe to Takashi Ryushin to roam the world. No wonder no one dared to snatch the sky-splitting axe, even if it was right in front of them. No one dared to touch it. #1 in the world? In the distance, Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with yearning and ambition. Long Zhongguo cut down all the puppets with one swing of the axe and looked coldly at the heaven's eye. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. The human Tao secret realm? You entered from the sacred temple of One Tao. The Thousand Saints Assembly? It seems that I have been too kind to you. The laws of One Tao? Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting? I have taken the chess pieces, but there is the Tao of calligraphy, and the Tao of Qin, and the Tao of painting. Because of the laws of One Tao, you have a loophole. Good. Then from today onwards, I will take back all the laws of One Tao. I will make you all unable to use the laws of One Tao. The heaven's eyes anger rose. No, heaven, we have tried our best. We tried our best to stop him, but we couldn't stop Long Zhongguo. Tai Chu shouted anxiously. Once the laws of One Tao were destroyed, wouldn't his Tai Chu scripture be finished as well? Heaven, we tried to send you a message before, but we were stopped by Long Zhongguo. This Thousand Saints assembly has nothing to do with the laws of One Tao. Everything is planned by Long Zhongguo. Even if the 4 arts are in perfect condition, it is useless. The future Buddha also shouted anxiously. The heaven's eye glanced at Tai Chu and the future Buddha. How can I allow you to change my decision? The heaven's eye roared. Heaven, if all the laws of One Tao are taken away, the human realm will no longer have any records of the laws of One Tao. Without any historical inheritance, the human realm will wither. Tai Chu said anxiously. The heaven's eye narrowed. Boom, crack, crack. Countless loud sounds came from the void. For a moment, it was as if streaks of white light shot up into the sky and into the rolling dark clouds. Heaven! At that moment, countless laws of One Tao cultivators looked miserable. The chess Tao was taken away, and it was no longer powerful. Now the Zither Tao, the calligraphy Tao, and the painting Tao were all taken away? Tai Chu flipped his hand and took out the Tai Chu scripture. The Tai Chu scripture was still shining with white light. It's still here? My Tai Chu scripture still has the aura of the laws of One Tao. Tai Chu was overjoyed. From today onwards, all laws of One Tao are no longer allowed to use the laws. You can only use the laws of One Tao from the past to spread your Tao to the world. A cold voice came from the heaven's eye. In other words, if they continued, the laws of Wendao would be almost completely destroyed. However, the laws of Wendao and the painting Dao could still be used. The laws of Wendao and painting Dao of the past were passed down. The laws of Wendao cultivators in the world were instantly filled with grief. Only Tai Chu, the future Buddha, and the others were overjoyed. Yes, thank you, heaven. Thank you, heaven. Tai Chu said emotionally. Moving around in anger, you have sinned against the heaven and lost virtue. You should be killed. Long Zhangwa glared. Everything you have was given to you by me. Today, I can take everything you have. You want to go against me with your abilities? The heavens I glared at Long Zhangwa with murderous intent. Lightning suddenly appeared around the heavens, like an ocean. It seemed like it was going to pour down and completely destroy everything below. No, absolute beginning and the others all looked terrified. This was because the heavens I was going to destroy everything below. Long Zhangwa looked up at the sky and touched the sky-opening axe in his hand. He said coldly, "This axe is called sky-opening. It means to break open the heaven. The evil heaven has no Tao, and the evil heaven has no virtue. Today I will let it break open the evil heaven and become the first in history." As he spoke, Long Zhangwa suddenly looked up. He glared and revealed a ferocious expression. He grabbed the sky-opening axe and flew up to the sky. Chapter 607. In the anger of the heaven's eye, it controlled the vast sea of lightning and poured it down on the dragon-warring state. As soon as the sea of lightning appeared, many fierce beasts formed by lightning appeared. There were dragons, snakes, tigers, and leopards. They were all in the form of lightning and emitted a ferocious aura. What's more, there seemed to be peerless overlords formed by lightning standing in the sea of lightning. A monstrous aura burst out and rushed towards Long Zhangwa. The aura was even more ferocious than the previous hundreds of puppets. A large number of people were suppressed by the aura and fainted. Looking at the sea of lightning that blotted out the sky, Gu Hai felt goosebumps all over his body. The threat of death filled his entire body. The sea of lightning surged and rushed towards Long Zhangwa. Long Zhangwa wasn't afraid. He grabbed the sky-splitting axe and rushed into the sky. His 10,000-foot figure was surrounded by explosive golden energy, but it was still not enough in front of the sea of lightning. Roar, 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 roar. The endless lightning beasts and the sea of lightning collided with Long Zhangwa, as if they were going to destroy Long Zhangwa completely. Boom! Long Zhangwa, who was holding the sky-splitting axe, was instantly drowned by the endless lightning. He was drowned in the rolling sea of lightning. Countless lightning beasts rushed towards Long Zhangwa. That ferocious energy seemed to be exploding unceasingly in the center. Boom! The sea of lightning floated in the sky and formed a super huge lightning ball surrounding Long Zhangwa. Boom! Boom! Long Zhangwa endured the destructive explosion of the sea of lightning. The void around the sea of lightning seemed to have been blasted apart, forming a black hole. The lightning was still in the center of the black hole. The heavens, I looked coldly at the center of the lightning. Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, and Absolute Beginning's eyelids twitched. Is this the Thunder Prison? In the past, he killed Old Man Guanxi. Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with shock. 800 years ago, the Thunder Prison appeared and the Sky Chest Pavilion was destroyed. Even the Old Man Guanxi was trapped here and died. Now, can the Long Zhangwa come out alive? Emperor Kong was also shocked. Long Zhangwa is finished. Absolute Beginning's eyes flashed with hatred. Heaven's eyes gaze was cold, but it seemed to relax a little. Clearly, it also felt that Long Zhangwa was dead for sure. Sky-splitting axe? So what if it was the heaven-splitting axe? It was just a magic treasure born in this world. Now, the entire world belonged to him. How could a magic treasure born in this world hurt him? He had overestimated himself. Just as the heavens, I was looking at the Thunder Prison with confidence. A loud shout came from the Thunder Prison. Heaven and earth are in chaos. I will open the sky. Clear is the sky. Turbid is the earth. I will break all laws. Break. It was the voice of Long Zhonghua. He's not dead yet. Absolute Beginning suddenly exclaimed. Long Zhonghua, future Buddha, also exclaimed. Hong! With a deafening sound, the lightning ball formed by the thunder prison exploded. Ah! 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 Within a sea of lightning, countless lightning beasts exploded, covering the sky and covering the earth, spreading in all directions. It was as if they had lit up the entire world in an instant. The thunder prison exploded, and Long Zhonghua came out bathed in flames. The dragon robe on his body had exploded in the thunder prison, revealing his naked upper body. His muscles were tight, and some parts of his body seemed to have been burnt by the explosion. However, Long Zhonghua did not care about the injuries on his body. He continued to soar into the sky with a ferocious expression. In an instant, he was in front of Heaven's Eye. You're courting death. Heaven's Eye stared in shock and anger. A red light film suddenly appeared in front of Heaven's Eye and rushed toward Long Zhonghua. Sky Splitter. Long Zhonghua let out a ferocious roar. His body stretched out completely. He raised the axe above his head and arched his back. He seemed to have exerted all his strength and slashed forward. The Sky Splitter axe suddenly exploded with billions of gray light. When it was slashed out, it was like a heavenly sword soaring into the sky. Boom! The red light film that emerged from the heavens, I instantly exploded like glass, turning into billions of fragments. At this moment, nothing could stop the Sky Splitter axe. Nothing could stop Long Zhonghua. The Sky Splitter axe was unstoppable. It brazenly slashed at Heaven's Eye's right eye. Impossible. Long Zhonghua is no match for Heaven. Absolute Beginning clenched his fists. Future Buddha also clenched his fists. Even Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong did not believe that Long Zhonghua could succeed. That was an immortal, the immortal of the six paths. How could an immortal be defeated by a mortal? Honk! With a super loud sound, the entire world suddenly lit up. It was so bright that everyone was suddenly blinded. Guhai could only see a vast expanse of whiteness. He could not see anything. He could only hear a heart-wrenching scream in the vast expanse of whiteness. Ah! The heart-wrenching scream pierced through the souls of all living beings. In an instant, all living beings trembled. It was as if they were frightened by the heart-wrenching scream. Buzz! The blindness disappeared quickly. The white light in the void shrunk, and everyone's vision turned black again. Break! Long Zhonghua's roar came from the sky again. Die! Heaven's anger was overflowing. Honk! With a loud sound, like a cannonball, it brazenly smashed into the ground where Heavenly Ean's city was. Heavenly Ean's city instantly exploded into countless pieces. All the citizens in Heavenly Ean's city were shocked. They felt a strong force tearing their bodies apart. However, in the next moment, instead, he felt a warm power. Gather! It was Long Zhonghua's voice. Buzz! Heavenly Ean's city, which had just exploded, instantly gathered again. The citizens in the city were no longer in danger. At this moment, everyone's eyes slowly recovered. They could see the outside world. The first thing that entered their eyes was naturally Long Zhonghua's huge back. The huge back was facing everyone. There were countless burns on his body, and a large amount of blood was flowing out. It was accompanied by a golden energy. Long Zhonghua was still standing proudly in the center of the square, looking at the sky with a ferocious expression. At this moment, in the right eye of Heaven's Eye in the sky, there was a super huge axe. It was the sky-splitting axe that had been enlarged countless times. The sky-splitting axe was deeply embedded in Heaven's right eye. The right eye was split open, and countless bolts of lightning flowed out from within. There was an irreparable wound, and everyone who saw it was terrified. Impossible! How is this possible? Long Zhonghua, he hurt Heaven? Tai Chu's expression changed. Everything is just an illusion. The future Buddha also put his palms together. Although he could not see with his eyes, his heart knew what it was. However, he could not believe it. That was Heaven, the immortal of the six paths. No one can hurt me. Heaven's Eye cried out in pain. He also could not believe it. Come back! Long Zhonghua shouted. Boom! The sky-splitting axe immediately flew back to Long Zhongguo's right hand. Without the sky-splitting axe, heaven's right eye was exposed even more clearly. It had cracked open, and there was a huge hole inside. Pus seemed to be oozing out of the hole, and countless bolts of lightning flowed out. No, no! Heaven's eye cried out in pain. Boom! Heaven's eye's right eye suddenly exploded, turning into countless bolts of lightning. Heaven's sorrowful roar reverberated throughout the world. At this moment, countless living beings were shocked. Heaven's sorrowful roar. Did something happen to it? Tai Chu seemed to be scared out of his wits. He looked at Long Zhonghua, who was not far away. He won. Long Zhonghua won? How was that possible? One of Heaven's eyes had already been blasted apart by the dragon warring state. Although Long Zhonghua seemed to be in a sorry state, at this moment his battle intent was soaring. He swung the sky-splitting axe in his hand again, as if he was going to destroy Heaven's other eye. Ah, my eye roar. Heaven's eye cried out in pain. Long Zhonghua, who had a ferocious expression on his face, swung the sky-splitting axe again. Roar! Heaven's eye roared crazily. Buzz! Heaven's eye closed. Bang! The sky-splitting axe immediately cut through a large amount of dark clouds. However, Heaven's left eye disappeared. It escaped? Immortal of the Six Paths' left eye escaped? The experts of Heavenly Een City were stunned. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The only remaining Heaven's eye escaped? Whoosh! The crack in the void suddenly disappeared, and the dark clouds that covered the entire sky suddenly dispersed. In just a short moment, they disappeared like smoke in thin air. Heaven's eye's aura was no longer in the sky above the heavenly court. Only Long Zhonghua stood in the sky with a ferocious expression on his face. Six Paths, you fought but ran away? You don't deserve to be heaven. Come out and fight with me again. Long Zhonghua roared. His voice instantly penetrated the heavenly court and even spread further. However, Immortal of the Six Paths' aura was no longer in the sky. Guhai and the rest all felt it too. This was because the heavenly power that had forced everyone to kneel had disappeared. Everyone no longer needed to kneel. A large number of experts stood up one after another. At this moment, their hearts were thumping wildly as they looked at the sky. Everything felt like a dream. However, this dream was too evil. Heaven's eye lost. One of its eyes was destroyed by Long Zhonghua. Then, when Long Zhonghua fought again, Heaven's eye escaped. Then, Heaven's eye escaped? How could this be? Tai Chu looked at the sky in shock. Emiteus Buddha. The future Buddha chanted as if he was trying to calm himself down. Whoosh! Long Zhonghua slashed the sky-splitting axe in the void again, creating a crack in the void. However, Immortal of the Six Paths disappeared. I am in the heavenly court. Six Paths, come again if you dare. I will wait for you any time. Long Zhonghua shouted coldly. However, despite the clear clouds in the sky, there was no response from the heavens. Bang! Long Zhonghua landed in the central square of Heavenly Een City. Citizens of the Deqian, I have defeated heaven. Long Zhonghua shouted. Long live His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. The officials in the central square of Heavenly Een City trembled. Then, they were overjoyed and bowed together. Long live His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. With someone taking the lead, shouts of long, live 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 long, live. The voice of the dragon warring state and the voice of the heavens were as loud as thunder. Countless officials and people of the great Qin dynasty naturally understood what it meant. Originally, everyone was about to lose all hope for the Deqian. However, the result was reversed. His Holiness won. Wouldn't the Deqian celestial empire be improved? Chapter 608. Dragon Shinying, Long Shenwan, Takeshi Ryushin, Sima Zongheng, Baiming Shou, and Ao Tianwang all bowed to Long Zhonghua. The human path reincarnation behind Long Zhonghua disappeared. As he stepped forward, his figure slowly returned to normal. His naked upper body burnt back and some blood seeping out. It looked tragic but it gave people a feeling of boundless power. He put away the sky-opening axe and opened his arms. Immediately, a servant came forward and put on a new set of dragon robes. Long Zhonghua looked up at the sky coldly, but he didn't feel too happy. Long Zhonghua was defeated, so the Deqian people naturally cheered. However, Tai Chu, future Buddha, and the other forces had different expressions. Amateus Buddha, congratulations Daiqianqing. Future Buddha suddenly bowed respectfully. The Bodhisattvas and Arhats all bowed respectfully. Tai Chu was terrified. When he looked at Long Zhonghua, his eyelids twitched. Long Zhonghua said that he didn't attack him because he was invited. He didn't think so before, but now he didn't have any doubts. Congratulations, Your Majesty of the great Qian Empire. Tai Chu also bowed respectfully. Facing the heavens, all living things had to kneel. Long Zhonghua, who had defeated the heavens, didn't feel wronged. The disciples of Solar Divine Palace followed Tai Chu and bowed. This was the most authoritative power in the world. Deity's six paths was an immortal, the heavens. He should have been the most powerful existence in the world. But now, even he had lost to Long Zhonghua. Long Zhonghua deserved to be called the most powerful person in the world. All the experts who had been invited bowed. Congratulations, Daiqianqing. All the outside forces bowed. At this moment, Daiqianqing lowered his gaze from the sky and looked at the experts around him. The thousand-sage assembly has ended. This one shall not disturb Lord Daiqianqing any further. I need to return to report to the Buddha ancestor. Here, I bid farewell to Lord Daiqianqing. The future Buddha bowed respectfully once more. After all, he had talked back to Daiqianqing and was worried that Long Zhonghua would hold a grudge against him. Even if Long Zhonghua didn't mind, his subjects didn't. In order to curry favor with Long Zhonghua, they would definitely make an example out of themselves. They had to leave immediately. Yes, Daiqianqing nodded. Daiqianqing nodded, and the future Buddha's tense face suddenly relaxed. Goodbye. After bowing once more, the future Buddha flicked his sleeves and led the group of experts from the Soul Mountain, holy ground, into the distance. Swish! In the blink of an eye, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared from heavenly Yin City. Ao Tianwang, Dragon God Ing, and the others looked coldly at the future Buddha's departing figure. Tai Chu shivered and naturally understood what the future Buddha meant. This one also needs to return to Sun Divine Hall immediately. Here, I bid farewell to Lord Daiqianqing. Tai Chu said respectfully. Long Zhonghua looked at Tai Chu, his eyes slightly cold. Tai Chu was also very nervous at this moment, worried that Long Zhonghua wouldn't let him go. Go back and tell Lord Tai something. Long Zhonghua said indifferently. Daiqianqing, please speak. Tai Chu immediately said respectfully. Tell him that I will be going to Sun Divine Hall soon and watch the sun with Lord Tai. Long Zhonghua said seriously. Tai Chu's pupils shrank, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. However, he still said respectfully, Yes, I will definitely pass on the message. Yes. Long Zhonghua nodded. This was considered letting Tai Chu go. Tai Chu was about to leave, but when he glanced around, he immediately saw Bingheim. Bingheim, you have finished what you wanted to do in the Han Dynasty. It is time. Will you come back with me? Tai Chu said seriously. Bingheim won't go with you. Guhai said seriously. At this moment, Guhai naturally didn't want Bingheim to return to Sun Divine Hall. So what if they became enemies with Sun Divine Hall? Guhai stood in front of Bingheim and looked coldly at Tai Chu. Bingheim looked gently at Guhai, and there was a trace of guilt and sadness in her gentle eyes. Bingheim turned her head and looked at Kong Di, who was not far away. Bingheim's expression changed. Your Majesty, I am sorry. Bingheim suddenly bowed respectfully. Huh? Bingheim, what are you doing? Guhai's expression sank, as if he felt something was wrong. This official is grateful for your Majesty's love in the Han Dynasty. This official was incompetent and couldn't bring anything to the Han Dynasty. I only kept causing trouble for your Majesty. This official is sorry. Please allow this official to return to Sun Divine Hall. Your Majesty, I am sorry. Bingheim immediately bowed respectfully. Bingheim, I don't blame you. Why are you returning to Sun Divine Hall? That Tai Chu kept forcing you, and you still want to go? Aren't you sending a lamb to the tiger's den? Anxiety flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. My apologies, Your Majesty. This official has made up my mind. Your Majesty, I am sorry. Bingheim stepped forward and flew towards Tai Chu. Bingheim. Gu Hai reached out to grab Bingheim. Bang! Suddenly, Tai Chu, who was not far away, waved his hand, and a gust of wind immediately pushed Gu Hai back. Bingheim, however, flew towards Tai Chu. Tai Chu. Gu Hai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Gu Hai. Bingheim was originally a disciple of Sun Divine Hall. If she wants to go back, she can go back. Who are you to interfere? Tai Chu glared at him. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about me. I am fine. Bingheim said anxiously. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Tai Chu waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind was formed, sweeping all the disciples of Sun Divine Hall away. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Tai Chu took everyone to the horizon. Gu Hai watched Bingheim leave, but he didn't chase after her. Instead, his face was gloomy. Sister Bingheim, this is too much. Long Wan Yu looked at Bingheim's back angrily. Her brother-in-law was so good to Bingheim, but Bingheim betrayed her brother-in-law in front of so many people. Gu Hai didn't blame Bingheim. He just clenched his fists and felt very uncomfortable. Bingheim, I know you don't want to cause trouble for me, but I am not afraid of trouble. Watching Bingheim leave, Gu Hai felt a sense of loss. In the distance, Tai Chu swept up all the disciples of Sun Divine Hall and flew away. After flying far away, he used a flying boat to carry everyone. On the flying boat, Bingheim kept looking in the direction of Tianjin City. Although she couldn't see Gu Hai anymore, she still couldn't bear to look away, but 2 streams of tears fell from her eyes. What? You can't bear to leave that gigolo? Bingheim, let's see how you explain to Tai E when you go back this time. Oomph. Tai Chu snorted. Bingheim didn't say anything and just bit her lip. Seeing that Bingheim ignored him, Tai Chu snorted. Oomph. Tai Chu walked away, leaving Bingheim alone. She looked at the heavenly court that was getting farther and farther away. With tears in her eyes, Bing Ji suddenly smiled faintly. She muttered to herself as she looked into the distance. Your Majesty, did you know? Emperor Kong also wants to take me away. If I stay by your side, then Emperor Kong will do anything to deal with you. I am incompetent and have caused trouble for your Majesty. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about me. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs, not to mention me. After wiping her tears, Bingheim slowly walked back to a cabin on the flying boat. Tianjin City. In a restaurant, Lord Tang led a group of subordinates and looked at the central square in the distance in shock. Lord Tang, what do we do now? When the Emperor asked us to come, he didn't expect this to be the result. A subordinate said worriedly, Defeat the heavens? It is indeed beyond the Emperor's expectations. Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. Then, withdraw all the arrangements. Let's not move. Lord Tang said coldly. Yes, it's a pity that the Emperor has invested a lot this time. It's useless to invest a lot. This way, our losses will be minimal. However, it doesn't matter. I can bring back a bigger gift for the Emperor. Lord Tang sneered. Oh, Gu Hai. Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai. Lord Tang, it seems that the Qing Emperor is determined to get Gu Hai? Yes, the Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, no, all the forces want to get Gu Hai. Previously, Gu Hai was only very talented and had good means. There are few people like him, but it's not that there are none. Now it's different. The precepts of the one Tao in the world have been taken away by the heavens. There is no one Tao that can be used anymore. However, Gu Hai has a one Tao precept that can be used, a super scripture. Lord Tang said in a deep voice. The Tao Te Ching? The subordinate's expression changed. The subordinate beside him was also surprised. Yes, how could I forget? Now, the way of calligraphy can no longer write rules. Even the sacred books and scriptures in the world can no longer be strengthened. Their original power will only become weaker and weaker. Even the powerful Taishang Sutra from before is no match for the Tao Te Ching. Obtaining Gu Hai is equivalent to obtaining the Taoist classic. The subordinates were in a daze, and their eyes widened. The Taishang lineage was supported by the Taishang scripture. Now, Gu Hai was in the Yuanying state and had the Tao Te Ching, which was more powerful than the Taishang scripture. Many people were eyeing him. Could he keep it? Lord Tang, you said you can bring Gu Hai back to the emperor? But the Qing emperor is also watching. How can we persuade him? No one can persuade the old man's temper. Even Dai Qianxing can't make him surrender. Lord Tang shook his head. Then we. Others can't do it, but I can. Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. Why? Because my name is Tangut. Lord Tang smiled confidently. The subordinates were confused. In the central square, Gu Hai sighed as he watched Bingheim leave. He turned his head and looked at the square. Sure enough, other than Long Zhonghua, the countless powerful people from all over the world were looking at him with a hint of greed. Do you want my Tao Te Ching? Huh. Gu Hai sneered. Just as Gu Hai turned his head to look at Long Zhonghua, his hair stood on end. All the hairs on his body stood on end as a murderous aura rushed towards him. Evil thief, die! A loud shout rang out. A long white sword turned into a ray of light and slashed toward Gu Hai's face. The murderous intent was so strong and fast that it seemed like it could cut Gu Hai in half in an instant. Taishang, don't! Oh no! Cries of alarm came from all around. Chapter 609. Swish! Swish! An energy sword shot out like a hot knife through butter. It seemed like it would cut Gu Hai in half in an instant. At this critical moment, Gu Hai's expression changed. He drew his life-extinguishing saber and slashed at the energy sword. Fourth heavenly cycle. Gu Hai widened his eyes and slashed at the energy sword. In the plaza, saber chi and energy sword converged and collided with the energy sword. The life-extinguishing saber's purple light filled the air. Hong! A loud sound rang in the air. The life-extinguishing saber's saber energy formed a huge explosion that shattered the saber energy with a loud bang. The purple light dissipated. However, Taishang's energy sword was greatly weakened. Even so, it continued to slash at Gu Hai. Before the manifested sword arrived, a sharp sword chi instantly tore open the skin on Gu Hai's forehead. The instant the skin tore open and blood flowed out, a scarlet saber suddenly shot out from the spot where Gu Hai's blood flowed out. It was the life-slaying saber that had been hiding in Gu Hai's body. When the life-slaying saber appeared, the entire place was dyed red. The sword chi shattered. The blood-red energy sword formed by the life-slaying saber collided with the white energy sword. Hong! The life-slaying saber's energy sword shattered. However, the energy sword had been weakened by 90%. Even so, it still struck Gu Hai. Whiz! A bone saber shot out of the open wound. It was the life inner saber. Boom! After colliding head-on, the might of the gigantic sword aura was finally completely extinguished. Bam! Gu Hai took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. He's not dead. The expressions of the cultivators in the plaza changed. At that moment, everyone thought that Gu Hai was dead for sure. Who was that? Taishang was a prodigy. That was the strength of Heavenly Palace. Gu Hai, who was from a small Yuanying state, would not be able to retaliate against that attack. But what had happened in that split second? Gu Hai blocked Taishang's sword? No. Taishang's strength is only a Zhongqian palace. In the distance, Dragon God narrowed his eyes. Taishang's Taoist heart is broken. Long Shenwen's expression darkened. Central Celestial Palace? It's not something that Gu Hai can withstand. Takashi Ryushin said in surprise. Bastard, go to hell. Taishang glared at him and slashed out with his sword again. That sword strike just now had actually failed to kill Gu Hai. Taishang lost himself in love. The dual cultivation in the human Tao secret realm caused Taishang to lose control of himself, causing his cultivation base to plummet. The disciples of the Taishang sect looked at the prodigy in shock. How could this be? Although Taishang was deeply immersed in the dual cultivation, he could not wait to kill Gu Hai when he woke up. Only by killing Gu Hai could he regain his composure. Since the first strike had failed, there was a second strike. Taishang slashed out with his sword again. In the distance, Mu Chunfeng glared and shouted, "Fire!" Boom! Just as Taishang's sword was about to slash down, a rumbling thunder instantly shot toward Taishang. If it had been Taishang in the past, he would not have cared at all. But now that his cultivation had been greatly reduced, he had no choice but to withdraw his sword to block it. Boom! The sky-piercing cannon collided with Taishang's sword. Taishang retreated abruptly and stopped. Taishang was not injured. However, he was knocked away by the sky-piercing cannon. "Humph. I don't believe you have so many sky-piercing cannons." Taishang glared at Gu Hai again. Taishang slashed at Gu Hai. The Deqian officials watched coldly from afar. "How dare you!" Suddenly, an angry shout rang out. A gust of wind swept up from the center of the square and sent Taishang, who was charging toward Gu Hai, flying. Bam! Taishang retreated more than 30 meters. The shout earlier came from Long Zhanghua, who was on the Daiqianqing sect. Long Zhanghua was scolding Taishang. The disciples of the Taishang sect were shocked by the shout. Following Long Zhanghua's shout, Long Shining appeared in front of Taishang in a flash and punched at Taishang. Boom! Taishang was sent flying and crashed into the mountains in the distance. More than 10 mountains were instantly crushed. Taishang finally stopped. "Juzi!" The disciples of the Taishang sect cried out anxiously. Daiqianqing sect. Juzi did not mean to offend the Deqian sect. Daiqianqing sect, please forgive him. Taishang sect's disciples pleaded. Although they did not know why Juzi wanted to kill Gu Hai, the most important thing now was to appease Long Zhanghua. Otherwise, no one would be able to leave. Long Zhanghua looked coldly at Taishang, who was slowly climbing out of the ruins. A murderous aura locked onto him, causing Taishang to break out in cold sweat. "Taishang, I did not invite you to the Thousand Sage Conference for you to be presumptuous," Long Zhanghua said coldly. Taishang was much calmer now. He raised his head and looked at Long Zhanghua. "Daiqianqing sect, this is a personal grudge between me and Gu Hai," Taishang said unwillingly. Long Zhanghua's eyes turned cold and a strong aura pressed down on him. Puff! Under Long Zhanghua's pressure, Taishang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "I'm sorry for offending you." Taishang lowered his head and said, "Humph. The people from the spiritual mountain and holy ground have left. The people from the solar divine palace have left. And you people from the Wanshou Taoism should also leave." Long Zhanghua said coldly. "We'll leave immediately," Taishang's disciples said anxiously. Taishang looked at Long Zhanghua, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. However, he could only lower his head and say, "Yes." The disciples of the Taishang sect quickly went to help Taishang up. They took out the flying boat and helped him onto it. "Juzi," Taishang's disciples said anxiously. "Let's go cough, cough, cough." Taishang spat out blood. Whoosh! The flying boat carried the people from the Wanshou Taoism and quickly flew into the distance. On the deck, Taishang looked coldly at Gu Hai in the center of the square in the distance. "Gu Hai, I'll fight you to the death." Taishang's face was ferocious, and his eyes were full of hatred. Whoosh! The flying boat quickly flew away and disappeared into the horizon. Gu Hai turned his hand and put away the Life Slayer saber. He looked at Taishang leave, but his face was slightly gloomy. "Hall Master, are you okay?" Mu Chunfeng anxiously rushed forward and asked. "I'm fine." Gu Hai shook his head. Long Shining retreated to the side and looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. The Deqian's officials did not care about Gu Hai's life or death. Even the crown princes looked on coldly. The crown princes were extremely intelligent people. They seemed to have seen through Gu Hai's ambition and knew that this person would not be easy to subdue. Dead? It's good that he's dead. It would save them trouble in the future. Moreover, Gu Hai still had the Book of Daoda. If he died, the book would become an item without an owner, and they could fight for it. However, the crown princes suddenly realized that Long Zhanghua seemed to favor Gu Hai. Dragon Shining immediately understood his father's attitude when he said, presumptuous, to help Gu Hai get out of the situation. He immediately came to help. Long Zhanghua looked coldly at the crowd and said, "That's all for today. Disperse." Yes, His Holiness. The Deqian officials immediately bowed respectfully. In 10 days, Gu Hai will meet me in the upper study room. Long Zhang suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai. The Deqian officials were shocked. The experts from the various forces also looked gloomy. They didn't know what Long Zhang meant by this. Ever since the Dragon Warring State defeated the heavens, everything had changed. Every word he said, every action he made, every expert was constantly trying to figure out what he was thinking. Gu Hai looked at Long Zhang, nodded and bowed slightly. Buzz. However, Long Zhang's figure flashed and disappeared from the central square. He just disappeared into thin air. Send off His Holiness. All the officials and commoners bowed respectfully. Old man, can't you say it clearly? Why are you being so secretive? Long Wanyu frowned and said, Shua. Almost everyone suddenly turned to look at Long Wanyu. Almost everyone wanted to say something, but stopped. They wanted to reprimand Long Wanyu, but they didn't know where to start. After this battle, the emperor of the great Qian dynasty will truly be the most powerful person in the world. How dare you disrespect him? However, this is Princess Wanyu. Perhaps only she would dare to. The 3 crown princes smiled bitterly. However, no one spoke. Brother-in-law, your forehead is bleeding. How are you now? Long Wanyu suddenly thought of Gu Hai and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Gu Hai took a deep breath and shook his head. The wound between his eyebrows had already healed. The Life Ender Saber and the Life Slayer Saber were already in his body. Only the Life Extinguishing Saber was left on his back. Congratulations, Mr. Good. Sima Chongkong bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Then, Sima Chongkong slowly backed away. Venerable Lun Yin, Ram Saint, the 9th young master, and Ding Ding did not speak to Gu Hai. Nearly no one came to greet Gu Hai. They only looked at Gu Hai. Perhaps the great Qian dynasty's emperor was going to summon Gu Hai in 10 days. At this moment, Gu Hai seemed to be isolated from everyone. Only Long Wanyu and Deqian's group remained, surrounding Gu Hai. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Mo Yike walked over with a smile. Let's go back first. Gu Hai shook his head. Everyone nodded. Gu Hai led Long Wanyu, Mu Chanfeng, Mo Yike, Gao Chen, Chong Sheng, Ziwei, and the elite hall disciples out of the plaza. Then, they returned to Long Wanyu's residence. Along the way, countless people stared at Gu Hai. However, no one went forward to greet him. Among the crowd, Kong Di narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Qing Emperor smiled confidently as he looked at Gu Hai's back. Among the Qian's troops, Li Xinji led the Xinji battalion to a corner. He narrowed his eyes and said, Gu Hai's cultivation actually increased greatly? Taishang did not die from one strike. Humph. However, there's still one heaven-blasting bomb left. Chapter 610, Dream of Heaven's Secrets? The words on the jade box were called Dream of Heaven's Secrets. Gu Hai read it once, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Dream of Heaven's Secrets? It was an astral projection technique. When the astral projection was made, the astral projection could be divided into 200 parts, which could be reincarnated. Alternatively, the astral projection could cultivate again in the form of an astral projection. When the astral projection returned, all the cultivation gains would be accumulated. The great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets was only an auxiliary cultivation method. But this auxiliary cultivation method could increase a person's cultivation speed by 200 times. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty's Divine Blood Army entered the Azura Mystery Land for 6,000 years. When they came out, they were all peerless experts. Can I lead the Dahan army in? 1 year is equivalent to 200 years? Gu Hai's pupil shrank. Immediately, he looked at the great art of dreaming of heaven's mystery again. After reading it once, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows, and his expression turned ugly, because the dream of heaven's secrets required a tool, which was the ghost sealing box between the eyebrows. To be precise, it should be called the ghost dividing box. It was a primer to divide the astral projection into 200 parts. Back in the spirit summoning hall, Gu Hai saw the ghost sealing box for the first time. The evil spirits that came out were not real evil spirits, but people who had split their souls. Back then, There were 1,000 coffins in the spirit summoning hall, and 1,000 people used the dream of heaven's secrets through the ghost dividing box. Logically, all 200 parts should have come back at the same time. But for some reason, something happened. They came back one after another and could not return to their physical bodies. They became evil spirits in the box. That was why evil spirits came out when the ghost dividing box was opened at different times. At most 1,000 people a time. Guhai frowned slightly. Although Guhai's 1,000 trusted generals were incredibly powerful, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied with that. Unfortunately, according to the dream of heaven's secrets, there was only one ghost dividing box in the world. The materials for the jade box were not available in the world, because it was formed by the heavenly Tao. The materials were unique in the world, and the cultivation method was based on the jade box. Without the jade box, the great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets would be useless. Wait! Guhai's eyes suddenly flashed. Looking at the jade box, Guhai's eyes narrowed as hesitation flashed in his eyes. However, after a while, Guhai finally made up his mind. He extended his hand and took out the life extermination saber. Then, with a glare, he slashed down viciously. Meow, are you crazy? Suddenly, a scream came from the jade box. In a forest far away, the black cat that Guhai had released earlier suddenly widened its eyes in shock. The ghost dividing box was refined by the black cat for Guhai. It had the black cat's scent on it, and the black cat had its own way of sensing it. Giving the jade box to Guhai was only a matter of time. It had its own mark on it, and it would return to its hands sooner or later. Letting Guhai use it for a few years would be considered as repaying its debt of gratitude. The black cat firmly believed that anyone who saw the dream of heaven's secrets would be extremely excited and would carefully protect the ghost dividing box. However, after Guhai understood the situation, the first thing he did was to destroy it. He slashed it down. How was that possible? Boom! With a loud sound, the ghost dividing box was slashed into more than 1,000 pieces by Guhai. Bursts of black chi emerged from the fragments. The black chi then dissipated. Did I hear a cat's meow? Guhai frowned slightly. When the saber slashed down, the cat's meow sounded very familiar. Guhai looked around solemnly, but could not find any trace of the black cat. He could only helplessly sigh. In the forest far away, the black cat was dumbfounded. Is this Guhai an idiot? Are you crazy? Crazy? That is the ghost dividing box. The dream of heaven's secrets is in there. It is the treasure that the sixth Tao is searching for. You destroyed it? You destroyed it? You lunatic, did you do it to erase my mark? Yes, my mark is completely gone from the ghost dividing box. But you can't be so wasteful. I haven't been out for 800,000 years. Have the people in this world changed? Why am I so unlucky? The black cat was vexed. Guhai, who was in the Skyene city, naturally did not know how the black cat felt. He carefully kept the 1,000 jade boxes and picked out the biggest piece. He condensed his chi, and from his dantian, a surge of heaven replenishing force flowed into the jade box piece. Whoa! The fragments of the jade box slowly recovered at an extremely strange speed. Slowly, the jade box piece became a complete jade box, exactly the same as before. This was just a piece of jade box that was repaired. Guhai activated the dream of heaven's secrets. Whoa! The jade box suddenly emitted a green light. Heaven replenishing force? I succeeded? The ghost dividing box doesn't require much heaven replenishing force. It's just a special attribute? Guhai's eyes flashed with excitement. Just now, it was just a piece of jade that was repaired. He still had more than 1,000 pieces. Doesn't that mean? Taking a deep breath, Guhai carefully kept the jade box. His eyes flashed with excitement. 1,000 people in a box. 1,000 boxes meant an army of 100,000. Perhaps there could be more. He carefully kept the ghost dividing box. Only then did Guhai pay attention to the thin human soul in his body. With a thin human soul, he couldn't use it. However, this item could harm Qinxian. Guhai naturally couldn't give it to anyone. With the ghost dividing box, he might be able to make Chun Xian Er's human soul appear. However, Guhai didn't want to take the risk. Before he was 100% sure, he would do everything quietly. Focusing, Gu Hai slowly adjusted his breathing and stabilized the huge increase in his cultivation. 5 days later, Gu Hai slowly came out of seclusion. Just as he opened the door, "Brother-in-law, you're finally out. If you didn't come out, I would have called the old man." Long Wanyu immediately ran overexcitedly when she heard that Gu Hai had come out of seclusion. "Your Majesty." Mo Yike looked at Long Wanyu with a bitter smile. "Hall Master." Mu Chenfeng also had a bitter expression. "What's wrong?" Gu Hai looked at everyone in confusion. "What can happen? You're just annoying people to death." "Brother-in-law, you don't know. For the past few days, the threshold of my temporary imperial residence has been broken by people. They all invited you to a banquet, but I stopped them all. Look at that invitation card." Long Wanyu pointed at a box of invitation cards not far away. "Oh, inviting me to a banquet?" Gu Hai was puzzled. His Holiness seems to be very fond of the Hall Master. These people are here to curry favor. However, I don't understand why the three princes and Sima Zongheng also sent people to deliver the invitation cards. Mu Chenfeng curiously asked. "What else could it be? Isn't it because of the Emperor's 2 essays? Mo Yike shook his head. "Essays?" During the Thousand Sage Assembly, the Hall Master wrote the Song of Righteousness and the Book of Dao. Mu Chenfeng's expression suddenly changed. "What else could it be?" Gu Hai smiled coldly. "How can that be? If they send more people, see if I don't break their legs." Long Wanyu glared. Now, the law of when Dao had been taken away by the heavens, and all the book cultivators were basically useless. However, the essays left behind in the past could still trigger some of the law of Holy Path. These articles of the past had become especially valuable. The Taishang scripture was already the best scripture in the world, but it was still defeated by the Book of Dao. The power of the Book of Dao was obvious, and many people coveted this scripture. It can't be stopped. What will come will come. Gu Hai looked solemn and shook his head. "Your Majesty, what should we do with this box of invitations?" Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai. "You've organized them into a book?" Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike handed over a list. "Yes, the Qian, from the princes to the commoners, sent people to send invitations. All the holy lands and the great dynasties sent people to express their goodwill. Everything has been accounted for, but one invitation card is a little special." "Aight." Mo Yike frowned. "Oh." Gu Hai was puzzled. Mo Yike took out an invitation card from a box. However, there was not a single word on the invitation card. Instead, the invitation card was very old. "Whose is this? Did they forget to write it?" Long Wanyu was puzzled. Mu Chenfeng interrupted. "The person asked me to give this invitation card to the Hall Master and asked him to look for him. When I saw this invitation card, I wanted to throw it away. Is this person crazy? Even the Hall Master might not be willing to accept the Qian Crown Prince's invitation card. This strange person sent an empty invitation card and wanted the Hall Master to look for him. However, Lord Mo stopped me in the end." Mo Yike nodded. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes when he saw the invitation card. "Brother-in-law, why are you looking at this invitation card?" "Hall Master, that person deliberately came to cause trouble, right?" While Mu Chenfeng and Long Wanyu were puzzled, Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. "Mr. Mo, how did you know?" "Back in the Infinite Celestial Capital, I saw the Guqin Crown Prince use this invitation card. The invitation card is unique. There's a picture of a blue star on the cover, so I remembered it at that time." Mo Yike said respectfully. "A blue star?" Gu Hai smiled slightly and carefully put away the letter. It was not a blue star, but a picture of Earth. This invitation card was personally made by him. When he taught his 4 adopted sons to make invitations, he gave each of them one. There were only 4 of them in the world. Hearing Mo Yike's words, Mu Chenfeng and Long Wanyu suddenly understood. They immediately became curious about the invitation card. "Brother-in-law, why don't I ask someone to find out who sent you this invitation card?" Long Wanyu said expectantly. "Yes, Hall Master, I didn't know that it was sent by someone you were familiar with. I'll ask the elite Hall disciples to find a sender." Mu Chenfeng said immediately. "No need." Gu Hai shook his head. When he saw the envelope, Gu Hai knew who sent it. Because he personally made the invitation card, he could see the difference at a glance. The invitation card was sent by Gu Tang, the third of his 4 adopted sons. Since the third sent someone to deliver the invitation card, there must be no danger. Since there was no danger, when they met again, there was no reason for the father to visit the son. They had not seen each other for almost 20 years. Was this Gu Tang still the Gu Tang of the past? 20 years. Anything can happen. Chapter 611. Tianjin City. In an inn, Lord Tang stood in a small courtyard and looked at the long Wanyu Palace in the distance. Sir, it's been 8 days. Did Gu Hai not receive our invitations? There were so many invitations, but we didn't even write a single word. A subordinate said worriedly. No, his subordinates are not foolish people, especially that Mo Yike. We didn't write anything on the invitations, so he would definitely check them carefully. There's no way he would throw them away. Lord Tang looked coldly into the distance. Gu Hai would know it was us when he saw the invitations. Would he come to find us? But would he be able to find us? If he wants to find someone, no matter how difficult it is, he would definitely find them. The main thing is whether he's willing to find them. It's been 8 days, and he still hasn't come to find me? Oh, old man, you're really stubborn. Do you still think it's the same as before? Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. Then all right, since he's not coming to find us, let's go find him. Lord Tang said coldly. Yes, Tianjin City, in a manner. Li Xinji also looked coldly at the long Wanyu Palace in the distance. My lord, Gu Hai only has 1 heaven-shaking lightning left, a subordinate said with a smile. Li Xinji nodded. Yes, there's only 1 left, but his cultivation has increased again. Yuanying State? Even the Yuanying State wouldn't be at a disadvantage against an ordinary Tianjin Palace. We can't let him continue to grow. Wait until he meets His Holiness. If His Holiness hasn't entrusted him with an important task, we'll take action, Li Xinji said with a glare. But what if he's entrusted with an important task by His Holiness? Then he can only count himself lucky. The Xinji battalion will no longer target him, Li Xinji said solemnly. Yes, 10 days passed in a flash. Although a large number of invitations were sent to Gu Hai did not meet anyone. After spending 10 days at Long Wanyu's residence, they headed for heavenly courts. Long Zhang sent guards to personally escort Gu Hai. Along the way, countless Qian experts looked at the airship that was welcoming Gu Hai. They wondered what Long Zhang was thinking. Defeating the heavens, Long Zhang's ferocious might was matchless. At this moment, his every move tugged at the heartstrings of all the powerhouses in the world. Heavenly Court's upper study. The moment Gu Hai entered the upper study room, the door of the upper study room slammed shut. Quang. He closed the door in the upper study. Long Zhang sat at his desk, reviewing memorials. As his brush landed, streaks of golden light, like the laws of heaven, were written on the memorials. Elite Hall, Gu Hai. Greets Daiqianxing, Your Excellency. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Whoosh. Long Zhang put down his brush and looked at Gu Hai. Although he did not release any aura, Gu Hai could still feel the aura of an emperor. Perhaps after defeating the heavens, his entire aura seemed to have improved, and he looked invincible. Gu Hai, you're here. Long Zhang exhaled softly. Yes, Your Excellency Daiqianxing. May I know why you want to see me alone this time? Gu Hai asked with a frown. You played a major role in defeating the Immortal of 6 paths. Long Zhang smiled faintly. Me? Your Excellency Daiqianxing must be joking. I only brought a black orb into the human Dao secret realm. If it was someone else, you could have let them in as well. Gu Hai shook his head. At that time, with Long Zhang's battle strength, he could have taken the recommendation talisman by force. Perhaps it would have taken some effort, but he could have done it without Gu Hai. Long Zhang shook his head. That's not all. There's also the Liu Yang of Gojoseon and the Day One Imperial Dynasty. Most importantly, like I told you last time, you have nothing to do with 6 paths. Long Zhang said solemnly. Oh, the Liu Yang of Gojoseon? Gu Hai was confused. In the past, the Liu Yang of Gojoseon rebelled and even killed my daughter, Long Xiaoye. Why did I not do anything about it? Long Zhang took a deep breath and said, Yes, this one is curious as well. That Luyang of Gojoseon was no match for his holiness. No, even if the crown prince went, he would have been defeated in an instant. Why? Guhai was confused. He's one of Six Paths' spies. I didn't want to alert him back then. Even though he doesn't know that he's a spy for Six Paths, Six Paths spies are everywhere in the world. Back then, he succeeded in defying the heavens once. Naturally, he doesn't want to make the same mistake again. That's why he has countless spies all over the world. Perhaps they don't know their mission, but when they're triggered to a certain extent, they'll automatically alert Six Paths. Long Zhonghui said solemnly. Guhai squinted his eyes and said, the Immortal of Six Paths has some kind of trigger mechanism for the most powerful people in the world. He uses it to monitor you all? That's why you've never done anything in the past. Once you do, you must kill them in one hit? Long Zhonghui looked at Guhai and smiled. That's why I said that you've contributed a lot. Guhai's eyelids twitched. Apparently, this was the first time he had seen the Immortal of Six Paths spying on the world. Under the Immortal of Six Paths, even though I've ruled the world, I can only be trapped in this cage. My every move is monitored. Long Zhonghui took a deep breath. Congratulations, Daiqianqing. You've defeated the Immortal of Six Paths. This cage is no longer there. Guhai said with a smile. Long Zhonghui shook his head. No, the battle has just begun. Oh, Guhai was stunned. Do you think that those two eyes were the full strength of the Immortal of Six Paths? No, it's not even 1 in 10,000. If the Immortal of Six Paths only had this much strength, how could he be so powerful in the past? Moreover, 800,000 years. Do you think he's just standing still? Long Zhonghui said in a deep voice. It's not the full strength of the Immortal of Six Paths. No, the Immortal of the Six Paths hasn't woken up yet. He hasn't fully woken up yet. He's just a little bit conscious. I've destroyed one of his eyes, but he still has his hands, feet, body, mouth, nose, and ears. This is just the beginning. Long Zhonghui said in a deep voice. Guhai was shocked. When will the Immortal of Six Paths appear again? Within 60 years, he will definitely be able to come out completely. However, during this time, a portion of his body will awaken at any time. We must be quick. We must be strong enough to completely kill him. Long Zhan said in a heavy voice. 60 years? I'll remember your contribution this time. I'll reward you handsomely. After 60 years, I won't forget your contribution. Long Zhonghui said in a deep voice. Without Daiqianqing, I would have done those things. By the way, I'm here to return Daiqianqing's living soil and the vines of the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Guhai took out 2 J-boxes. Although he was reluctant, he couldn't take things that didn't belong to him. I've never returned anything that I've given out. Keep them. Daiqianqing shook his head. Thank you. Guhai nodded. Why did Daiqianqing ask me to come here? Guhai asked again, solemnly. I need you to go to the Dian Dynasty for me, Long Zhonghui said in a deep voice. Dian Dynasty? Me? Why? Guhai raised an eyebrow. You contributed greatly to the deity of Six Paths' injury. In other words, the deity of Six Paths will not let you go easily. You're not a pawn of the deity of Six Paths. I don't have to worry about you. Long Zhonghui said with a smile. Guhai's face froze. Does this mean that the Immortal of the Six Paths will definitely count me in when he tries to kill others? Secondly, I believe in your ability. I know what you've done all these years. You'll definitely accomplish it. Long Zhonghui said in a deep voice. Accomplish what? Guhai's face darkened. Convince Jiang Lianshan to work with me, to cut off the deity of Six Paths' limbs and destroy his source of power. Long Zhonghui said in a deep voice. Jiang Lianshan? The ruler of the Dian Dynasty? Guhai raised an eyebrow. That's right, but why me? Furthermore, what do I have to do? I'm from Yuanying State. Guhai frowned. I won't force you. Other than you, I'll send a second group of people. But if you succeed, I'll give you all the territories of the Day One Empire. What do you think? Long Zhonghui said in a deep voice. All the territories of the Day One Empire? Guhai's eyes widened. That's right, as long as you can defend it. Long Zhonghui said with a smile. The Han Dynasty used to be sandwiched between the Deqian and the Day One. Now that the Day One Empire had been taken over by the Deqian Empire, the Han Dynasty was surrounded by the Deqian Empire. It was like a country within a country. This was extremely disadvantageous for the Han Empire. But now, the territory is the foundation of a country. Why? Gu Hai looked at Long Zhonghua with a frown. If I can kill the Immortal of the Six Paths, what's this territory to me? Long Zhonghua said calmly. If he could kill the Immortal of the Six Paths, the entire world would be his. Would he care about the loss of a few cities? Gu Hai was slightly tempted. The Han Dynasty could no longer expand, but now Long Zhonghua seemed to see Gu Hai's interest. He said in a deep voice, I'll allow you to do this secretly to avoid alerting the enemy. After all, your cultivation base is still too weak. Gu Hai did not comment. I'll allow you to pick a group of people below the rank of Marquis and rank 6 official to go with you. Long Zhonghua said solemnly. Oh, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Whether you succeed or not, I won't blame you. You just have to do your best. I'll give you an imperial edict to do whatever you want. Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. Then I'll give it a try. However, as you said, the Deqian Empire should be filled with the Immortal of the Six Paths spies. I won't stay in the heavenly court any longer to avoid trouble. In the future, I'll send the list of people I want you. You can arrange for them to meet me in the limitless celestial capital of the Han Dynasty. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Long Zhonghua looked at Gu Hai and nodded. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. When we arrive at the Dian Dynasty, give this sachet to Jianglian Shan. Long Zhonghua handed over an extremely worn-out red sachet. The flowers inside the sachet seemed to have dried long ago. The outside was embroidered with white silk, and the center was embroidered with the pattern of the 8 trigrams. This sachet, Gu Hai took it carefully. Tell him, this was embroidered for you by Mu Rongyan. Mu Rongyan's heart hasn't changed. It's just that you don't deserve her. Even if you reincarnate 10 times, she still won't choose you. Guanxi can point his sword at the Immortal of the Six Paths for her. What about you? Long Zhonghua said after taking a deep breath. As he spoke, his eyes were bloodshot. Mu Rongyan? In the past, when Shiyu the Great sent troops to the Deqian Celestial Empire, this woman seemed to be the trigger, right? Didn't old man Guanxi go against the heavens for his wife? Could it be that old man Guanxi's wife is Mu Rongyan? Okay. Gu Hai nodded after a moment of silence. Chapter 612. Gu Hai stayed in Long Zhonghua's study for a day and a night. No one knew what the two of them talked about, and no one dared to inquire. A day later, Gu Hai came out with no expression on his face. However, Gu Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. In the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, everyone, whether inside or outside the Deqian, was full of curiosity. They were waiting to see what Gu Hai was going to do next. However, the next day, Gu Hai left with the disciples of the first-class hall on a flying boat. Mo Yike, on the other hand, stayed in Long Wanyu's palace with a group of Dehan officials and did not leave with Gu Hai. Gu Hai left so strangely. They watched as the flying boat went further and further away. Countless Deqian officials were at a loss. Could it be that His Holiness didn't put Gu Hai in an important position? His Holiness didn't entrust Gu Hai with any important tasks? But what did Gu Hai and His Holiness talk about in the past day and night? Dragon Shinying, Long Shunwan, Takashi Ryushin, and Sima Zongheng all looked puzzled. They watched as Gu Hai's flying boat left, but they did not follow. Heavenly Yin City, Long Wanyu's palace. Long Wanyu watched as Gu Hai left. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Mo Yike, are you deliberately lying to me and not letting me go with brother-in-law? Long Wanyu looked at Mo Yike anxiously. Princess, if that's the case, will the Emperor keep me here? Mo Yike smiled bitterly. But is what you said true? Long Wanyu looked at Mo Yike anxiously. Mo Yike nodded. That's right. We just received news that Long Wanqing has been found. However, something has happened, and we need your majesty to go there personally. Sister, you found it? Could it be? Long Wanyu said excitedly. Mo Yike shook his head. Princess, please calm down. There are many possibilities, and they are also very complicated. The Emperor asked me to stay by your side, so that it would be convenient for him to contact you. When the time comes, he might need your help. Therefore, you must guard the heavenly court and help the emperor. Long Wanyu's eyes flashed with determination as she nodded. Okay, as long as I can save my sister, even if I have to burn down the upper study room, it won't be a problem. Mo yike. Gu Hai's flying boat slowly flew away from the heavenly courts. In a mountain forest, Li Shinji looked at the flying boat in the distance with cold eyes. Battalion commander, His Holiness doesn't seem to have entrusted Gu Hai with any important tasks. A subordinate frowned. No, maybe, but I don't know, right? Li Shinji said coldly. Huh, get ready to act. Gu Hai's growth is too fast. If we wait any longer, I won't have another chance. Li Shinji said coldly. Yes. Outside the heavenly courts, another flying boat flew quickly in pursuit of Gu Hai. A large Tang character was erected on the flying boat. It was Lord Tang leading his subordinates in pursuit of Gu Hai's flying boat. My lord, why didn't we look for Gu Hai in Heavenly Yin City earlier? A subordinate frowned. The 33 cities of the heavenly courts are all under Long Zhonggua's surveillance. Once we leave this area and catch up with Gu Hai, I'll talk to him. Lord Tang said solemnly. Yes, all right, my lord. I saw Qing Emperor's men earlier. It seems like a subordinate frowned. Lord Tang turned to look at the heavenly courts in the distance and sneered. Qing Emperor? He's just too cautious. Oh, Qing Emperor should have figured out who Gu Hai is by now, right? Trying to subdue Gu Hai in vain? He's too naive. Lord Tang sneered. Heavenly Yin City. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes as he watched Gu Hai's flying boat leave. Emperor Tangut is also chasing after him. King of Elixirs said respectfully. Qing Emperor stood with his hands behind his back and sneered. Tangut? Gu Tang? Ah, this solitude finally remembers. Unexpectedly, Gu Hai is actually him. Gu Hai is actually him? I didn't expect him to be so capable when we brushed past each other back then. Emperor, you've seen Gu Hai before? That's impossible. How? King of Elixirs said in surprise. Gu Qin, Gu Han, Gu Tang, and a little guy. Unfortunately, that little guy didn't recognize anyone and ran away. Gu Hai. Huh. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Emperor, how did you know Gu Hai? King of Elixirs asked curiously. I killed his wife. It should be his wife. Her soul scattered. Qing Emperor sneered. Ah. However, that's not important. For those who achieve great things, wives and concubines are like clothes. Just change one. Qing Emperor said solemnly. Then, Emperor, do we still need to chase after him? No need. It would be best if Tangut could persuade Gu Hai. If he can't, I'll go directly to the infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai is mine. Now, the most important thing is to bring Ziwei and Chongqing back to the Dian dynasty. Qing Emperor said solemnly. Yes, let's go. 3 days later, on Gu Hai's flying boat. Gu Hai stood at the stern of the flying boat and gazed at the heavenly courts that had disappeared into the horizon. Mu Chenfeng and Gao Chen stood beside Gu Hai. Master Ziwei and Chongsheng, those two ingrates, were seduced away by Qing Emperor when you went to meet Long Zhonghua. They only left you a letter. They didn't even have time to say goodbye. Gao Chen said angrily. Gu Hai looked into the distance and said, There's no such thing as ingrates. They don't owe me anything. They went to the Dian dynasty. Perhaps we'll meet again soon. Huh? Gao Chen was confused. Gao Chen, the immortal of the 6 paths, took away the worlds when Tao and nomological laws. Are you still affected? Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen. Me? Anyway, Master's tunes are no longer effective. I only have 2 abilities left. First, I can play the little fairies. However, the little fairies are useless. They can't play the Tongtian's Guqin, Tao, nomological laws. Second, my voice is still as good as ever. Gao Chen said proudly. Huh, your voice is still there? Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. That was a terrible music that made people bleed from their 7 orifices. Yeah, my voice doesn't need the Guqin, Tao, nomological laws. Gao Chen rolled his eyes. That's true. Mu Chenfeng smiled bitterly. Little fairies? That's enough. Gu Hai nodded. Hall Master, we'll need 3 more months before we can return to the limitless celestial capital. Why don't you take a rest first? Us elite Hall disciples will take care of the helm. When we reach the limitless celestial capital, we'll inform you. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai. Rest? Hell, we can't rest. Our journey won't be peaceful. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Oh. Mu Chenfeng was slightly confused, just as Mu Chenfeng was puzzled. Boom! Suddenly, the surroundings were engulfed in raging flames. The flames soared into the sky, and the clouds within 1,000 miles were instantly set ablaze. Gu Hai's flying boat was like a furnace in a sea of fire. Buzz! The flying boat's array was activated instantly, blocking the flames that came from all directions. Be alert! Mu Chenfeng shouted. Immediately, countless elite Hall disciples took out their swords and sabers and looked around. Gao Chen's expression changed, and he stood behind Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked around with an ice-cold gaze. Then his eyes focused on the place with the most flames in the distance. Taishang, since you're here, don't hide anymore, Gu Hai said. Boom! Suddenly, a large number of fireballs were shot from afar. Taishang was standing in the center of the fireballs. At this moment, the Most High Path's big child was dressed in red. An unforgettable hatred flashed through his eyes. He held a small red bottle in his hand. From the mouth of the small bottle, flames that could blot out the sky and cover the earth shot out. Ah, Gu Hai, you're finally out, Taishang said coldly. Taishang, if you didn't come to find me, I would have gone to find you, Gu Hai said with a smile. Find me? Taishang narrowed his eyes. That's right. Although your song, Taishang's Long Life, did not contain many principles of the Zither Tao, it contained the concept of Taishang. I dreamed of that for a long time, and I want to listen to it again. I still have too many things to settle in the dream. Gu Hai nodded. That dream allowed him to go to Earth. If Gu Hai wanted to go there again, he would have to find Taishang. You already have the Book of Tao, and you still want Taishang's concept? Are you trying to humiliate me? Humph, you won't live past today anyway. Why should I waste my time talking to you? Taishang said coldly. Li Xinji told you our location, right? Gu Hai said calmly. Taishang narrowed his eyes. No one else but him. He's like a haunting ghost. I've been tolerating him, but it seems like there's no need for that anymore. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, no matter who told me, you must die today. Taishang's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand. A firestorm rushed toward Gu Hai's flying boat. The fire raged like a volcano erupting. It instantly formed a scorching sea that drowned Gu Hai's flying boat. Boom! Gu Hai stepped in front of the flying boat and flung out his sleeve. A strong suction instantly sucked all the surrounding flames into his sleeve. It's useless. Taishang, are you here alone? Previously, in Heavenly Yin City, your sword strike against me already proved that you can't kill me. Your flames can't burn me to death, either, Gu Hai advised. Can't kill you? If not for you, I would have ended up like this. My cultivation would have fallen by 1,000 kilometers. Only when you die can I destroy my inner demon and return to the exalted realm. Return to the peak. Go, Samadhi True Flame. Taishang glared, and a scarlet flame surged out of the small bottle again, charging at Gu Hai. Samadhi True Flame. Many of the elite Hall disciples on the flying boat showed horrified expressions. Taishang's Tao is not to be heartless or emotionless. Instead, it is to be true to one's emotions and nature, boundless love. You are walking in the wrong direction. Gu Hai shouted. What do you know? Taishang's rage had already clouded his mind. I wrote the Taoist classic. At the very least, I have heard the most perfect explanation of the Taoist classic. I know it better than you. Gu Hai said seriously. Gu Hai had heard Laozi explain the Taoist classic before. Naturally, he understood Taishang's Tao better. Although he had not reached that level yet, he understood. Naturally, he had more right to speak than the tycoons of the Most High Path. However, how could Taishang's Tao juggernaut listen? Dying! A loud shout rang out. The surging Samadhi True Flame instantly engulfed Gu Hai. Although he looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression, the instant the Samadhi True Flame engulfed Gu Hai, Taishang's Tao juggernaut felt his heart skip a beat. It was as if there was a voice that kept telling him that he was wrong. Chapter 613. Outside the heavenly court, in a barren stone forest, a sea of fire burned the entire area. Outside the sea of fire, a group of disciples from the Taishang sect stood. The one leading them was Elder Xuanan from the Taishang sect. Is the news accurate? Xuanan looked at the sea of fire with a gloomy expression. The Deqian sect is very cautious of our Wanshou Taoism. That's why we couldn't get any news from the heavenly court. Countless airships enter and leave the heavenly court every day. We don't know which one is Gu Hai and which one is a disciple from the Shinji battalion. Not long ago, someone came to report to Juzi that Gu Hai's airship had left and pointed out which one. That's why Juzi came here personally. A disciple from the Taishang sect said respectfully, "Elder, can we trust the words of the Shinji battalion? Li Shinji has a grudge against Gu Hai. Could he be lying to Juzi?" Another subordinate asked worriedly. "It can't be wrong. When Li Shinji was in the heavenly court, he framed Gu Hai." Then it can't be wrong," Xuanan said with a gloomy expression. "Elder, Juzi has been very mysterious recently. Why does she want to kill Gu Hai personally?" Xuanan's expression was gloomy. If Juzi doesn't kill Gu Hai personally, her cultivation will be crippled. Why? Because she's a Taishang. A Taishang needs to forget about love. Gu Hai, you really have good luck with women. You even broke Juzi's Taoist heart. It seems like she has you in her heart. Xuanan's expression was gloomy. How is that possible? Juzi didn't say. Of course, Juzi won't tell you. Otherwise, how can she be the Juzi of the Taishang sect? Xuanan looked at the burning fire with a gloomy expression. Inside the fire, the true Samadhi fire engulfed Gu Hai. Hall Master. A large number of Class 1 Hall members had anxious expressions. The moment Taishang used the true Samadhi fire to envelop Gu Hai, his heart skipped a beat. He did not know why, but his heart trembled. Suddenly, the true Samadhi fire shrunk and moved towards the center, towards Gu Hai's mouth. Absorb. Gu Hai's mouth seemed to produce a huge suction force. The rolling true Samadhi fire was sucked into his mouth like a whale sucking in water. What? Taishang's expression changed. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, all the true Samadhi flames entered Gu Hai's mouth. Gu Hai's mouth seemed to be the home of all the flames. Except for the true Samadhi flames, all the flames in the surroundings quickly entered Gu Hai's mouth. Within 500 kilometers, there was a sea of fire. However, at this moment, it was like a mist that was sucked into Gu Hai's mouth. Behind Xiao Chun, Mu Chanfeng and the elite hall members revealed horrified expressions. That is the true Samadhi fire. It can refine all the stubborn things in the world. How can you swallow the true Samadhi fire? Taishang goggled. However, the flames in the surroundings dwindled. In the blink of an eye, all the flames in the surroundings were sucked dry. In the distance, the expressions of Xuanan and the other Taishang disciples changed. Damn! Gu Hai closed his mouth and swallowed all the flames. Taishang, your true Samadhi fire cannot hurt me. Think about what I said earlier, Gu Hai said seriously. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Taishang showed a ferocious expression as he activated the small bottle in his hand again. Rumble. Surging flames surged towards Gu Hai again. Suck. Gu Hai opened his mouth and sucked. The suction was even stronger than before as he pulled at the true Samadhi fire. Immediately, the true Samadhi fire surged into Gu Hai's mouth at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Chan sucked in as much as there was. In the end, the small bottle exploded, and all the flames entered Gu Hai's mouth. How can this happen? That is the flame storage bottle, the only treasure that can store the true Samadhi fire in the 8 trigrams furnace. Why did it shatter? The Taishang disciples in the distance felt confused. Evil thief, die! Taishang shouted. Xing! A sword light shot towards Gu Hai. 4th cycle. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and purple light filled the sky. The life-slaying saber clashed with the sword light, producing a loud sound in the air. Previously, in Tianjin City, the life-slaying saber the life extinction saber, and the life extinction saber had barely blocked the attack. However, this time, the life-slaying saber blocked the attack. Guhai took a step back, and so did Taishang. The swords and sabers collided, and they were evenly matched. Did your cultivation level drop again? Guhai was slightly stunned. Taishang's eyes were filled with hatred. It was Guhai's fault that his cultivation level kept dropping. Now, he couldn't even kill Guhai? Everything will be fine as long as I kill you. Everything will be fine. Taishang looked ferocious as he raised his sword again. Boom, 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 boom. The swords and sabers collided again. In an instant, they started killing each other. Prepare the sky-piercing cannons. Mu Qinfeng shouted. Mu Qinfeng, don't interfere. Guhai shouted in the middle of the battle. Yes. Mu Qinfeng immediately responded, revealing a trace of anxiety. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Guhai and Taishang filled the sky with saber and sword light. Endless sword chi and saber chi raged around the two of them. However, there was no clear winner. Taishang looked more and more anxious. In the distance, Xuanan narrowed his eyes. The giant's cultivation level dropped so much. Is he at the peak of the lower celestial palace? Yeah. Isn't the giant at the upper celestial palace level? How could it be? The disciples of the Taishang sect were confused. The giant is only at the lower celestial palace level now. It seems that I was right. Guhai has broken his Taoist heart. However, this Guhai is also very strong. Yuanying state? The Yuanying state has the cultivation level of the lower celestial palace level. We have underestimated him. Xuanan looked gloomy. Rumble. After a series of collisions between Guhai and Taishang, Taishang seemed to be getting more and more tired. Guhai, who had been fighting to his heart's content at the beginning, slowly gained the upper hand. Clang! The swords and sabers collided, and there was a stalemate. Taishang, enough is enough. That day, I did not mean to offend you. It was the black cat who did it, Guhai said in a low voice. Don't even think about it. If I don't kill you today, I swear I won't rest. Taishang's beautiful face was filled with hatred. He looked like he was about to spew out a huge grievance. You won't be able to kill me. Your strength is constantly weakening. You're no match for me. Moreover, you're wrong. Your cultivation level is weakening not because your Taoist heart is broken. On the contrary, your Taoist heart is perfect now. Taishang's Taoist heart was based on Tai Chi. Tai Chi was the form of yin and yang. Solitary yang does not give birth, and solitary yin does not grow. Guhai tried to persuade him. With the saber suppressing him, Taishang seemed to be at his wit's end. Xing! Suddenly, another sword gleam appeared beside Guhai. What? Guhai's expression darkened. He pushed Taishang away with his Life Slayer saber and rushed forward. Boom! The energy saber shattered. The sword gleam instantly appeared in front of Guhai and headed straight for Guhai's chest. Just as it was about to hit Guhai's chest, the Life Ender saber and Life Slayer saber suddenly emerged from his skin. Boom! Boom! Guhai was sent flying backwards, but he managed to block the sword ray that had suddenly appeared. Who's there? Taishang's expression darkened as he turned to look. The Life Ender saber and Life Ender saber flew around Guhai as he held the Life Slayer saber. However, he saw another group of figures appear not far away. Xuanan? Guhai's expression turned cold as he looked at the leader. You're still alive? Xuanan looked at Guhai with a dark expression. You? Why are you here? Taishang's expression changed as he shouted angrily. However, he saw two of Taishang's disciples lowering their heads. You bastards! Did you betray me? Taishang glared at them. Juzi, we were worried about your safety. That's why. The two disciples stammered. Juzi, even if they didn't tell us, we would have found out anyway. Li Shinji wants to kill Guhai. If you can't kill Guhai, he'll definitely send someone to inform us. Xuanan said. You all know? Grand Elder asked with a gloomy face. Juzi's problem is Taishang's problem. It's our problem. Xuanan said confidently. Juzi, you don't have to fight to kill Guhai. Let's do it. That's right. Let's do it. The group of Most High Pass disciples cried out. How dare you? Taishang looked anxious. Schwanen smiled. Elders, Juzi is no longer Guhai's match. Let's do it for him. That's right. Juzi, let's do it. The others said. A gloomy look flashed across the Grand Supreme's eyes. Schwanen, and you, 5 elders, are you rebelling? Taishang said coldly. There were about 50 Taishang's disciples. 5 of them had a Taishang symbol on their chests. They were the elders of the Taishang sect. The 5 elders wanted to help Taishang kill Guhai. However, Taishang did not appreciate their kindness. Schwanen smiled coldly. Juzi, is your Taoist heart broken? You can only recover perfectly if you kill Guhai with your own hands. If we kill Guhai, your Taoist heart will not be able to recover perfectly. We know that. However, do you still have the ability to kill Guhai? You want to take my position as Juzi? You are not worthy. Taishang said coldly. At the very least, we can kill Guhai, can't we? Schwanen shook his head. The other 4 elders looked at Guhai with murderous intent. Taishang looked gloomy, but there was nothing he could do. Everyone, Guhai has humiliated the Wanshou Taoism many times. He even killed Xuandu's eldest senior brother's nephew, Elder Feng Tong. This time, let's kill Guhai. What do you think? Schwanen said in a low voice. Listen to senior brother Schwanen. The Taishang's disciples shouted. They no longer cared about Juzi's words. Prepare the sky-piercing cannons. Mu Chenfeng waved her hand. Guhai shook his head and said there's no need. Taishang's 5 elders, 5 middle celestial palaces, and a group of lower celestial palaces. The sky-piercing cannons won't make it in time. There's no need. Huh? Yes. Mu Chenfeng said worriedly. Guhai took out a scroll and looked coldly at Schwanen and the others. 5 middle celestial palaces? None of you will leave today. Guhai was about to tear the scroll in his hand. As soon as the scroll was taken out, it emitted a strong, righteous aura. Ghosts and deities wept. Righteous aura exists in heaven and earth. Chaos gives form. The 5 Taishang's elders' expressions changed as soon as they heard the voice. Oh no, it's the Song of Righteousness. Is Guhai crazy? What is he doing? Quick, kill him. Just as the group of Grand Supreme Path disciples were feeling anxious, rip, Guhai stretched out his hand and tore, instantly tearing apart the Song of Righteousness in his hand. Overwhelming righteous energy surged out of the Song of Righteousness and rushed into Guhai's body. Chapter 614. Rip. Guhai reached out and tore the Song of Righteousness in his hand. The Song of Righteousness in his hand was instantly torn apart. Overwhelming righteous energy surged out from within and rushed toward Guhai. The surging energy instantly filled Guhai's body. Now that his cultivation base had improved, Guhai could withstand even more energy. The moment the energy filled his body, Schwanen's sword was already at Guhai's glabella. Boom! He swung his life-extinguishing saber. A dazzling purple light erupted and instantly knocked Schwanen's sword back. Schwanen took 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Oh no! He tore the Song of Righteousness. His power has reached the middle heavenly palace. An elder's expression changed. How can he bear to do that? That's the Song of Righteousness. The way of books in the world has already been abolished. Every one of them is gone. The Song of Righteousness should be mine. I can't believe he tore it. Don't let him tear the Book of Taoism. Do it. The disciples of the Taishang sect swarmed toward Guhai. Oomph. Guhai's expression was cold as he snorted. He reached out and put away the life-extinguishing saber and life-slayer saber. Then, he grabbed the life-extinguishing saber and slashed at the crowd. For a moment, the sky was filled with Guhai's saber energy. 4th cycle. Guhai swung his 4th cycle again. A vast energy saber shot toward Schwanen. Oh no! Schwanen's expression changed as he parried the attack with his sword. Senior brother, I'll help you. The 4 elders shouted as well. Boom! The energy saber collided with the 5 swords with a loud bang. The void trembled slightly, and a strong gust of wind swept up. Guhai's figure paused. Arg! Arg! The 5 elders were sent flying with a loud bang. The powerful force even sent all the cultivators of the lower celestial palace flying. Gua did not stop. Instead, his figure flickered and he appeared in front of one of the elders. What? The elder's expression changed, revealing a look of horror. Fourth cycle. Guhai slashed down again. Boom! He was completely powerless to resist. In an instant, that elder exploded, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. Junior brother. The group of elders cried out in alarm. Stop him! Quick, attack him together! Schwannen's expression changed. Kill! Everyone attacked at the same time, slashing at Guhai. Taishang Dao. That's all there is to it. Guhai sneered. Boom! Another lower celestial palace disciple exploded. Boom! 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 All of the lower celestial palace disciples who rushed towards Guhai instantly exploded. In the blink of an eye, Guhai arrived at another elder. Senior brother, help me. The elder's expression changed. It's too late, Guhai said with a sinister smile. Boom! He slashed out with the fourth cycle again, and that elder exploded. No! The lower celestial palace disciples cried out in alarm. At this moment, Guhai was like a demon god. He killed Buddha and God in his way. Those who were close to him had no hope of surviving. Amid the loud rumbles, the Taishang Dao disciples were slaughtered one by one. Kill Guhai. Steal the sacred text of Daoda. The upper celestial palace disciples no longer had such thoughts. They only had one thought in their minds, and that was to run. Run! Run! Schwannen's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. Run? Isn't a little too late? Great cycle of saber chi! Guhai shouted. Boom! With Guhai as the center, countless saber chi suddenly appeared in all directions and surrounded all of the Taishang Dao disciples. Guhai seemed to be standing in the center of a chessboard. The countless saber chi were like chess pieces, wreaking havoc and blocking all of the Taishang Dao disciples. Those who came close were immediately blocked by the saber chi. Guhai once again arrived in front of Schwannen. Fourth cycle of heaven. Guhai shouted angrily. Kill! Schwannen also swung his sword with all his might. Boom! The saber and sword clashed, creating a storm. Schwannen did not explode, but he was still covered in blood from the huge recoil. He was sent flying. Song of righteousness? Song of righteousness? Everyone, it's too late. Tear up our Taishang Dao's book. Schwannen cried out in alarm. All right. Schwannen and the other two elders immediately took out a scroll that looked like the Song of Righteousness. Without any hesitation, they tore it apart. Rip, rip, rip. Suddenly, a surge of righteous chi flowed into the three elders' bodies. The strength of the three elders suddenly increased. Guhai's face darkened, and he immediately rushed forward. Boom! Schwannen blocked the life-extinguishing saber with his sword. However, he did not have much of an advantage and could only barely block it. My poem is not as good as the Song of Righteousness. Schwannen's face darkened. That's it. Let's continue then. Guhai's face turned cold. The life-extinguishing saber swung out again. It was still the fourth cycle of heaven. There were many different styles of the fourth cycle of heaven. Guhai did not upgrade it to the fifth cycle of heaven because it was enough to deal with them. Rumble. In an instant, Guhai and the three elders started fighting ferociously. No one could kill the other, but Guhai still had the upper hand. The three elders were bleeding profusely. Guhai's life-extinguishing saber was too powerful. The group of people in the lower sky palace did not dare to move recklessly. If they moved, the surrounding saber chi would lock onto them and slash at them. Guhai alone made all the disciples of the Taishang sect extremely embarrassed. Schwannen was covered in blood and looked anxious. It seems like you can't do it. Don't waste any more time. Go to hell. Guhai's eyes turned cold. The saber chi around them suddenly changed, and the life-extinguishing saber seemed to be emitting a chilling aura that made everyone's hair stand on end. Fifth cycle of heaven. Guhai was about to slash the fifth cycle of heaven. Help Juzi! All the disciples of the Taishang sect screamed in horror. Taishang had been standing at the side. When he saw how powerful Guhai was, he was in despair. Kill Guhai! It seemed like he would never be able to do it. As he watched the disciples of the Taishang sect die one by one, Taishang felt relieved. However, he still could not bear to see it happen. Guhai chopped down with his saber again. That strong killing intent seemed like he wanted to kill everyone with one strike. Taishang was anxious as well. When all the disciples of the Taishang sect pleaded in despair, Taishang finally made his move. No! Xuanan shouted in despair. At that moment, Guhai slashed with the 5th cycle of heaven. Each saber chi had the power of the 4th cycle of heaven. Xuanan could barely block one 4th cycle of heaven. Now, 20 saber chi were coming at him. It seemed like they would cut him into pieces in an instant. The threat of death instantly filled his heart. It's over. It's all over. Xuanan was not the only one. All the disciples of the Taishang sect were in the same situation. They looked desperate. The saber chi slashed at them. Boom! A loud sound rang in the air. Just as all the disciples of the Taishang sect closed their eyes and waited for their deaths, the saber chi suddenly dispersed. The disciples of the Taishang sect shuddered. I didn't die. The others turned to look. They saw Gu Hai's life extinguishing saber's energy, saber stopping right in front of Juzi. At that moment, Juzi used his long sword to block the life extinguishing saber's energy saber. However, his long sword could not withstand a single blow. It shattered completely. Just as the life extinguishing saber was about to hit Juzi, it stopped. Taishang's eyes darkened. He looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Gu Hai didn't kill me? Gu Hai's saber stopped. The saber chi and energy saber vanished. At the last moment, Gu Hai stopped. Gu Hai stared at Taishang. He took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. Why you? Why didn't you kill me? Taishang's eyes darkened as he asked. You've helped me before, so I won't kill you. I'll spare their worthless lives this time, but there won't be a next time. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The disciples of the Taishang sect shuddered. Taishang looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. He could not express the bitterness in his eyes. He was extremely dejected and disappointed. Thank you, Mr. Good. The disciples of the Taishang sect bowed and thanked him in fear. Thank you, thank you. Xuanan bowed at Gu Hai in fear as well. Their desire to survive made them forget their high and mighty status in the past. As long as Gu Hai did not kill them, they did not mind bowing to him. Let's go. Taishang turned around. He looked dejected. He wanted to lead the disciples of the Taishang sect away. Okay. Yes, thank you, Juzi. The disciples of the Taishang sect followed behind Juzi gratefully. Wait! Gu Hai suddenly called out. The disciples of the Taishang sect shuddered and looked at Gu Hai. Today, I'm sparing your lives because of Taishang. In the future, I'll go to Wansho Taoism again. If you're ungrateful and target Taishang again, I'll take your lives one by one, just like those people just now. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai's voice was filled with murderous intent. Everyone shuddered when they heard it. Yes, we'll support Juzi. We won't betray Juzi again. Everyone answered. Gu Hai did not say anything. He just stared at the disciples, making them panic. However, they did not dare to say anything. It's none of your business. Oomph. Taishang snorted. Taishang flung his sleeves and flew into the distance. The disciples of the Taishang sect looked at Gu Hai in fear. They turned around and followed Taishang. After watching the disciples of the Taishang sect leave, Gu Hai let out a long breath. Master, you want to protect the Taishang sect? But why did you let those people go? Even if you let them go, they won't appreciate it. Gaochen frowned. Taishang's cultivation has regressed. Even if we kill them, there will be other disciples of the Taishang sect who will offend us. Why not let them live and create an image of a bad person for me? It'll serve as a deterrent to others. Gu Hai shook his head. Just as Gu Hai shook his head, release! Mu Chenfeng shouted. Boom! A heaven-shaking lightning bolt flew out and instantly brushed past Gu Hai. It flew into the distance. Gu Hai's face darkened. He turned his head to look. In the distance, he saw a long golden arrow shooting toward him like a meteor. Its target was Gu Hai. The thunderbolt flew toward the long golden arrow that was flying toward Gu Hai. Boom! With a loud sound, the long arrow and the thunderbolt collided in the void, creating a rolling storm. In the storm, the long golden arrow did not explode. Another arrowhead flew out. However, its power was much weaker this time. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Gu Hai. Ding! A saber chi shot out from Gu Hai's side and destroyed the weakened arrowhead. Gu Hai looked into the distance coldly. He saw the peak of a mountain in the distance. Li Shunji was holding a long golden bow and looking at him coldly. Li Shunji? You can't help it. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Chapter 615. While Gu Hai was fighting against the experts from the Taishang sect, Li Shunji had already led the Shunji battalion disciples to a secluded place in the distance. Song of Righteousness? Gu Hai is really generous, a Shunji battalion disciple said, in surprise. Of course he is. If not, don't even think about leaving today. Li Shunji narrowed his eyes and said, Battalion commander, can those Taishang sect disciples do it? Them? In this generation of the Taishang sect, except for Xuandu and this giant, the others were not worth mentioning. Xuanan? He's just a lackey. Li Shunji narrowed his eyes and said, look, an elder is dead. Gu Hai is so murderous. Everyone stared at the distance, watching Gu Hai killing in all directions. We can't wait any longer. If he continues to grow, he won't be able to kill Gu Hai. Today is the day he dies. Li Shunji's eyes turned cold. Rumble. In the distance, a series of roars sounded. They saw Gu Hai killing in all directions, but he stopped when he was about to slash at Taishang. It's over? Gu Hai didn't kill Taishang. Look at their frightened faces. How shameful. A group of Shunji battalion disciples looked at the group of Taishang sect disciples begging for mercy and fear. Gu Hai spared them in the end, and all the Taishang sect disciples followed Taishang and fled. At this moment, Li Shunji took out a golden longbow. Battalion commander now? A subordinate asked in surprise. Yes, Taishang sect disciples. Oh, a bunch of trash. I still have to do it myself. Li Shunji's eyes were cold. But, don't worry, Gu Hai's 4 cycles just now is inferior to mine. Li Shunji said coldly. But why don't you wait? After tearing apart the Song of Righteousness, Gu Hai could only maintain his powerful strength for a short while. Very soon, his strength would weaken. Wouldn't it be better to make a move then? A subordinate asked blankly. When the power of the Song of Righteousness is exhausted, Gu Hai still has the Book of Tao Te Ching. At that time, the danger will be even greater. Now that he has just used the Song of Righteousness, it is time for him to be arrogant. He thinks that he can solve everything without the Book of Tao Te Ching. If we don't act now, when will we? Li Shunji said coldly. As he spoke, the longbow in his hand blossomed with a dazzling golden light. Li Shunji gathered a powerful force on the longbow and released it in an instant. Swish! The long arrow left the bow and instantly turned into a meteor shooting towards Gu Hai in the distance. At this moment, on the flying ship in the distance, a Class 1 Hall member noticed it. Camp Master, look! That Class 1 Hall member cried out in alarm. Mu Chenfeng's expression suddenly changed, and she unhesitatingly took out her sky-piercing cannon. Fire! A sky-piercing cannon shot out and instantly brushed past Gu Hai. Then it flew into the distance. Boom! The huge clash kicked up an overwhelming storm in the distance. The heaven-quaking thunder did not manage to destroy Li Shunji's rain of arrows. However, it managed to weaken the rain of arrows to a negligible degree. Then, Gu Hai's saber chi destroyed it. Li Shunji? You still can't hold it in. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. From a distance, Li Shunji stared coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai also stared coldly at Li Shunji. Gu Hai, you are really lucky. Li Shunji sneered. Li Shunji, you are seeking death again and again. Gu Hai retorted coldly. Ha 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 ha. Seeking death? Gu Hai, do you really think that you are unrivaled in the world? Li Shunji retorted coldly. I did not say that I am unrivaled in the world. However, it is enough to deal with you. Li Shunji, I originally had hopes for you, preparing to subdue your divine mystery sect one day. Now, it looks like there is no need for that. Gu Hai said coldly. Subdue the divine mystery sect? In the distance, Li Shunji showed some disdain. Although you schemed to harm me several times, you still have such means. Unfortunately, you did not use them properly. Stabbing others in the dark is just a small trick. You're taking revenge for your son, Li Haoran, right? Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. Li Shinji glared. Li Haoran was his nephew. This was something that everyone knew. How did Gu Hai know that Li Haoran was his son? Your hatred is not reduced, and your will is firm. Even if you submit to me, you are harboring evil intentions. It is not worth it to put the people around me in danger because of your determination. Furthermore, you are not worthy of me paying so much attention to you. Gu Hai said coldly. Li Shinji looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. I'm not worthy? Gu Hai, you are really arrogant. Do you think that you can still leave today? Today, you are in a hurry to make a move, even exposing yourself. You are worried that Long Zhangguo will give me a mission, right? Ignorance is not a crime. Kill me and end it all? Li Shinji, you are smart with small schemes, but you cannot see the big picture. Some people are not people that you can easily offend. Gu Hai said coldly. So what if I offend you? Gu Hai, do you think that you can still control everything now? Li Shinji stared and shouted. Divine armament, great formation. Immediately, a large number of Shinji battalion disciples quickly stood in a military formation and pulled out a cyan longbow. A huge cyan longbow condensed in the void. On the longbow, there was a huge cyan energy arrow. Even from a distance, one could feel the murderous aura from it. Divine armament, great formation? The formation of the Shinji battalion that can move unhindered in the world. With the combined strength of a battalion of people, it can shoot a super powerful arrow? What a great name. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. The cyan energy arrow in the void was aimed at the flying boat behind Gu Hai. Even from a distance, a huge murderous aura rushed straight towards them. Li Shinji, on the other hand, raised the golden longbow and gently pulled the bowstring. A golden longbow was firmly locked on to Gu Hai. It's too late to know now. Today, no one can think of leaving. Gu Hai, if this arrow is aimed at you, do you still have the ability to protect the people on the flying boat? Li Shinji said with a cold smile. Sky-shattering cannon. Aim at the cyan longbow. Gu Hai said coldly. The last sky-shattering bomb has been used up. You still want to trick me? Release the arrows. Li Shinji stared. Whoosh, whoosh. The cyan longbow and the golden longbow instantly turned into two meteors and rushed straight towards the flying boat and Gu Hai. Fourth cycle. Gu Hai stared and slashed with his saber. You can protect yourself, but can you protect others? Li Shinji said with a cold smile. Release. Mu Chenfeng shouted. Another sky-shattering bomb instantly flew out from the sky-shattering cannon. Boom! Boom! The golden longbow was suddenly shattered by Gu Hai's saber. Gu Hai's body slightly paused, but the cyan longbow was instantly shattered into pieces by the sky-shattering bomb. Monstrous waves rolled up in the void. The two longbows were completely shattered. What? The group of Shinji battalion disciples exclaimed in shock. Sky-shattering bomb? Aren't there only 10 of them? How can there be more? Li Shinji stared and said in surprise. Li Shinji, isn't there no information that the Shinji battalion can't find? How can you not find this? Gu Hai revealed a trace of coldness. How can there be more? Even if there are more, so what? Even if there are more, they are all dead. Shinji battalion, star feather fall? Li Shinji's expression changed. Yes, the Shinji battalion disciple shouted. Buzz! They immediately drew their bows again and gathered the power of the arrows. In an instant, 9 super longbows were formed in the sky above the formation. As soon as the longbows were released, a huge killing intent rushed toward them again. Li Shinji's golden longbow was aimed at Gu Hai again. Indeed, I was careless. You still have more sky-shattering bombs? But what about the sky-shattering cannon? You only have one. Let's see how you can block my star feather fall. Li Shinji glared and said, Sky-shattering battalion. Mu Chenfeng shouted coldly. Yes. Immediately, the group of elite hall disciples shouted, Ka 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 ka. 18 sky-shattering cannons were set up on the deck of the flying boat. 10 of them were aimed at the Shinji battalion, and the other 8 were aimed at Lee Shinji. 18 cannons? Impossible, it must be fake. Release the arrows, star featherfall. Lee Shinji glared and shouted. Boom! 9 cyan longbows and 1 golden longbow were shot toward Gu Hai and the flying boat. Release! Mu Chenfeng bellowed. Boom! Immediately, the 18 sky-shattering bombs were released. Boom! 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 The 9 azure arrows collided with the 9 heaven-quaking thunders and exploded with a boom. 2 sky-shattering bombs instantly exploded the golden longbows. A rolling storm appeared in the void. The remaining 7 sky-shattering bombs turned into meteors and reached the Shinji battalion in an instant. Oh no! Lee Shinji's expression changed. He quickly drew his longbow and shot out 5 golden longbows at the same time. Boom! They collided with the sky-shattering bombs again. The void trembled and blocked the 5 sky-shattering bombs. However, there were still 2 more. One flew toward Lee Shinji, and the other flew toward the Shinji battalion disciples. Bastard! Lee Shinji's expression changed, and he slashed the longbow in his hand. One of the heaven-quaking thunders instantly exploded. Meanwhile, the other heaven-quaking thunders shot toward the Divine Strategy Battalion disciples. Boom! Help! Ah! With a series of screams, the Divine Armament formation exploded and scattered. A large number of Shinji Battalion disciples were blown up into the sky and turned into a rain of blood. Countless Shinji Battalion disciples were injured and wounded in an instant. They screamed continuously. Lee Shinji's expression changed drastically. It seems that your Shinji battalion is not as good as my rumbling sky battalion. Gu Hai sneered. 18? Are they all real? Gu Hai, how did you get them? Lee Shinji exclaimed. Gu Hai ignored him. He looked at the Shinji battalion disciples and said coldly, Rumbling sky battalion, continue. Don't leave anyone alive. Kill them all. Yes. Mu Chenfeng shouted. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the sound of the sky-piercing cannon rang out again. Like the Grim Reaper, the sky-piercing thunders descended upon the disciples of the Shinji battalion. Lee Shinji tried to block the heaven-quaking thunder, but there were too many of them. Even though Lee Shinji tried his best to block the heaven-quaking thunder, there were still a large number of them exploding around the Shinji battalion. Ah! With a series of screams, the Shinji battalion suffered heavy casualties. Gu Hai, don't you dare! Lee Shinji glared at Gu Hai. Lee Shinji understood that if this continued, his subordinates would all be finished. Only by killing Gu Hai or destroying the sky-piercing cannon could he save the Shinji battalion disciples. The Shinji battalion wanted to kill us all just now. Now that they are killed, it is their retribution. Serve them right. Gu Hai glared at Lee Shinji and walked towards him. Mu Chenfeng, kill them. Gu Hai ordered coldly as he rushed towards Lee Shinji. Yes, sir. Mu Chenfeng replied. Boom! Once again, a large number of sky-piercing thunders were shot towards the distance. Chapter 616. Lee Shinji charged at Gu Hai with a ferocious look on his face. He had never felt so vexed since he had established the Shinji battalion. The Shinji battalion countered their opponents with long-range attacks. Whether it was their own divine arrows or the divine arrows of the divine armament formation, they had always been able to restrain their enemies. Over the years, many factions, even those that were several times stronger than the Shinji battalion, had all been defeated by the rain of arrows. However, the tables had turned. Their opponents' long-range attacks were stronger than the Shinji battalion's. Was there any long-range attack troop that was stronger than the Shinji battalions in this world? However, it was Gu Hai, whom he had always looked down on, who was right in front of him. Even though he had tried to kill Gu Hai several times, he had never taken him seriously. However, it was him. How could the Rumbling Sky Battalion be stronger than the Shinji battalion? The Shinji battalion that he had painstakingly nurtured was about to be annihilated by the Rumbling Sky Battalion. How could he not be anxious? He had to kill Gu Hai as soon as possible and destroy the sky-piercing cannon. No, Gu Hai's death is enough. The sky-piercing cannon is mine. Li Shinji had a ferocious look on his face as he approached Gu Hai from afar. At such a close distance, the longbow was no longer of much use. A long sword appeared in Li Shinji's hand as he slashed at Gu Hai. This time, Li Shinji didn't test Gu Hai. He didn't want to test him. The most important thing now was to kill Gu Hai with one slash of his sword. Shing! A golden super sword energy materialized in the air. Li Shinji seemed to have exerted all his strength. He didn't want to test him. He didn't want to fight. He just wanted Gu Hai dead. Gu Hai didn't dodge. Instead, he faced the attack head-on. Gu Hai had a ferocious look on his face as he slashed down with a life-extinguishing saber. Gu Hai, you're the one who asked for it. Do you think I'm the same as those Taishang trash? I won't give you a chance. Your fourth cycle won't be able to withstand a single blow. Die. Li Shinji said with a sinister expression. Boom. When the golden sword retribution chopped down, a golden sword chi storm immediately encased the air. A great pressure pressed down on the elite hall disciples, causing them to reveal horrified expressions. Your Majesty, be careful. Mu Chenfeng's expression changed as she cried out in alarm. The fourth day of the week? How could Gu Hai underestimate Li Shinji? How could he possibly use the fourth day of the week? A dazzling purple light burst out of the life-extinguishing saber as it slashed out. Zhou Tian, surging saber chi spread out, forming a huge domain of saber chi. The strong saber move was like a heavenly river pouring down as it gathered on the saber astral saber. Together with a life-punishing saber, it clashed head-on with Li Shinji's sword. You dare to clash head-on with me? You're courting death. Li Shinji showed a sinister expression. However, when the long sword slashed down and entered the saber chi domain, Li Shinji's expression suddenly changed. No, it's not the fourth day of the week. 5. Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. When the life-extinguishing saber slashed out, the sky was dyed purple. Everyone could not open their eyes because of the dazzling light. A terrifying killing intent instantly dispersed Li Shinji's sword will. Li Shinji did not have time to withdraw his sword. The saber and sword immediately clashed. Hong! A loud sound rang out. The dazzling light blinded everyone. However, regardless of whether it was the elite hall disciples or the Shinji battalion disciples, they all stared at the center of the dazzling light. Buzz! After the dazzling light shone, it quickly dissipated. In an instant, everyone could see clearly. However, they saw that Gu Hai was still standing at the same spot. He slashed down with the long saber in his hand. Green veins popped out all over his body. His long hair hung loosely in the air. He looked like a demon god who had descended. On the other hand, Li Shinji's golden sword shattered in the air. His clothes exploded as he was sent flying backward. While flying backward, his chest exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Despair filled his eyes. What? Everyone's expression changed. Li Shinji was defeated? No, puff. Li Shinji flew in the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. What are you waiting for? Kill. Gu Hai glared at them and shouted. Yes. Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. The sky-blasting cannons fired a series of attacks. In an instant, it was like a meteor shower that fell on all the Shinji battalion disciples. Amidst the screams, the Shinji battalion disciples were blasted into pieces. Escape? There was no way to escape. Every sky-blasting grenade could kill a mid-stage Celestial Palace expert. What about the Shinji battalion disciples, who were mostly from the Yuanying state? In an instant, under the huge explosion, the Shinji battalion disciples were annihilated and exploded. No, Gu Hai! Li Shinji, who was in a weakened state, roared ferociously. The Shinji battalion that he had painstakingly trained was annihilated just like that. Whoosh! Gu Hai appeared in front of Li Shinji in an instant. Before Li Shinji landed on the ground, he swung his saber at him again. Li Shinji, you overestimate yourself. Gu Hai swung his saber at Li Shinji with a murderous look on his face. Defeated? He was utterly defeated. He was not as good as Gu Hai in terms of scheming, strength, and military strength. Originally, he had no enmity with Gu Hai, but in the end, they would not rest until one of them was dead. Why? Because of Li Haoran? If he could do it all over again, would he still fight with Gu Hai until one of them was dead? Yes, he would still fight until one of them was dead. Gu Hai, you can't kill me. I will be back. Today, you annihilated my Shinji battalion. In the future, I will destroy your Han dynasty. I will kill everyone around you and torture them to death one by one. Ha ha! Li Shinji laughed ferociously. Do you still have a chance? Gu Hai had a ferocious look on his face as he swung his life-extinguishing saber. Just you wait. Explode. Li Shinji shouted with a ferocious look on his face. Huh? Li Shinji self-detonated. Gu Hai's face darkened. He used his saber to protect his body and blocked the power of Li Shinji's self-detonation. Boom! Gu Hai retreated to one side. Li Shinji self-detonated into countless pieces. Battalion commander. The surviving Shinji battalion disciples in the distance exclaimed in shock. The battalion commander is dead? That's cruel. Did he commit suicide? Gaochen said in surprise. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Escaping by shattering his body? Heh, Li Shinji, do you think that I haven't investigated your background all these years? Gu Hai suppressed the viciousness in his eyes and put the life-extinguishing saber behind his back. He looked at the Shinji battalion disciples in the distance and said coldly, Kill! Boom, boom, boom. The sky-shattering cannons exploded. Instantly, the remaining Shinji battalion disciples were annihilated. At the border of Deqian, there was a place shrouded in fate energy by the sea. Beneath the light of providence was a lower sect. In the lower faction, there was a pagoda. The pagoda emitted bursts of white light. Swoosh! A ray of golden light rushed towards the pagoda from the horizon. Gu Hai, you did not expect this, right? I have a secret technique that allows the soul to return to the tower. When I reconstruct my physical body, I will definitely kill everyone around you one by one. Kill them one by one. Huh? Li Shinji's ferocious roar came from the golden light. Swoosh! In an instant, the golden light shot towards the pagoda. It was about to rush into the pagoda. Just at this moment, suddenly, a big black hand appeared from the side of the pagoda. Bang! The big hand reached out and grabbed the golden light. What? Li Shinji's terrified voice came from the golden light. The shape of the golden light was Li Shinji's appearance, but it was Li Shinji's divine soul. However, it was grabbed tightly by the golden hand. What's going on? Who? Who is it? Where is he? Where is he? Li Shinji's golden divine soul cried out in shock. He turned his head and saw a man in a black robe grabbing his divine soul. He? Haha, no one in the divine arcanum sect can save you now. The black-robed man sneered. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, countless bats rushed into the sky from behind the black-robed man. The moment the bats appeared, they immediately covered the entire divine arcanum sect. Bats? Vampire. You're a vampire? Chongming, you are Chongming. Li Shinji's divine soul cried out in shock. Sect Master, help. Master, save me. Master, Master, we are here. At this moment, cries for help came from afar. It was the other members of the Divine Arcanum sect who were tied up and trapped in a square. A large number of people in blood-red robes stood in the square. There were bats flying around his body. Obviously, he was also a vampire. The black-robed man, Chongming, sneered. His Majesty looked through a large amount of information and found out that you were killed once in the past, but you were quickly revived in the Divine Arcanum sect. Thus, His Majesty guessed that you might have a life-saving method, so he asked me to wait here. Ha, Li Shinji, everything is indeed as His Majesty expected. His Majesty? Could it be that why you have submitted to Gu Hai? Did Gu Hai ask you to wait in my Divine Arcanum sect? Li Shinji's divine soul cried out in shock. So what if he knows? Chongming sneered. He reached out and grabbed Li Shinji's divine soul in front of him. Then, he opened his mouth and was about to swallow Li Shinji's divine soul. No, don't. Li Shinji's divine soul cried out in shock. However, how could Chongming care? Li Shinji looked at the huge mouth in despair. knowing that he would not be able to escape this calamity. Ha, Guhai, you are truly ruthless. Li Shinji revealed a look of despair. Wait a moment, Chongming. I can give you my lifetime's worth of treasures. Wait a moment. Li Shinji cried out again. Oh, Chongming paused for a moment. As long as you release the rest of my divine arcanum sect, I will give you all my treasures. Li Shinji said anxiously. His Majesty did not ask me to kill the rest of your divine arcanum sect. However, as the commander of the Han Dynasty's blood-robed guards, I naturally have to share His Majesty's burden and clean up all filth. How can I not remove the roots when I cut the grass? Chongming said indifferently. Kill! Chongming shouted coldly. Screech, 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 screech. A large number of bats immediately flew out from the blood-robed guards in the plaza, charging at all the Divine Arcanum Sect disciples. As the Divine Arcanum Sect disciples screamed miserably, the bats drained all their blood. No, Chongming, you will die a horrible death. Li Shinji roared. I was going to hell in the first place. Your threats are useless against me. As for your treasures, I will find them myself. Chongming said coldly. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing Li Shinji's spirit soul into his mouth and swallowing it. No, only Li Shinji's final scream was left in the Divine Arcanum Sect. No one else's voice could be heard. 2 hours later, a torrential rain poured down. Chongming led a group of blood-robed guards away from the ruins of the Divine Arcanum Sect. Chapter 617. Xuanan and the other disciples of the Taishang sect were released by Guhai. Although they had left, they had not gone far. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the distance. Everyone turned to look. Li Shinji, Xuanan's eyes lit up. Li Shinji killed Guhai personally? The disciples of the Taishang sect were excited. Although they were terrified by Guhai's suppression, they hated Guhai deeply. Now that Guhai was about to be killed by Li Shinji, they naturally paid close attention. Taishang also looked into the distance. However, there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Even he did not know what he was worried about. Rumble. After a series of loud noises, the scene that the disciples of the Taishang sect were hoping to see did not appear. Instead, Guhai suddenly had a rumbling sky camp. Sky-piercing cannon? How can there be 18 of them? If Guhai had used the sky-piercing cannon at the beginning, we would have. If Guhai wanted to kill us, he did not even need to do it himself. The disciples of the Taishang sect were shocked. They did not have any hope of surviving. They only looked at Guhai with fear in their eyes. The battle between Guhai and Li Shinji was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the winner was decided. Defeated? Li Shinji lost? Guhai was about to slash with this saber. This is the saber. If you want to slash, we. The disciples of the Taishang sect were bitter. Okay, let's go, Taishang said in a low voice. All the disciples of the Taishang sect looked at Taishang with complicated expressions. If it wasn't for the giant, they would have been dead by now. Not daring to linger, everyone quickly caught up with Taishang and disappeared into the horizon together. At this moment, the Shinji battalion was completely annihilated. Li Shinji had also completely exploded and died. Master, that slash of yours just now was really powerful, Gaochen said excitedly. Hall Master, fortunately, we didn't let you down. The Shinji battalion has been completely annihilated. Mu Chenfeng also said excitedly. The Shinji battalion, De Qian's Foreign Affairs Department, was one of the top 10 most powerful organizations. No, with Li Shinji, it was one of the top 3 organizations. However, such a powerful Shinji battalion was eliminated by him. Mu Chenfeng felt that following Guhai was full of hope. Guhai nodded and stepped onto the deck of the flying boat. He didn't ask everyone to leave. Instead, he turned his head and suddenly looked in another direction. Suddenly, Guhai narrowed his eyes. Everyone looked in the direction that Guhai was looking at. A flying boat? Gaochen's face darkened. There are more enemies? Prepare the sky-piercing cannons. Mu Chenfeng shouted. Yes, a group of sky-piercing cannons immediately aimed at the flying boat in the distance. Don't move, Guhai said in a low voice. Yes. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, they saw a big flag on the flying boat in the distance. There was a big word Tang on the flag. The flying boat had been parked in the distance, as if it was watching Gu Hai's battle. It only slowly flew over when the battle stopped. Tang? On the deck of the flying boat. The person at the front was Lord Tang. Gu Hai stood in front of the deck and looked coldly at Lord Tang in the distance. Lord Tang also revealed a faint smile and stared at Gu Hai. The flying boat was getting closer and closer. Soon, it was in front of them. The two of them looked at each other from a distance. Gao Qin and Mu Chenfeng saw a gloomy expression on Gu Hai's face and didn't dare to interrupt. Gu Hai looked at Lord Tang and didn't say anything. His expression was extremely solemn and gloomy. "Old man, how have you been? You killed Li Xinji, but your body is still strong," Lord Tang suddenly said with a smile. "Old man?" Gao Qin and Mu Chenfeng revealed some curiosity. Is he talking about Gu Hai? However, when Lord Tang said that about Gu Hai's eyes softened slightly. "What are you called now?" Gu Hai asked indifferently. "Tangut." Tang as in Gu Tang, Gu as in Gu Tang. Lord Tang said with a smile. Gao Qin, who was at the side, felt somewhat stunned. Can names be introduced like that? Tangut? What's the matter? What brings you here to see me today? Gu Hai asked indifferently. "Old man, you are still the same. Gu Qin is pedantic, and Han is rotten. You should have left with me back then. However, it is not too late now. Old man, on this trip north to the Qian, I should have come to look for you. However, when I returned, I discovered that 9-5 Island was already gone." Tangut said with a smile. Tangut? When Gu Hai saw that the person before him did not revert to his original name, Gu Tang, he understood that there was something going on. "Huh, are you that kind?" Gu Hai asked indifferently. "Of course. Not only that, but I also want to bring you to the Dian dynasty. That is where we should go," Tangut said with a smile. "Oh, you want me to go to the Dian dynasty? To be your subordinate? To earn merits for you?" Gu Hai suddenly said with a smile. "You can say that. Of course, with old man's methods, you might not want to be my subordinate. We might even be on equal footing," Tangut said with a smile. "How presumptuous!" Gu Hai suddenly glared. Gu Hai shouted coldly, and Tangut's subordinates behind him immediately charged forward. However, Tangut waved his hand and stopped them. "Unfilial son, you are really arrogant. You dare to say such words." Gu Hai glared at Huang Xiaolong. "Unfilial son?" Gao Qin, Mu Chenfeng, and Tangut's subordinates' expressions changed. What was going on? Unfilial son? Haha, I'm not your biological son. You only raised me for a few decades, so what? Tangut said with disdain. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes, and his expression turned gloomy. "Old man, don't be angry. It's harmful to the body. However, when I asked you to come with me, I'm not trying to frame you. You should know the situation. Even without my persuasion, you will go to the Dian dynasty. You will also give up on the Han dynasty." Tangut said with a smile. "Oh, why don't you tell me about it?" Gu Hai sneered. "Han dynasty? Old man, what is your original intention for establishing the Han dynasty?" Tangut asked with a smile. "Original intention?" Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. "Kill Qing Emperor to avenge adoptive mother. Isn't that right?" Tangut said indifferently. "What?" Everyone's expression changed. Kill Qing Emperor? Avenge? How powerful was Qing Emperor? How could Gu Hai kill him? Gu Hai did not refute. Instead, he looked coldly at Tangut. This brat was indeed an unfilial son. How could he say such a thing so openly? However, old man, you might be wrong. Perhaps there is no need to kill Qing Emperor, Tangut said with a smile. "Oh, old man, don't you find it strange? Our 9-5 Island is a barren desert. Why would an expert like Qing Emperor travel hundreds of millions of li just to kill an ordinary person? Isn't it strange? Furthermore, Old Fourth and I wanted to follow them back then, but they agreed so easily. Why?" Tangut asked sullenly. "I don't care why or what the reason is. Chen Xian, is dead. So Qing Emperor must die," Gu Hai said resolutely. "What if adoptive mother is not dead?" Tangut asked with a smile. Gu Hai's pupils constricted. "How is that possible?" Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Tangut shook his head and said, "Old man, You are mistaken. Adoptive mother is not dead, really not dead. She is currently in the Dian dynasty. She is the current White Emperor of the Dian dynasty, the Great of Metal. White Emperor, Sovereign Emperor? Tangut's subordinates exclaimed in shock behind him. Guhai felt slightly stunned, showing some doubt. However, he immediately confirmed his guess. He had personally seen Chun Xian die, dying without a complete corpse. Furthermore, Chun Xian mortal soul was currently in his body. How could he allow Tangut to speak nonsense? Old man, I will not lie to you about this. Back then, the Qing Emperor was acting on orders to search for the White Emperor's reincarnated earthly soul. The White Emperor's reincarnated earthly soul reincarnated as adoptive mother. The Qing Emperor retrieved adoptive mother's earthly soul and returned to the Dian dynasty, allowing adoptive mother's earthly soul to return to her physical body and merge with her heavenly soul and mortal soul. Therefore, adoptive mother is not dead. She is only living in a different way. Old man, come with me. Adoptive mother has been talking about you and waiting for you. Don't you want to see adoptive mother? Tangut looked at Gu Hai expectantly. White Emperor, earthly soul? Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Yes, old man, come back with me. Before we came, I promised adoptive mother that I would bring you back. Tangut's eyes flashed with confidence. Tangut understood Gu Hai's love for Chun Xian. If he knew of Chun Xian's whereabouts, he would definitely go over thousands of mountains and rivers. Ha ha, unfilial son. Gu Hai suddenly turned hostile. What? Tangut raised an eyebrow and looked at Gu Hai in astonishment. In the past, Xian treated you and old forth the best. She never let you suffer any grievances. If there was anything good to eat, she would always think of the two of you first. That year, when I was injured while cultivating, she brought you to the mountains to gather herbs. We encountered a pack of wild wolves. Xian told you to hide in a cave. She used her body to block the entrance of the cave and used her life to protect you. Who would have thought that I would raise an ingrate? Good, very good. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. What ingrate? Old man, what did you say? I have always protected adoptive mother by her side. I have risked my life for her. White Emperor is adoptive mother, and adoptive mother is White Emperor. Tangut glared at him and said irritably, Shut up. Gu Hai shouted. As he shouted, Gu Hai emitted a murderous aura and rushed toward Tangut. Tangut's face turned cold, and a powerful aura was emitted from his body. Descend to the Celestial Palace? Good. It seems that you have benefited a lot from following the White Emperor all these years. No wonder you can forget everything in the past. Selling your mother for glory? Ha. Good, very good. Gu Hai said with a gloomy face. Old man, White Emperor has always been thinking of you. Don't be ungrateful, Tangut said coldly. The one who has always been thinking of me is Xian, not the White Emperor. Who does she think she is? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with irritation. How dare you slander the Emperor? A person at the side glared at him and said, Whoosh. Gu Hai suddenly turned his head and a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Mu Qinfeng immediately waved her hand, and the sky-piercing cannons were all aimed at the person who interrupted. That person's face changed, and he was sweating profusely. How dare you? Today, I will make sure that none of you leave. Do you believe me? Gu Hai glared. Tangut's subordinates' faces changed, but they didn't dare to say anything. Just now, Li Shinji was killed, and they saw it with their own eyes. They were indeed inferior to Gu Hai. Old man, you really don't think of adoptive mother at all? Tangut said angrily. Gu Hai stared at Tangut and emitted a murderous aura. Chapter 618. Gu Hai glared at Tangut, emitting a murderous aura around him. Anger appeared on Tangu's face as if he was unwilling to accept this. All of Lord Tang's subordinates had anxious looks on their faces at this moment, not knowing what to do. Buzz! On the airship, one of Tangut's subordinates suddenly emitted a ray of light from his palm. As soon as the light appeared, it condensed into a huge, transparent shadow. The shadow was dressed in white and was as tall as two people. It immediately emitted a gentle aura, dispelling Gu Hai's murderous aura. It was an extremely beautiful woman. She looked exactly like Chen Xian'er. However, she was full of heroic spirit. She exuded the aura of a superior person. We pay our respects to the emperor. A group of Tonggu's subordinates immediately bowed respectfully. Their faces were filled with excitement. Greetings, Emperor. Tangut also bowed respectfully to the shadow. Chen Xian'er? No, it's White Emperor. Gaochen and Mu Chunfeng looked at the shadow in front of them in shock. When the White Emperor's shadow appeared, it naturally looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's murderous aura was dispelled. He raised his head and looked at the shadow in front of him, frowning slightly, looking complicated. You are too young. White Emperor's shadow said gently. Ha ha ha. White Emperor. White Emperor. Gu Hai laughed dryly, and a look of love and hatred flashed in his eyes. Come to my side and help me. White Emperor said gently again. I will come to you soon, but not to help you. I will kill you and take back my Xian'er. Gu Hai said coldly. Chen Xian'er? I am Chen Xian'er. White Emperor said gently. You're not. Gu Hai said coldly with reddened eyes. That's right, my earthly soul is Chen Xian'er. However, even if you split my 3 souls, so what? Where is Chen Xian'er's human soul? Where is Chen Xian'er's heavenly soul? Do you have one? White Emperor asked calmly. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Come to my place first. I'll wait for you in the White Emperor Palace. The White Emperor said faintly. Buzz. The light figure trembled slightly and gradually disappeared. Farewell, Emperor. Tangut and his subordinates bowed respectfully. When the light completely disappeared, everyone stood up and looked at Gu Hai again. However, Gu Hai's murderous aura had dissipated. Old man, the Emperor has always missed you. His former body is no longer there. Now, the Emperor's earthly soul belongs to foster mother. I hope you will reconsider. Tangut said solemnly. Evil creature scram. Gu Hai glared at him. Tangut frowned. However, Gu Hai's eyes were filled with anger, and he did not say anything else. Let's go, Tangut said solemnly. Yes. The flying boat slowly left and shot toward the distant horizon. Gu Hai stood at the deck and looked at the departing flying boat with a gloomy expression. Tangu also stood alone on the deck, his back facing everyone. His originally tightly knitted brows relaxed, and inadvertently, the corners of Tangu's mouth curled up into a joyful smile. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the flying boat disappeared into the horizon. Master, now we... Gaochen looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Return to the infinite celestial capital immediately. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Mu Chenfeng replied. Heavenly Court's upper study room. Dragon Shining, Long Shunwen, Takeshi Ryushin, Sima Zongheng, and the rest of the Qian ministers stood respectfully in Long Zhonggua's study room. His Holiness just sent news that the Shinji battalion was completely annihilated by Gu Hai. Even the Shinji sect was annihilated by Gu Hai. Yi Shinjin said respectfully. After Yi Shinjin finished speaking, all the ministers looked carefully at Long Zhonggua, who was reading memorials. Long Zhonggua's brush paused for a moment before he continued writing. Li Shinji? He brought this upon himself. Long Zhonggua didn't even raise his head as he said indifferently. A single sentence was enough to cover the matter. He didn't mention it again. However, this was enough for all the ministers. Li Shinji, although he was only an official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he was a minister that His Holiness valued greatly. However, His Holiness didn't react much to the death of such an important minister. He even blamed Gu Hai. It was obvious that he valued Gu Hai more. During this time, all the ministers were guessing whether His Holiness valued Gu Hai. They didn't understand the emperor's intentions, but now they didn't need to guess anymore. Li Shinji's death explained everything. After leaving the upper study room, all the ministers quickly made arrangements. Go back and withdraw all surveillance on the Han dynasty. Dragon Shinying ordered his subordinates. Stop all plans for the Book of Taoism. Dragon Shimwen ordered. Pass down the order. No one is to find trouble with Gu Hai. Takeshi Ryushin ordered his subordinates. The news was quickly passed down. Gu Hai also returned to the Han dynasty successfully. Boundless celestial capital. When Guhai returned to the boundless celestial capital, Guqin, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and Montez led the ministers and stood respectfully in the square of the soaring sky palace. "Welcome, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty." The ministers bowed respectfully. Guhai looked at the ministers and nodded. "You may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The ministers immediately stood respectfully. "Father." Guqin welcomed him excitedly. Guhai nodded. After alighting from the flying boat, Mu Chunfeng looked curiously at the ministers around her. Gao Chen also looked around. The Han dynasty now had 60 cities and was naturally full of talents. There were also many officials from the Yuanying state. When they saw Guhai, they looked at him with admiration. "Nothing happened these past few days?" Guhai looked at Guqin. "Some thieves came, but with Dongfang Bubi in charge, everything was more daunting than dangerous." Guqin nodded. Guhai looked up and saw a tall mountain not far away. On the mountain, there were 3 big words: Blackwood Cliff. Blackwood Cliff. Dongfang Bubi was looking at Guhai's return. Guhai nodded at Dongfang Bubi as a greeting. Dongfang Bubi looked at Guhai and nodded in return. Whoosh! With a flip of his hand, more than 100 fragments suddenly appeared in Guhai's palm. Hum! On the square of the soaring palace hall, the life entrapment saber seemed to have sensed something. Instantly, a large amount of fog gushed out and slowly formed the shape of a saber. Whoosh! Guhai merged the fragments into the life entrapment saber. Hum! The life entrapment saber suddenly emitted a dazzling emerald light. Instantly, a ripple of array formation spread in all directions. The void around the boundless celestial capital suddenly trembled. "More fragments? More than 100? Guqin said in surprise. "Before I came back, I had a secret talk with Long Zhonghua. He asked me what I needed. I said that I needed the artifacts refined by Old Man Guanqi. He immediately sent someone to find a part of Deqian's artifacts. Soon, the second batch will be sent to me as soon as possible." Guhai said with a smile. "Huh? Long Zhonghua?" Guqin was slightly taken aback. The surrounding officials were also surprised. The emperor asked Long Zhonghua for something, and Long Zhonghua helped him find it? That was Long Zhonghua. The news had spread long ago that Long Zhonghua was now the strongest person in the world. Why did the emperor give him so much face? Chen Tianshan settled down the elite hall, disciples, and Gao Chen. Guhai looked at Chen Tianshan. "Yes, Your Majesty." Chen Tianshan said respectfully. "Guqin, when you sent the letter the other day, you said that the array formation was complete?" Guhai looked at Guqin. "Yes. However, this son does not know how to activate it yet. Everything else is complete." Guqin said solemnly. The array formation was complete? A satisfied look flashed in Guhai's eyes. The array formation was not something else, but a construction blueprint obtained from His Holiness. It was a blueprint for the entrance to the Azura secret realm. It was the entrance to the Azura secret realm. Shao Chun entered the 6 paths of reincarnation and the human Tao reincarnation cycle in the heavenly court not long ago. Even Dai Qianxing had to go through a lot of trouble to enter the human Tao reincarnation cycle. Now, he could bring people into the Azura secret realm as well. That was the most murderous of the 6 paths of reincarnation cycles. It's good that the array formation is complete. Now that the array formation is complete, the boundless celestial capital needs more experts to hold down the fort, Guhai said. As Guhai spoke, he extended his hand to grab the life entrapment saber. Buzz! Suddenly, the life entrapment saber trembled. Starting from the life entrapment blade, a green void ripple suddenly rolled up and spread in all directions. To others, this green ripple was nothing. However, it caused Bubi Dongfang's expression to change. "Ancient Emperor, this is..." Bubi Dongfang showed an anxious expression. "Don't worry. This will only benefit you." Guhai shook his head. Buzz! The green ripple spread out from Bubi Dongfang's body. Suddenly, Bubi Dongfang's body shrunk to the size of an ordinary person. "Oh, I feel that my body is more real. This is the 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation. Has it been upgraded?" Bubi Dongfang said in surprise. This is the 31 unhindered heavens and earth formation. I've also made some slight changes to it, Guhai said with a smile. Oh, the 31 unhindered heavens and earth formation? Booby Dongfang's eyes lit up. 31 unhindered heavens and earth formation. They can come out now. Guhai's expression darkened. Buzz! And no to the ripple, the void suddenly shook. A cloud of mist gathered and turned into the appearance of a white-haired elder. Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong greets the ancient emperor. The white-haired elder bowed slightly. Buzz! Once again, a black-robed figure appeared. He was surrounded by billions of black sword chi. Sword demon, Dugu Qiubai greets the ancient emperor. The black-robed figure bowed slightly. When Booby Dongfang saw Zhang Sanfeng and Dugu Qiubai, his eyes narrowed. He could feel a strong aura coming from the two of them. Buzz! The void froze again. It was a man in a robe whiter than snow. He stepped on the snowflakes and suddenly condensed. The white-robed man looked cold. He stood with his sword in his arms. It was as if a surge of sword chi was going to pierce through the 9 heavens. Dugu Qiubai's sword vibrated slightly. It was as if it had developed a strong battle intent. Sword God, Shimen Shueishue greets the ancient emperor. The white-robed man bowed slightly. Sword demon? Sword God? Gu Qin revealed a hint of astonishment. He saw the sword god and sword demon looking at each other coldly, as if they were archenemies. With the addition of 3 cloud beasts, Guhai stopped. Right now, the grand formation can only support the 4 of you. Dongfang Booby, Shimen Shueishue, Dugu Qiubai, and Zhang Sanfeng. The limitless celestial capital may suffer from sneak attacks from all over the world in the following period of time. I ask that the 4 of you take the trouble to protect the limitless celestial capital for me. For directions, each of you will take 1 direction. Guhai said solemnly. Rest assured, ancient emperor. The 4 of them bowed, slightly at the same time. Chapter 619. Dongfang Booby, Shimen Shueishue, Dugu Qiubai, and Zhang Sanfeng. Guhai was slightly relieved to see that the limitless celestial capital was safe now that the 4 cloud beasts were formed. After all, he would be bringing people to the Azure secret realm soon. The limitless celestial capital would become the focus of the world because of the Book of Taoism. When that time came, countless experts would come. Without a certain level of defense, they would be restrained everywhere. After settling the 4 cloud beasts, Guhai dismissed the officials and followed Gu Qin into the depths of the palace. Gao Xianji, have you arranged the people I asked you to arrange? Guhai asked as they walked. Your Majesty, I have arranged for my trusted subordinates to wait for your Majesty's orders. There are a total of 800,000 soldiers. Every one of them has fought for me before. Furthermore, the embroidered uniform guards have thoroughly investigated them. There is absolutely no problem. Nangong Chueshua solemnly reported to Gao Xianji. Guhai nodded. Yes, Your Majesty, why did you arrange for these trusted subordinates? Apart from this army, you also selected a group of city lords, officials, and embroidered uniform guards. What's the use? Montez asked curiously. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, Guhai said solemnly. As for the Azure secret realm, Guhai couldn't reveal it for the time being. Soon, they arrive at a large hall in the palace. Imperial Father, the unborn man, is inside. Nangong Chueshua solemnly reported to Gu Qin. Guhai nodded solemnly. With a wave of his hand, everyone waited outside the door. Guhai slowly stepped into the hall. Quang. The door of the hall slammed shut. Inside the hall, there were 2 types of energy, one white and the other black. A man in a black and white robe sat cross-legged in the center. The unborn man? Guhai narrowed his eyes. The black and white robed man raised his head slightly and looked at Guhai. It was the unborn man. However, at this moment, the unborn man emitted an aura of decay. Guhai, you came back so quickly, the unborn man said with a hint of surprise. Fast. Not bad, right? Once I knew you came to the boundless heavenly capital, I immediately came back. Guhai nodded. The unborn man looked at Guhai in confusion. How did you know I was coming to the limitless celestial capital? Heh, I only came here 3 months ago. 3 months? It was only enough for the Dahan to send the news to heavenly courts, right? But you've already returned? My Dahan has a special communication method, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Oh, the unborn man looked confused. All right, let's not dwell on this. You came to the limitless celestial capital and told Gu Qin that you found Wan Qing? Gu Hai stared at the unborn man in excitement. The unborn man took a deep breath and was silent for a while before nodding. Yes. Now, Wan Qing's heaven soul and human soul are in my hands. Only the earth soul is left. All these years, I've been to countless places in the netherworld and finally found her. Where is she? You brought her back? Gu Hai asked anxiously. The unborn man was silent for a while and shook his head. I don't have the ability for now. Oh? Why? Is there something you can't do? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. That's why I came to you to think of a way. The unborn man sighed. What do you mean? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Wan Qing is in a reincarnation mystery realm. I can't enter. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Reincarnation mystery realm? What reincarnation mystery realm? How do you know? Gu Hai was confused. A ghost once saw Wan Qing and saw her enter, but what? You don't know what reincarnation mystery realm is? You haven't entered it before? Gu Hai frowned. I was stopped. The unborn man said bitterly. Who can stop you? Gu Hai was surprised. Ho Qing. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Ho Qing? One of the 4 great zombies? No, he's the ancestor of the Ho Qing zombies. He's Ho Qing, the first Ho Qing zombie in the world, the younger brother of Goddess Hutu. He's one of the overlords of the netherworld. He guards an entrance and won't let anyone enter. That's his private territory. I tried several times, but I couldn't enter. I was even injured by him. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Ho Qing? Goddess Hutu's younger brother? Is he very powerful? Yes. Furthermore, he already refined that entrance. Without his permission, no one can open it. Furthermore, Ho Qing is an extremely inflexible person. In the current world, he does not give face to anyone in the yin-yang world. No, there are only 2 people whom he can compromise with. The unborn man said. 2 people? Make him compromise? Who? One is Goddess Hutu, and the other is Jiangyin. The unborn man said in a deep voice. Ho, the ancestor of the drought demon zombies? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. He had seen Ho in action several times in the past, and it was extraordinary. He once swallowed His Holiness and the entire Divine Blood Army. Yes, in the past, Ho Qing participated in a huge war in the southern part of the Divine Continent. Ho Qing and Jiang Yin were generals on both sides of the war. They were rivals, but as the 2 battled more and more, Ho Qing gradually fell in love with Jiang Yin. Unfortunately, Jiang Yin was not interested in him at all. The 2 fought for a long time, but there was no clear victor. However, Jiang Yin met with some unforeseen event and cursed herself, turning into a zombie drought demon. She gave up the war, and Ho Qing also gave up the war. He also cursed himself and turned into a zombie. Therefore, if Jiang Yin can help, Ho Qing will be willing to let us in no matter how much he cares about the secret realm of reincarnation. As for Goddess Hutu, she's his sister. She should be able to get him to let us in. The unborn man said solemnly. He could fight Ho to a draw? Instantly, Gu Hai had a good understanding of Ho Qing. Found Ho, or Goddess Hutu? Gu Hai asked with a frown. The unborn man smiled bitterly and shook his head. My lineage offended them both. Oh, Gu Hai was puzzled. Now that things have come to this, there's no need to hide anything from you. Do you know who are the masters of longevity in the world? The unborn man looked at Gu Hai. I heard that the masters of longevity have 8 bloodlines. 4 of them are east, south, west, and north. 4 of them are spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Gu Hai was puzzled. Although puzzled, Gu Hai looked at the unborn man curiously. Life is white, death is black. The unborn man is half black and half white. What's going on? The unborn man looked at Gu Hai and nodded. You're right. The masters of longevity steal the life of the heavens. Widows, 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 and disabled will die a horrible death. It has always been like this. Cultivators become younger and younger until they die young. Cultivators become older and older until they die of old age. My bloodline used to be like this too. What about you? Guhai was puzzled. My name is the Unborn Man. I'm an unborn person who has yet to transform. The Unborn Man said in a deep voice. Oh, my bloodline has two masters. One is called Shimin Shou, and the other is Chiofeng Shou. Every time the masters of longevity change, they will die miserably for no reason. They will die without a burial place. Their souls will scatter, and they will die a horrible death. Shimin Shou and Chiofeng Shou both took a fancy to my constitution and encouraged me to cultivate. At that time, they wanted to break the curse, so they asked me to cultivate life and death at the same time. That's why I'm like this now. The Unborn Man said bitterly. Shimin Shou, Chiofeng Shou, you inherited two bloodlines by yourself? Guhai asked in surprise. The Unborn Man nodded. Half life and half death, but it's a fusion of life and death. If I fuse them together, I will transform and break the curse of the masters of longevity. If I don't transform, I will die more miserably than my two masters. Those who are related to me will also die without a burial place. That's why I left Xiaoya back then. That's why I'm called the Unborn Man. I'm not a human yet. I'm not a person who has yet to transform and be reborn. But you can't avoid it. If the masters of longevity really have this curse, it's useless to avoid it. Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes, this is the punishment of heaven and earth. The Unborn Man said bitterly. Since you can't avoid it, why not face it? Your family will die because of you. Can you risk everything for them? Not for your life, just to protect them? Guhai looked at the Unborn Man. What do you mean? The Unborn Man said in a deep voice. Wanqing is my wife, so she's my family. You are Wanqing's father, so I want to ask you to stay in the Han Dynasty and face this curse of destiny with me. What do you think? Solemnly Guhai said. Hey, you want me to submit? The Unborn Man said coldly. I don't want you to submit, but to ally with me. I have already offended heaven, and there is no way out. Do you dare to fight with me? Guhai said in a deep voice. What? The Unborn Man suddenly exclaimed. Although Guhai said it vaguely, how could the Unborn Man not hear the rebellion in Guhai's heart? If I succeed, can I help you break the curse? Guhai said with a smile. What a joke. With just you? The Unborn Man naturally did not believe him. If the Longzhonghua said this, the Unborn Man could still believe it. However, who was Guhai? He was just in the Yuanying state, and he was already boasting shamelessly? If you want to take, you have to give first. You cultivate life and death, and want to merge the Tao of life and death. Although I don't know how to do it, I understand that life and death are opposites, like yin and yang. As for the Tao of Taiji, I am the best in the world. Guhai said in a deep voice. What big words. You are the best in the world. The Unborn Man did not believe it at all. Whoosh! Guhai flipped his hand and took out the sacred text of Taoism. The moment the sacred text of Taoism appeared, a super round Taiji diagram appeared on the scroll. A perfect yin and yang aura spread out. This is the sacred text of Taoism that I wrote at the 10,000 Sage Conference. How about I lend it to you for a few days to study? Guhai said with a smile. Sacred text of Taoism? The Unborn Man suddenly felt strange. He took it carefully, and an extremely round aura instantly flowed into his body. How can this be compared to the sacred text of Taishang? The Unborn Man said in shock. The Taishang sacred text of Taoism is not perfect. Guhai shook his head. The Unborn Man held the sacred text of Taoism and remained silent for a while. After a while, he said, Aren't you afraid that I will take away your sacred text of Taoism? If you take it away, I will be blind. Guhai said with a smile. The Unborn Man fell silent again. After a while, he nodded and said, Let me take a look first. You just said that you were Shimin Shou and Chiofeng Shou? Guhai changed the topic. Shimin Shou offended Jiang Yan. Chiofeng Shou offended Goddess Ho too, so the Unborn Man said bitterly. In other words, we can't go through Goddess Ho too and Ho too, Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, Wan Qing entered the secret land of Samsara. I don't know if there is any danger in there. I fought with Ho Qing several times, but I had no choice but to ask you. You were smart. Do you have any other ideas? The unborn man said worriedly. What if I borrow the sky, splitting axe for you? Can you? Guhai looked at the unborn man. Borrow the sky, splitting axe? How is that possible? The unborn man said in disbelief. I'm asking you if you can. Guhai said in a low voice. If I could get the sky-splitting axe, I could defeat Ho Qing. But how is that possible? The unborn man didn't believe him. Wait here patiently. In 3 months, when you will come to the boundless celestial capital with the sky-splitting axe, Guhai said in a low voice.